down and here for Hattah. So, you know, I think those two main goals were Fink and Hattah, and I think, you know, I think our style is really suited to the style of riding too. So hopefully he can, you know, not let the pressure get you. I don't think the pressure gets to him much anyway, mate. Just, yeah, get on with it. He knows what he's got to do, and I think he'll be pretty successful in what he does this weekend.
What is your role this weekend, Ryan?
Not really a role, mate. I'm just here with the boys. We're all a team, and, you know, we've built up a really good relationship in the last 6 months. So, yeah, it's just sort of been around each other and just, yeah, just enjoying it, I suppose. Like I said, I missed out on being with them and think and celebrating cows.
Oh, hasn't it?
No, that's got all the way up, and it was the slowest thing to raise up.
Well, you can see him here. See, the dude is right between the car and the awning.
Yeah.
Right there.
It should be alright then.
So I'll double check his facing in this direction.
Yeah.
Beautiful, thanks, Emma.
boxes? Yeah, they're all full. Okay.
212, check 12. So big wheel, prologue setting off. If you're just joining us, we thought we might have been joining you earlier, but turns out we may not have been on air, so we've just been warming up. Oh, that's the way you want to leave the line. Look at the groove already, Liam, from just the takeoff. Ken Reed there waving off. Now, obviously, we only get a really brief shot of these guys as they leave the line on their prologue, their qualifying lap. And you get one lap in to work on their starting position in what is a very big starting gate later on.
Yeah, it's an epic morning here at the Hattah Desert Race presented by Penrite. Such a cool shot of so many bikes queued up, ready to get in and let rip for their prologue. This is big wheel.
We just saw Caden Gates actually on the Husky just leave the line along with Hadley Gainsford. So we're just going to try and peel through these numbers for you as we can through the program. At times that's easy, at times it's not, so I'll just apologise in advance as we flip through as many numbers as we can possibly fit in. And we'll try and get you live timing as well, because currently we don't have access to that.
So the fog's starting to roll back in just a little. If you look at our broadcast window here, it's certainly starting to come across.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think if anything, the temperatures are plummeting. Again, it's going to fluctuate as the sun.
It was quite warm driving in.
Yeah. In the car?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
Heater works good in the van.
Yeah, no problem there.
You really got to send a shout out to the families of these kids who bring these kids in. I think that's Mitchell McKay aboard the Hamilton Steel Yamaha YZ. Just kicking it. Now he leaves. You got the 87 of Curtis Morrison, the Wood Motorcycle and Mower Jetco Developments KTM.
It's an exciting launch by the pair. Got the full the full jacket on.
You don't mess around on this lap either. It is absolutely, oh, this looks like timing. Tope is about to come in and give us some form of accuracy. Not unhappy to see him get here with this.
But a great shot already. So the first look at the drone over the start line here for Big Wheels Prologue.
That's a cool shot.
And that is a divine funnel as they lead in to start. So they start in pairs. It's about a 15-second gap between each pairing.
You're right about that fog rolling in. You can really see it. The pits actually goes around in that L shape to the left of your screen.
And that start line so beautifully groomed now. Certainly set to change later on. So they head through this corner and then back into the pits. So very bottom of screen as they're finishing their prologue lap. And coming past that timing trailer just a little further up. And Brock Gates now at the helm of the start line. He too does so much for local speedway, whether that's out at Timmis Speedway or Olympic Park or the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club.
I think that was Mason Anella on the Sherco and Jackson Wilson on the Husky. So Liam, we'll just randomly try and flip through the program as we see riders leaving the line. What a gorgeous morning for it.
Wow, have a look at the fog
it's
change
rolling
just now
in,
on the
isn't
drone.
it?
Something fierce. The week leading up has been spotted with rain and fog and a little bit of frost on a couple of the days as well, which is set up for the perfect weather conditions here at another Penrite Hattah Desert race and the 25th anniversary of this time-honoured event.
As you said before, Brock Gates waving them off along with Ken Reid. I think Brock's got those sunglasses on 24/7, I'm pretty sure.
There'd be a serious sunny tan, wouldn't there?
Maybe that's why he doesn't take them off.
Yeah.
So again, we're just going to peel through these rider numbers as best we can, but we only get a shot very quickly of them on screen. We saw the small wheel have their run before, so they're already starting to get ready and lined up soon for their race. This day goes very quickly. The Northwest Motorcycle Club do an amazing job of making sure that this doesn't drag on all day.
It's just not the time you want to have anything go wrong with the bike.
I think I just saw Coop George Bryant on the Husky. The TP Kangaroo Harvester, We Spoke Insurance entry just then. 383 of Jet Williams for the Yamaha.
So Tate Nettle heads off on the KTM 250 SXF. For Nettle, Electrical Services and Bluey Diagnostics.
I think Harry Guy just took off on the Husky, sponsored by Mum and Dad. That's a global sponsorship situation. Man, that fog is rolling right in. The Tex and the boys on that Real Images drone will really get an idea of how that fog is rolling in here. Every year, something different happens, Liam. We're greeted by something that nobody predicted. In all the 25 years, it's still coming up with curveballs. I love it.
So certainly not looking like the prehistoric rain that we experienced a couple of years ago. Heat is never really an issue at this event.
That's the one
this
thing,
time of year.
That's the one thing you can count on. You won't get sunburned.
Not a chance.
Not, maybe tomorrow. 626 bike. Just leaving the line there as well. The ladies, of course, running 4 laps and 8 laps here this weekend.
Ultra critical time of the morning for the junior big wheels as they set off. They continue to form out 2 by 2 in their prologue lap. So this sets the timing for the race. When we go those multiple lanes of hundreds of bikes that'll take part in their race that winner takes all, really. They're all chasing for that #1 spot or #1 in class. And of course, usually the bigger motorbikes fighting for that outright win.
Man, that left-hand groove, it really turns hard right. You can see the way, watch the 610. It's just the natural tracking of the groove because you're already making your way out. Cool drone shot about to take off, I would think, just then. It takes you into the lane alongside your...
Yeah, it's really a crisscross. They're both heading out. It's both bikes are getting after it on time together. They're crossing over before the first turn.
Look how rutted out it is already. That's one of the Simford riders actually there. Was really cool to catch up. They all had their own posters last night. The Simford team, amazing at what they do with the way they present. A little privateer team, about as close to professional as you could possibly be. I think that was the 650 just before.
Now they're starting to come back in fairly heavy traffic through some of it. And that time in prologue, ultra important to set up your start line for the race. If you can avoid it, you really don't want to have to be passing many bikes. I spoke with some of the top riders that spend half the time on the horn if they don't prologue well. They're just riding through, bipping the horn, trying to let riders ahead know that they're coming through and try and save as much carnage as possible. But some of the shots of previous years, you know, that's certainly not always the case. And
it's rutted out already, isn't it? Seriously, through that section just then, Liam, it's already really deep in places.
Graceful mullet in the breeze then too.
Graceful.
Yeah, it was nice.
Jackson Devitt's, I think, on the KTM just went past us. The R&M Fencing Main Street Pizza and Pasta, sponsored 796. They come over the top of the hill here, and it's really rutted out through there as well. Oh no! So that's exactly what's happened there on the 376. Liam, I would bet any money to come straight off that left-hand side groove on the right-hand side of your screen. You can just see the way it kicks out. I mean, that was a pretty good launch then.
And how are the nerves at this exact point in time? So that bike 65 just parked beside that rut. It's worked out perfectly too. Good choice.
Damon Martin, I think that was, aboard the KTM on the Paella Hills Electrical Solutions Katoom. Man, that fog is seriously rolling in, which has made it a lot chillier.
Certainly has. Breeze just a touch. Rattling the Penrite, proudly Australian owned since 1926. The flags
and the beanie in the foreground. The beanie is going to be the popular choice of ensemble. I really like the Hattah Desert Race hats, the purple hats.
They've cranked it up, haven't they?
They just look so good. Get online too. You can order your merch, the hoodies, the shirts, the hats. The hats are epic. I really like those purple hats.
Done a great job with all of the merchandising yet again. And the whole team at Hattah turning things up a notch yet again for another year here in this 25th anniversary. So it's congratulations to anyone involved previously or still today. There's so many that have been right through all 25 years since it very first began. And now we head into its anniversary year and so much to celebrate.
Very enthusiastic launch from Brock just then on the 835. Welcome wherever you are here at this gorgeous piece of the Mallee Scrub. Whether you're watching from the air-conditioned, heated comfort of your home.
I don't want to hear from you if you are, by the way. Definitely not the case here at this gorgeous venue that we just get to experience one time a year.
Yesterday it was just bare land. I mean, not the track, because the track work and the infrastructure and the setup is phenomenal. But there was obviously no trailers here and no infrastructure in place on Thursday when I came out and watched a couple of the SDE boys practice on one of the Stevens nearby farms. And that's the thing, everyone's been just trying to, you were mentioning before, the Marwoods out at Lake Nwinji. Everybody tries to get laps in wherever they possibly can. You can see that fog really starting to roll in. Welcome on behalf of the many corporate partners, Optus, say yes, Deacon Motorcycles, Mototech, of course our major partners in Penrite. There are so many wonderful sponsors that make this possible. Mildura Regional Development as well, Monaghan Logistics. Grab yourself a copy of the program. It's sponsor information with rider lineups and all of the major naming rights sponsors are listed in there, as well as last year's champions as well. Interesting too, Liam, with tomorrow, no defending champion. So a brand new Hattah champion will be crowned no matter what.
Yeah, super cool. It sucks to not have Chucky here. He's such a likeable personality around the Hattah Desert Race, and as it's been well documented. A big spill overseas and won't be back to defend. But excitingly, set to crown a new Penrite Hattah Desert Race champion.
That's a good number. Braxton Buntsma, you're the man. You cannot miss that number. Love it.
Go the Flanny on the bike too.
Well, that's not uncommon. That might have been Henry Brown, actually, on the KTM. The executive houseboats, Brown's Engineering, number 10. Yeah, the Flano was not uncommon, particularly in this prologue. 412 just going past us as well. Oh, goggles off already too on the 9.
Yeah, a couple at this point. You can read the body language. A few of the bikes and riders not overly stoked with their prologue lap. A couple shaking their heads. So
you might have even dropped it too.
A lot to play for, you know, coming up in this race now. If they didn't prologue well, it sets them back quite a few rows.
That might have been Alex Hawkes, perhaps. Worldie Transport, number 9. Yeah, see, quite a few of them with the goggles off, which could mean you've dropped it. And you're just continuing on regardless.
I can't see the fog being too good at this point in time in the goggles either.
But, you know, desert racing at this time of the year, it's not like you can't say, gee, I didn't expect that. These are conditions that most of these kids, if they're au fait with riding this form of the sport, they're going to be used to it a little bit of that, that's for sure.
So last bunches of bikes heading in, and you can see all of the teams scattering to prepare for the race. So the buggy gets ready. So they'll have a look lap for the race as well. So for each little wheels and big wheels, or small wheels and big wheels.
Yeah, correct.
They'll have their look lap for the race as well. So they had their look laps before prologue. They head out right behind the buggy and then trot out 2 by 2 for each of their prologue sessions in those separate groups of small and big wheel. And with that timing sets them in.
So we're trying to get a rainbow happening on the right-hand side of the screen there as the sun starts to pick its way through. So 65cc, 7 to under 9s. You got Will McGinty, Jimmy Begbie, Chad Werland, Ollie Cale, Ted Smith, Lincoln Mays, Rolly Lister, Cooper McCulley, Ollie Bromble, Zach Hitchcock, JJ Spence and Chase Bamford. Brought to us by Monaghan Logistics. Big field of 65cc, 9 to under 13. Braxton Buntsman, that was talking before, was actually the brown bike, but Braxton, you got Lachlan McPherson, Ambrose Fraser, Travis Canning, Blake Neiman, Will Ruckus, Riley Mullen, Mason Erzagalis, Benji Brown, Hamish Finch. So good to see. Sonny Lister, Mitch Carter, Zane O'Connor, Alfie Rosser, Bailey Poole, Orby Giddings, Elijah Newton, Zach Mays, Bodie Bennett, Ryder Plum. Ooh, I like seeing those times on the screen over there. That'll help enormously. Oh, that's rolling in. Don't forget, there's plenty of great coffee and egg and bacon rolls and burgers and dimmies and all that good stuff. The Ziggy's team got the big triple caravan situation rolling. So there's plenty of food and drink, and of course the merch available here in the Penrite Airstream or the Silver Bullet. Merch caravan is there as well, and if you get a chance, there's a bloke called Glenn Bell, an 8-time Australian champion. Go up and shake that bloke's hand, one of the icons of Australian motocross. We're just getting on screen for the first time the timing from Junior Big Wheels Prologue. So now that we can see the times, as long as you can as well if you're anywhere near the screen, but we will try. They're screening through exceptionally quickly. So we'll work on the delay from turning over page to page. But right now we're going through the entire field. It's good to have that data. Don't get me wrong. No complaints here. For us to have the Junior Big Wheels Prologue information on screen. And as we said earlier, if there's anything we can do to help you guys with the promotion of your team and your riders, by all means. Davey Gear looks like he might have been the quickest in Junior Big Wheels Prologue. Jackson Verstegen, Thomas Porto, Jack Henry, Mason Bocher. And again, if we're saying that wrong, like it should be Boucher or something like that.
It's probably Boucher.
Well, I like it, and it sounds very posh. Xavier Moore, Zach O'Hannessy, Charlie Ingham, Jordan Hingston, Ethan Alderton, Hunter Rush, Zach Snudden, Drew Creamer. That's the 22nd through to 31st. Riley Delaney, there's a name you mentioned before.
Yes, a previous winner. Got a bit of work to do coming out of Prologue, so time's in at the 32nd spot with Cade Chapman, Cruz Rikis, Jake Lockhart, Darcy Finnemore, Lachlan Roche, and we're tricking over. So another local, Caden Gates, time's in at 42nd on bike 16. Zach Sawyer,
current
Mia
Australian
Tung.
junior sidecar champion, Caden Gates.
Pretty cool. Zayden Olsen, another local. Regan Mays, Gus Ryan, Josh Whitehorn.
It's good to see Gary Olsen, Gazza, as he's known, passionately hanging around the STE truck last night. Kai Austin, Caden Rangles, Bryce Wilds, Will Deppler, Clancy Gelbert, Ryan Waldhuter, Harry Guy, Jet Avard, Malachi Middleton, Tom Thwaites, Reese Campbell, Logan Woodland, Jamin Archer. Starting to set up the start grid for small wheels to come out soon. So how many, look, we're going through this, about 150 I think we saw before. Sonny Warren, Reese Batten, Reed Chapman.
Tate Nettle, Matthew Crosby, Archie McKay, Jade Chellis, Nate Munro, Tegan Thom, Axel O'Brien in at 82nd.
What a cool
Eli
name.
Engelbrecht, Liam Egan, Curtis Morrison, Archie Connor, Harry Lees, Billy Clark, Jagger Senior, Ian Ellis, Lachlan Coppin in at position number 91.
Jaggers are pretty cool too. What chance that they're Rolling Stones fans,
Yeah,
Mum and Dad?
that's it.
Bjorn, that means that Bjorn Cardenas' family are ABBA fans, if you're going to stay with that theme. Harry Gilbertson, Hadley Gainford, I should say, Jack Harris, Bill Donaldson, Jackson Lumen, David Morgan, Geordie Bakes, Mitchell Dolby, Mitch House, Jackson Debbits, Charlie Black, Nick Stevens, Brock Knowles.
Logan Stevens and Cooper Smart. Times in at 1:11. Fletcher Ryan, Mason Inella, James Baker, Jackson Fitzgerald, Trey Morrell. So timing just ticking through. So back to the top, as it were. Davey Gear times in fastest. Jackson Verstegen, Archer Colwell, Ollie Gear, Trey Morrell, Jesse Ryan, Cameron Shaw, Will McInnes, Danielle McDonald, and Marcus Nolan. So that's your top 10 out of the Big Wheels Prologue. Of course, we'll go to Small Wheels out first for their race, and then Big Wheels followed by, so then the top 12, Thomas Porto, Zach Henry. So Dylan McDonald times in at 23, Xavier Moore, Zach O'Shannessy, Charlie Ingham, Jordan Hingston, Ethan Alderton, Hunter Rouge, John Kennedy, Zach Snudden, and Riley Delaney, your previous Little Wheels winner. Timing in at the 32nd place spot. Cade Chapman, Cruz Rikis, Jake Lockhart, Darcy Finnemore, Lachlan Roche, Campbell Cadd, Jackson Rossi, Ashton Hanson, Memphis Trevina, and Caden Gates at 42nd. Then 43rd, Zach Sawyer, Mia Tung at 44, Tig Lowe, Oscar Harris, Lachlan Vincent, Zayden Olsen, Regan Mays, Gus Ryan, Josh Whitehorn, and Tyson House. Times in at 52nd with a 30-second split to your fastest in Ollie Gear. Hugh Fraser, Mitch Ford, Kai Austin, Caden Rangles, Bryce Wilds, Will Deppler, Cooper Lees, Jet Tiemann, Jackson Wilson and Clancy Jebbett, Ryan Waldhuter, Harry Guy, Jet Evard, Malachi Middleton, Harry McDonald, Tom Thwaites, Reese Campbell, Logan Woodland, Jamin Archer and Sonny Warren at position 72, and that's still ideally on the front row, but plenty of traffic ahead when they look forward to their race. So all of the teams getting their riders ready, the last chance to have a drink before the race, a bite to eat, if they're going to have that before the junior small wheels, 13.6 kilometres per lap, over 6 laps. It's a lot of Ks to clock over this morning here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We get set for another historic year in its 25th anniversary of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, as we look over the start line and keep ticking through those prologue times presented on your screen.
There's no security in our commentary box.
No, not one bit. Not one bit.
It was this morning. It looked like it was relatively clear. The sun was peeking over the top of the grid. I was showing Belly the beauty of the Mallee scrub and now the fog. Junior Big Wheels prologue now complete. Everybody ready for race number 1 here shortly.
So the starter buggy starts to pick up the small wheels as they get set for the look lap ahead of their race this morning. Davey Gear timed in fastest in Big Wheels Prologue with a time of 3 minutes 48.138, and then it was bike 81 of Jackson Verstegen in second in that 200 to 250 four-stroke class. In under 13 to 16, he did a 3 minute 49.305, and then it was Archer Colwell with a 3 minutes 52. Ollie Gear on bike 521, also in that 200 to 250 four-stroke category, 3 minutes 53.493. Trey Morrell in at 6th fastest, and then it was Jesse Ryan and bike 750. Cameron Shaw on bike 685. Will McInnes, Danielle McDonald. Big result, and the fastest of the ladies thus far in that girls under 12 to 16 with a 4 minutes 01.441. Marcus Nolan from there, Thomas Porto, Zach Henry, Mason Boucher, Balin Townsend, Ben Whitehorn, Eddie Barber, Eden Krieg, Charlie Roos at position 19, as you can see on screen, the back of that start line and all the marquees and gazebos. Big thanks to Mildura Rural City Council, GBM Consulting, Mototech, Sunraysia's home of KTM, Husqvarna and Can-Am. Penrite, Australian made and owned proudly since 1926. And you can see the riders parked up beside the buggy. And they are in tight in behind that. They head out for the look lap for the race for junior small wheels. And now they head in and get after it. And it's the only chance to have a look at the full lap. So 13.6 kilometres per lap over 6 laps rather, for the junior small wheels race. They've already got the Penrite signs out. The last chance for the spectators to give a couple of messages across to the riders. Usually colourful for certain. And outriders and the sweep riders getting prepared as well. They'll roll in behind this field and collect everyone.
6 by 13.6, I think was the note that I heard earlier. 13.4 kilometres per lap for 6 laps. About 79 Ks or thereabouts. It's hard to get your head around. It's not like a road course where you just ride around your nothing against superbike or road racing riders, but nothing like these conditions. This is where the drone stuff really helps us enormously. We're our live timing as well. Don't know if you saw the first person view drone buzzing around before down the back of our commentary box.
Isn't it?
So good. Just adds such a new dimension to what we're doing. It's definitely got a little chillier. Those people in the pits going, no, you know what, Sherlock?
Yeah.
It's definitely cooling off. Glenn Bell's like, wow, it's actually getting colder. Can't wait to talk to him later on about his impressions of these kids as well. You know, it's interesting, Liam, too. We were talking last night with Todd Waters, and I was saying, you know, it was a bit of a shock for some people to see a motocross guy be so incredibly competitive, like runner-up in, you know, the Penrite Hattah desert race. He's like, mate, I'm a desert racer that rides motocross. It's the other way around. He grew up riding desert racing and enduros.
Yeah, it's a fascinating story for sure. His first Penrite Hattah desert race stamps it right up there on the podium, and he spoke about not having quite as much preparation this year as he would have liked to, and only ridden the desert bike once in the last year. Got it straight from Decky Adams, who's been the caretaker of that bike and kept it pristine ahead of this year's event. So he does everything to the utmost professionalism.
It's funny how he's talking about the race itself. Like, nah, it's okay. I've got plenty of time. You know, it's 8 laps. It's a long way around. It's like 30 plus Ks a lap. And it's like, yeah, we'll battle okay. And he went into the pits and had a bit of a mess around. And like, okay, Chucky's 40 seconds ahead. I'll catch him later on. It was the last time he saw it. It's the last time he saw Daniel Sanders. I love it. Families heading out onto the course. People already set up at various parts of this track with couches and TVs and all sorts of things and campfires and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a super cool environment right around the race. Wherever you're able to park yourself in the available camping ground, set up the ute and the awning and a couple of beers, that's for sure. Hopefully something a little warmer first thing here this morning, but the diehards, no doubt, probably a six-pack in by this point. Nothing too much to worry about.
Massive effort from the volunteers. Thank you so much to the many volunteers that make this event possible. The hard-working committee, they don't just roll out on this week leading up. They're, of course, working on it all year.
It's a super cool shot now. We're just pinching yourselves to get each of the drone shots wherever you are. But that puts it all into perspective. The couple of salt lakes around and just how big the venue is. And the course, it just wraps around and wraps around. It would be easy to take a wrong turn when you're absolutely tapped out. But the officials have laid this out so nicely. And the track is just pristine for now. That'll certainly change after 6 laps of this course for junior small wheels. And that lake is just an epic shot over the back. We're pretty well, most of you will never get a chance to really see if it wasn't for this sort of footage. You'd never be able to take in this much of the track. Even if you've been coming to this event for years, you just don't get to see these parts of the course like we do now, courtesy.
All private land, Liam. All private landowners. We cannot thank the landowners enough for allowing us to pretty well traumatise the environment and then return it back to pristine. I know this track crew works extremely hard. Look at that there. Wow. So that's the village that is Hattah, the city of Hattah, for the next 2 days, this side of the road. And, of course, we swip over to the other side of the road for tomorrow's main program as well. Not long now to the kids come back on this look lap. And we'll get under it with race number 1 for the weekend. Look lap for Big Wheel coming up soon as well, because the racetrack is different to the prologue lap. The prologue lap, of course, much shorter. Levi Rossi, there's a name. Been overseas racing as well. You got Declan Smart, Chase Weston, Riley Mullen, Eliza Dennis, Brax Pollard, Phoenix O'Brien, Kai Kinsella, Riley Acker, when I look down at some of these names, Liam, Levi, Brax, Phoenix, Memphis. I'm sorry I didn't take a bit more time to name you just Liam. Yeah. Sorry, mate. I think you're never going to be a motocross or a desert racer, because Liam is fairly...
I'll drink a beer.
Middle of the road.
Set me up for an Irish pub and that's about all. Yeah. Cool shots of the cars rolling in. Spectators and possibly senior riders getting ready for their afternoon program. So senior prologue this afternoon, and then followed by probably my favourite part of the weekend in that top 10 shootout. That was just so good to watch. They absolutely pack out the corners up there at the grandstands of that top 10 shootout.
And although we have a 6 metre buffer now with photographers, with officials, with spectators, that kind of thing, to make sure that we do the right thing with being aware of flying motorcycles. Hey, the sun's out. It was always going to happen.
It's actually instantly changed the temperature of the room too. It's beautiful. Soak it up while we can.
What a great shot that is of the city of Hattah and that road right through the middle. If you've never been here before, if you've never seen this event, you're watching online. To the right of that road, it runs down the centre of your screen, or to the right of the screen is where we head tomorrow. Just pack this whole operation up and take it across the road and set up for the big one, the 25th anniversary Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We'll take a quick break. Riders are coming back here soon. I've been talking with a lot of the riders in the lead up to this event over the last couple of days, so hopefully over the course of the coverage today we can revisit some of those interviews and fill in some spaces. But big thanks to our friends at Optus as well. Optus is a proud partner of this year's event. See the team at Optus Mildura for all of your telecommunication needs. Easy for me to say. So what we're watching here at the moment is the lead vehicle, Liam, and they are absolutely all but in the cockpit.
Yeah, they're breathing the fumes hard.
It's not like they're not excited. And there's no advantage of being that close. It's like, look at that. That's the size of the field in the big wheel side of things here right now. This course is 22 kilometres per lap, and they will do 6 of those. These kids are in their early teens. It's about 130 Ks worth of riding. Unbelievable.
Good to get that bike going. Whoever that was stopped. It's not a good place to be stopped. You'd sort of rather it happen in your look lap than in the race, that's for certain.
The only place that's good for your bike to stop is when you're standing next to your mum and dad in the pits. This joint, it's a long way to get yourself back. Now it's starting to brighten up. Look at that gorgeous Mallee landscape. Never any doubt it was going to be a cracking day. You just had to be patient.
There's going to be some moist spots through that little channel.
And what you can see too, Liam,
isn't it?
There's no grooves yet either. So you can see there's just, I know that Brett Metcalf, look at that going, there's no groove. There's just like tyre tracks everywhere. There's no groove yet because they haven't put a consistent line down right now. This is virginal. It's the first time this part of the racetrack has been touched. So you can't practice on this track. We'll have a quick look at some of the Simford Motor Group team. I met some of the kids last night. They all had their own posters. Let's go and check out some of the kids from this epic little Simford team. Have a look at these superstars. Everyone's got their own poster. How lucky is that? Simford superstars of the future here. All right, I'm going to start with you, young lady. Full name, please. That's right. Well done. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Where are you from?
Victoria.
Whereabouts in Victoria? You had to think about that for a second, didn't you? Show me your poster. That is so cool. All right, what are you racing this weekend?
What?
Big wheel, small wheel, what are you racing?
125.
All right, how are you feeling? Are you going to win?
I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited.
What are you nervous about?
Just like...
Will you sleep well okay? You sleep okay tonight?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, good. Good job. Hold that up. You want to thank Simford, right?
Yeah, I want to thank Simford and my mum and dad for bringing me up.
Excellent. Good job. Good luck to you. What's your name, champion? How about that haircut? Wow. Does Mum know you had a haircut like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, what's your name, buddy?
Toby Waters.
Toby, sweet look. Oh, I like how you're laying her in there. Nice shot.
Yeah.
So, what are you racing? What class?
85 big wheel.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, have you ridden Hattah before?
No, it's first time.
Are you nervous?
Not really.
Cool, just
So,
pumped.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
Just Simford and mum and dad for getting me out here.
How old are you?
13.
All right, where do you live?
Bendigo, Victoria.
Bendigo, the Digo. Nice, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, what's your name, champion? Oh, nice. I like your poster. Very cool. Laying in on the right-hand side there. Nice job. Whereabouts are you from?
Plenty, Victoria.
Rightio, fair enough. How old are you?
15.
What class are you riding?
125.
Have you ridden here before?
Yeah, once.
What was it like?
It was pretty good.
You love it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Have fun. Hey, are we missing somebody? Wasn't it? All right, fair enough. I just thought there was a... Oh, that's Bashira. That's that little kid. All right, show us your poster. That is so good. What's your name?
Lucky Roach.
You're right. Whereabouts are you from?
Sunny Coast.
Sunny Coast.
Yep.
That's not Victoria. Sunny Coast. How did you manage to sneak in?
Don't know.
Did you have to get a passport to come into Victoria?
No.
Right, what are you riding this weekend, matey?
Husky 125.
Ooh, nice. Have you ridden here before?
Yeah, it's in my 7th Hattah.
7th?
Yeah.
Holy cow, when did you start? When you were 3?
7.
Wow, so you're 14. Rightio. So, what's the goal this weekend?
Probably top 5 in class and, I don't know, top 40 or top 30 outright.
Yeah, good stuff. Who do you want to thank? Simford, of course?
Yeah, Simford, mum and dad, of course, and Husky and all that.
Yeah, excellent, mate. Good luck.
Thanks.
Now, do you trust a guy that wears his gloves when he's signing? I mean, that's the biggest question here. What a cool... Oh, that's, mate, you got that thing laid in. That's a cool photo.
Yeah, for sure.
So, is it hard to sign for the hot girls when you're like wearing gloves and stuff, or you just manage to work your way through it?
No, I just manage it.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. All right, so what's your name?
Oscar Harris,
Whereabouts you from?
Melbourne.
Sweet. Melbourne. Like, where in Melbourne?
Like Whittlesea,
Okay. Favourite footy team?
Collingwood.
I can't talk to you anymore. How do you let a Collingwood fan in this team? How does this happen? No quality control at all. All right, what class are you riding?
125s.
How many times have you ridden Hattah?
I think 5 or 6 times.
Nice. What's your best result?
I think 4.
Okay. So what are you going to get this weekend?
Not sure yet. Just hoping to finish.
Dude, bit of positivity here.
Top 5.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Good job, mate. You want to thank Simford, of course. That's a cool photo. All right, man. What we got here? Sweet. Give you a shot. Oh, upright, like that, on the pin. Nice. All right, so what class are you riding?
I'm riding.
What is going on? The bloke from Sunny Coast is wrecking the joint. Unbelievable.
J2.
Yep. How many times have you ridden Hattah?
5.
5 times you've ridden. Holy, what's your best result?
14th outright in. Oh no, that's in class for 65s.
Yep.
And then 19th last year outright.
Nice. What do you love about Hattah?
The long straights and just being able to hold it wide.
Yeah. Oh, I see you like long straights and just pinning it.
Yeah.
Sweet. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Wallen.
Beautiful. Wallen. Yeah. Nice spot, mate. Good luck. All right, champion. What have we got here? Oh, you're straight up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're laying her in. It looks nice.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Hayden Roach.
You're right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, mate.
Yeah.
How old are you, buddy?
12.
Where are you from?
Coolum, Sunshine Coast.
Wow, another sunny coast, dude.
Yeah.
Rightio. What do you think of this lovely warm weather?
Yeah, it's good.
What do you ride? What class?
In the 85 big wheels.
Yeah?
Yep.
How many times have you ridden Hattah before?
5.
Holy cow, you too?
Yeah.
Why do you love Hattah?
Just fast and different type of riding.
Yeah.
With the sand and everything.
Yeah, cool as. So what is your goal this weekend?
Top 10 in class.
See, bit of positivity, Collingwood fan. He's like, I'm going to be top 10 in class, right? Stop wrecking the place, all right? It's Queenslanders, it's a worry. Good luck this weekend, man.
Yep.
So who are we missing here?
Mon. Senior.
Yeah, all right, okay. So where is Prashira?
Oh, who knows?
Where's he gone?
Disappeared.
Oh, he's racked off. Good to see you guys.
Yep.
Good luck. You want to thank Simford, yeah?
Yep.
Come over here, everybody, quickly in a group. Quick. Over here, real quick. Quick. Everybody in. 2 seconds, they're coming back, I promise. Here we go, ready? On the count of 3, yay, Simford. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Oh my gosh, really? We're going to do that again. 1, 2, 3, go, Simford. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go, Simford. Oh my God. Loud. 1, 2, 3. Go, Simford. What a great little team. Kids are so pumped. They had their own posters to sign. That was super cool. So we're starting to prepare the starting grid for the small wheels. Come out on track here very soon. And just there's 5 seasons in one day right now. I hate to say it. It's almost like Melbourne weather here.
None of them warm ones.
No. Well, we don't expect that. I mean, we just know that it's July. Almost. It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. July 1 today? There you go. Yeah.
Yes.
Just check my iPhone.
Yes.
There you go. Never any doubt.
It looks super stormy in the footage. That's definitely not the case. There's a little bit of cloud cover around. It looks doomy and gloomy, but it's anything but. There's a little bit of fog still around as the sun starts to sort that out, and we look straight down that pit road that for the juniors will be a slow pass through the pits. They've got that 25km/h speed limit for the junior pit. But of course, tomorrow for the seniors, that's not the case. That is full race pace through the pit area.
There's actually the layout for the track itself for small wheels in the program, which gives you a good way of following the track. Just gives you an idea of where the tree hazards are and the water hazards are. But we saw a bit of moisture out there on that track when they were doing the look lap before. It's the only chance these kids will get before they get after it. There's no practicing on this track at any point other than that one look lap, because the prologue, your qualifying lap, is on a different course as well. So I love it. It keeps everything on a level playing field. So the only thing that they have now is to remember when they come up to certain parts of the racetrack what comes next in that. As families start to head out to the various vantage points, and very soon we'll have the first race of the day. So I think we've got our prologue small wheels information. I think that's what we were reading through before. Levi Rossi, 4 minutes 24.4. Declan Smart, 4 minutes 28.3. Chase Weston, 4:28.59. Very competitive. Riley Mullen, 4 minutes 30.935. Eliza Dennis, 4:34.006. Brax Pollard, 4:39.59. Phoenix O'Brien, 7th, 4:41.08. Kai Kinsella, 8th, the 4:42.659. Riley Acker, 4:43.008. Ryder Tricky, it's a cool name too, 4:44.052. Taylor Thompson, 4:45.451. Finn Westbrook, 4:46.5 is 12th. Jimmy Hadfield, 13th, 4:47.02. Angus Summers, 4:47.23. Paddy Rose, 4:48.6. There we go. So just looking at the time differences that we see for the Junior Small Wheels Prologue. So Jed Hitchcock is 16th. Interesting, a couple of our numbers, there you go, Paddy and Jed, 15th and 15th, but we'll explain our way through that. Jackson Moore, Olivia Johnson, Zach Mays, Marcus Couch, that's the way to watch this race, on one of those. So that's a bit of a glance through at your field so far from Junior Small Wheels Prologue, which for any other form of motorsport is your qualifying, basically. Can't wait to have Brett Metcalf in commentary with us as well, Liam. One of the current superstars of Australian motocross and has been for a number of years is Bretty. And he too is here experiencing the Penrite Hattah Desert Race as a guest of Penrite along with Glenn Bell. So a couple of motocross legends. Not young bucks either. They're very experienced and seasoned racers, although Belly doesn't race anymore. B. Meddy is absolutely still hardcore with his racing program. And I think he is B. Meddy on his Instagram, if I remember rightly. Meddy24, there you go. So very much worth getting across. He's got 35,000 followers. Brett Metcalf. So check out Meddy_24. Some ripper photos of
it's epic, isn't it?
Meddy just getting it on. So we scroll through our Junior Small Wheels Prologue. Bailey Poole, Brody Templar, Hamish Finch, JJ Spence. I like the way JJ's spelled. That's different. Never seen that way before. Lockie Jennings, Sonny Lister, almost Sonny Liston, the poor old boxer that's featured in that Muhammad Ali picture for his whole life. I know. What a way to spend your whole... Oh, you're that guy that was knocked out by Muhammad Ali and he stood over the top. Tate Williams, Ollie Fowler, Travis Canning, Matilda Ryan, William Michalik, or Michalik. Again, we're quite happy to get polite suggestions on to how to say it properly. There's Will McGinty. Now, Will is 79th, but what we do know is that Will's on a KTM 65. So he's in the 65cc 7 to under 9 years bracket. So there's a number of classes, Liam, as you know, within each of these riding classes. So we'll try to flip back to their numbers.
Which is super easy to do.
Backwards and forwards. I think it's actually colder at aircon, by the way, Liam, just saying. What are you doing?
You just opened up a door to the Antarctica, yeah. So start line getting prepared directly ahead of us. We've got a great view out of the commentary window this year to look straight down that start line. It is beautifully groomed thus far because 300 odd bikes haven't tore it to pieces.
That's coming.
Just yet.
It's incredible to think how the day has changed. This morning was that sunrise was actually quite bright.
Now it's far from.
Well, we all start here in the darkness. How good was it rolling in though, Liam? When you see the lights,
yeah, it's
all
epic,
the generator lights and the trailer lights and everything when you're coming in across the water across the lake. Please get across the Penrite Hattah Desert Race Facebook socials as well, and you'll find the links to the merchandise that is available. Purple hats. Purple hats, I think, are the coolest merch I've seen.
Yeah, they've come up great, haven't they?
This year. They really are good.
The line will be ridiculous to the merch trailer yet again. It was last night out at the Redcliffe Football Club for the official scrutineering night, and ends up basically being a show and shine with all the bikes parked out there and the factory team set up right around the outside of that venue, all of the food trucks getting around. It's so good for local business, particularly out there last night in Redcliffe's, and then the conga line of cars, vans, trucks, trailers, everything heading in from Redcliffe's was just ridiculous rolling back into Mildura. So such a good boost for the local economy, whether you're staying out at Oyen or in at Mildura, Redcliffe's, Irimple, wherever it might be. It's so good for the town to support local when this big event happens just 20 odd minutes up the road from the major city.
I caught up with a lot of the guys last night for a bit of a chat. We were talking about Todd Waters, having a yarn with him, and also one of the most laid-back cats on the entire oval last night is always Nathan Trigg.
Without a doubt.
You got to follow Triggy on his Instagram page. The guy's an absolute weapon. Farmer, gets a lot of riding time in, a new dad, which kind of scares me a little bit, but he reckons he's all across it, reckons he's changing nappies and doing all sorts of stuff as well. But I threw a question into him last night because he said he doesn't like to eat on race day, but he's got to obviously get the energy levels up. And I was like, I tried to quiz him on what does he eat, and he was very coy. So I don't know what's going on there. He must have some secret nutrition program that he's working on. But I did track him down last night amongst many other people. And I'm sure that Ado was here somewhere soaking up all of this as well from Bloke's World. But when we can in a sec, we'll grab that chat with Triggy and find out what he was up to last night. The Sherco is primed, and so too is Triggy. Wheels riders coming back off their look lap, right up behind that GBM Consulting four-wheeler, to side by side. Boy, they are absolutely up its clacker, aren't they, as they come back to the pit area. It is a traffic jam right in front of our commentary position here at the moment. Wow. Massive field of riders coming back from the look lap. The observation lap, basically. one of the great characters of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, the trigonometry. Mate, I always look forward to something special from you. What can we expect this year on the Sherco?
Yeah, well, I don't know, I'm on big number 9, which normally a little bit lower than that with me numbers, like 5 and 7 and 6, I think. You know, last previous years, but no, it will be good. Hopefully I'm up in the first 10 on the prologue and stuff, so yeah, hopefully we're up pointy end for the race.
It looks like pretty cool conditions, like nice, you know, track would be sweet. Just a little bit of rain this week.
Yeah. Like it's been good. It's been drizzling sort of overnight and stuff, so the moisture's there in the track. It's going to be plenty of traction. It's going to be good fun. So
you've been doing a bit of riding in the lead up?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, plenty. I've been working hard and doing a bit of riding, so yeah, training's been going well.
What's it like being a dad these days, Triggy?
Yeah, that's
a bit of a culture shock for you?
Yeah, a little bit. It's full on too, but wouldn't change it. Absolutely loving it. So
yeah. Are you doing much of the work, mate? Are you doing the nappies?
Yeah, I am. I'm doing a little bit of it. Yeah, early days, sort of Bree was pretty sore and sorry, so yeah, it was good. Lifted my game a bit, but no, it was going well.
Yeah, that's good. So how do you approach this weekend? Like right now, we're here for the show and shine.
Yeah.
Do you get a good night's sleep tonight? Like, you know.
Yeah, I should do. Well, I've been lucky. Like, grew up around this and done it for as long as I can remember. So, yeah. No, I reckon usually the hard bit's like sort of eating a bit before the race.
What do you eat before the race?
I'm not allowed to say. No. Egg and bacon.
You're right, yeah.
But, yeah, that's the hard bit because like. Before work and stuff, I normally just have a coffee and go to work, but yeah, you kind of got to have a bit of food in your belly, and I sort of do preparation leading up to that, eat breakfast like this week, sort of getting myself ready so I can eat before the race and stay hydrated and all that. So yeah.
How important is prologue, Triggy? Is it important? Or
it is. It's really important. It does help at the start of the race if you don't get filled in on that first lap. Yeah, there's a lot of roosting all that across the salt pan in that first little section, so yeah.
Looks like Johnny Contract's getting ready to start chatting with folks and getting after it. Are you pumped?
Yeah, I'm pumped. Yeah, ready to go.
Can't wait, man. Get after it.
Cheers. Thank
you. See you, bud. Can't tell us what he's eating. Wow. Demand of mystery is the trigonometry. So the sun beaming down on the start line now. Good news, just in time. Almost like it was like, well, what did you expect? You just had to be patient. So the small wheels riders come out now with the parents and start to get set for this 6-lapper. 13.4 kilometres per lap, as opposed to the big wheels doing 22 Ks a lap. Big thanks to our friends at Motortech, to Sarah and Tim and all the team at Deacon Motorcycles. Of course, the Reardons from Motortech. Great supporters of this event year after year. The beanies too look really cool. The race crew had a beanies as well. Yes, well, the boys were styling at us. They walked past us just then. Very hard to look good in a beanie. It's one of those things that no matter how good looking you are, generally a beanie will destroy any sort of image you're trying to portray, but it's all about the comfort. The GBM Consulting start vehicle is in position as well. This is the bit I love, just families. Nothing like sending your kid off, I don't imagine, into the scrub and waiting for them to come back 6 kilometres later. Mally Meats on board as well, just looking at the Southgate sponsorship, Sunnyland Press as well, on those banners in that starting area. Sweep riders too do a great job. National Anthem will be coming up soon as well with Johnny Contract, with a tribute as well to a bloke I've looked for a couple times just instinctively this weekend, and of course not going to get to see him, but he will be large in the mind and in the hearts of many of the Hattah regulars and the folks here from the Sunraysia Mallee area. Cool shots down on the grid at the moment. Got to push the bike out by yourself. How's that for commitment from the 118? I reckon it's a smile, isn't it? It's got to be a smile. Where's the crew, buddy? Got to do it yourself. And there might be Riley Mullen. No, that wasn't the KTM, it was a Honda, so that's what we see. That's more like it. Dad's got to push the bike.
And how are the nerves at this point in time as the kids walk out to the grid and the goggles off, and the last couple of messages from Dad or Pop or their uncles or their mates, guardians, whoever it might be on the coaching team.
Look at that.
We start to fill up the start line here for the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Get your sunglasses, Liam. Look at this now.
They finally need them.
Oh, wow. Mind you, we're almost pouring water onto the rocks in here for the sauna that Liam's arranging for the changing in atmospheric conditions in commentary. This is cool. Bit of a thumbs up down on the line for the 605. They don't look to be too nervous, any of these kids either. They just want to get going, don't they?
In full T-dub gear. Got a cool range, doesn't he, Todd Waters?
Yeah, he does. Totally. He's a cool cat. Declan Adams was talking to me last night about it. He said, Todd's so good with the media. He literally, you can walk up to him just before you go racing, put that mic under his helmet when he's on the start line. Like, he just loves it. That might have been Will Munro. I say might have been because there's numbers of different riders, and we have to flip through the program just to get to the right category because they've all basically prologued together, every small wheel bike. This is where I met Chloe Barton for the first time, this situation right here, where I heard a girl on the bike say, "Build me a hill, Dad." I was like, what is that? And her dad had to pack up the dirt on the right-hand side so she could put her foot on it because the KTM was too tall for her.
Yeah, affirmative.
It's a different life being a dirt bike parent, no doubt about it. There's Crew. Cool name too, the big 648. Look at that grin. Crew's good to go.
Yeah, a little too far.
You know I'm going to turn that air conditioner off shortly, don't you? Suddenly it's hot in here.
I didn't think it was possible to be hot at any point of this place.
That's Crew Knight, the Husky, the Madcap Group 648. Because you can't use tear-offs here, so they use the pull-throughs. We're always trying to look after the environment here. It's the 143 alongside. I think that was Benji Brown, the Executive Houseboats Brown engineering bike. The 258 or the 268 just then. Sweet looking bike. Bright pink, very, very hard to miss.
What number are you looking for? Up in here? Right. Bring your nose up to the line there.
I'll beat that.
Rightio. Good to go.
Look at that. Look at that.
Just making the 10, put your hands together, right, and
Good day today so far? Yeah. Mate, what an amazing time to be here. The event is just kicking on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mate, the club you're from, who would you like to shout out for the team back home?
I'm from Brisbane. My home track's Coolum, and I'd like to thank my sponsors: Motor One Motorcycles, RPM Tech, Pro Good Australia, T-Dub, BSMX, and my dad for bringing me out here. Good on you, well done. Let's move on to number 2 today. Got a long way to go before we finish up. Declan Smart, put your hands together for Deco. Hey Declan, first time for you?
Yeah, I've tried this race before, but it didn't really work out.
Well, mate, how about we make it work today? It's going to be up to you and the guys the other side of that fence helping you out today, huh?
Yeah.
Mate, you're going to have a real crack at it today?
Yeah, I'm going to try my hardest.
Position 2 is a good spot to be in, huh?
Yeah.
So, club that you're hailing out of?
I'm from Clare in South Australia.
And the motorcycle club you're under?
Clare Motorcycle Club.
Good on you. All the very best for your day today. And guess what? Here he is, number 1, Levi Rossi. Guess what, Levi?
What?
They're all chasing your bum today, mate, because you're the first cat out of the pen here today. Mate, you'd have to be happy with the fastest time today, but, you know, fastest time today to get you here is not about getting you to the other end in a hurry, is it, hey?
Yeah, just need to stay consistent and all that.
Mate, you got it. You're on top of it. You know, it's a good place to be. What's the thing you like the best about Hattah?
Holding my bike wedged.
Good on you, mate. Well done. All the very best for you today. And all the very best to each and every one of the guys here today that are going to be riding in our junior small wheel class. At start of the 2023 Hattah Desert Race, we'll be with you very shortly. No bikes to start just yet, guys. We've got something else we need to do before we kick off, and we'll be with you on that one very, very shortly. Right. Now, you want to do your national anthem piece?
We'll do that thing for Sean.
Yeah, correct. Just let me know when you're ready to go, yeah? Ladies and gents, before we go any further, there's a really special time that we need to spend together in a bit of silence. One of the guys who was a stalwart in this event, we had the unfortunate news that had passed earlier in the year. This guy spent a lot of time with a lot of people here, put his heart and soul into not only every event that he got involved with, but this event in particular. Sean Stevens was a true gentleman, a funny guy, but a really happy guy that spent a lot of time with a lot of us. We'll miss him to no end. What I'd like you to do today as a mark of respect is to spend some time with us in silence, and to have you remove your hat, and to remember each and everybody that you would have lost from your own families this year. And it's an important time that we spend together with the silence and the respect for Sean Stevens and those that have lost through the year this year. So we'll just now take a moment to reflect on the lives of those people and the loss that we have with them.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well done, Olivia Nichols. Thank you so much for coming down and being part of this event this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to light the fuse on one of the most amazing races this country can provide in off-road racing, desert racing here in Australia. The 2023 Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race is about to kick off with the first of our races this weekend. Our junior small wheel class, look at them. They are ready to get out there and do their thing today. We are going to have such an incredible weekend with our juniors today, and then our senior prologue later on this afternoon, and then into the big race tomorrow. 2 days of exciting motorcycle action right here at Hattah, brought to us proudly by the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club and the naming right sponsor in Penrite Oils. A better class of oils. Thank you so much to Penrite and all of our sponsors for this incredible weekend that we're about to unfold. 25 years of Hattah. What an amazing achievement for a great place and a great race.
Thank you, Johnny Contract. It is a beautiful morning. I just noticed the Indigenous flag there flying on the back, and the rest in peace Shawnee Stevens riding across the start vehicle as we prepare for action. And the start for the small wheels, small people, small wheels, big hearts, and a very big racetrack. This is cool. Matty's got that grin on his face like he's already ready to go. Second twist to the grip stuff. Remarkable, these kids. 13 plus kilometres, 13.4 Ks per lap, and they'll do 6 of them, Liam. Oh, a ripper shot from the air.
It's fantastic, isn't it? As the parents and the pit crews leave the line, the last message they get to convey, the last drink of water until they're in full noise, and they wrap them on, so set at the start line. All but ready to rock and roll, and we wait for the marshals to head off, and they'll start directly behind them.
The unique launching system, isn't it, where you can't go until the side-by-side drives across in front of your bike. What time is it? Race time. Rossi was your #1 qualifier in prologue. They're so casual, these kids. Brett Metcalf knows what it's like to be a parent these days of kids doing this sort of stuff, and it's a whole new level of excitement and adrenaline. Rossi about to launch. We'll wait for the Shawnee Stevens tribute side by side. You can see the Indigenous flag off the back. What a character, we really miss him. Look at them, they're good to go. Waiting. You can't jump the start on this, Liam, that's for sure. You're right. Here we go.
Don't want to.
Time to let him loose. It's such a smooth system. You can't go until that thing's gone past you. Ripper shot from our camera. And now we go to the air with Tex and the team. And we head off on lap #1. Look at the crowd, the families along that pit area there too, Liam.
Yeah, they're stacked. Such a cool start. And man, that starting line gets chopped right up, doesn't it? Plenty of moisture in this ground. So head into the first right-hander and then instantly back through left.
We haven't let everybody go yet either. It's like literally pulling the plug out of the bathtub, isn't it? Because they all just pour out. And here is the last, probably 30 or 40 to head off. on a cracking winter's morning. For small wheel, boy, have a look at the speed through there. Someone got a ripping start because, of course, your prologue doesn't necessarily reflect how fast you are.
No, definitely
You could have had an absolute Barry Crocker in your prologue and dropped it, and starting a lot further back. Good thing is you don't have to deal with dust.
I don't think that'll be a factor yet.
No, it will be later, but right now it won't be. And there'll be no real grooves in this track either yet, because no one will have run the same lines over and over. When you had all those riders before on the look lap, they would have actually been carving it to pieces. I was just scoping out his Instagram page just before to get across Brett Metcalf's Instagram page. Brett, welcome to the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. How many times have you been to this before?
Mate, this is the first time I've been here.
I thought you were going to say that.
Yeah, this is my first time I come out, and you know, Penrite crew invited me out here, and it's exciting to be out here. That was intense. I've never seen a start like that before. And,
oh, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, that's unreal. So see, it's just watching kids. You know, like you mentioned, I'm a father of a racing family now. My two boys are riding. We've got a couple of riders down already. Look at the track. Like
so let's look at that. The bottom of the screen just then, Brett, right?
Yeah.
There is not one defined line.
That's it, yeah. There's not, and there's probably not going to be with these kids. And that's the tricky thing with these little wheels in sand race like this. It kind of blows my mind that these kids enjoy it that much, because it's going to be tough work for them out there today. But like I say, once there's a bit of a deformed, you know, definitive line that flows around the track, it's tough. It's tough work. Your wheels just get grabbed everywhere. And
have you ever seen anything like this, Medi? Like, look, I mean, this is not Manjimup, right? Where you're in view for most of the course, most of the MX stuff that you do. What kind of distance would a lap be?
Man, I mean, most of the motocross tracks are like anywhere from 1.5 to 2 Ks. That's mainly it across the globe. So they're not this long, but
13.4 Ks a lap.
Yeah, that's a big lap. So the only experience I've ever had like this, I did some stuff when I lived in America, in California. I did the Works racing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I did those. Those were 2-hour events, and then I did the Lake Elsinore GP, which is kind of an historical event.
Yes.
And I raced. I got second. I nearly won. I was 20 seconds off the win. So
oh, no way.
That haunts me still today. You know what I mean? You put all
I didn't bring it up. You did.
You put all that effort in and you come up short by a few seconds. But it was a great event. That was similar to this kind of a layout, really big, fast, open motocross track. So it was pretty exciting.
I bet it was drier conditions, though. I bet it wasn't like this lush and green and plenty of water.
It was dusty as heck. But, I mean, look at this. This is just incredible. We're out here in the middle of a desert, and we got this insane motocross event. You know, it's unbelievable.
Well, there's a lot of crossover, Brett. There's no doubt about that. A lot of in fact, the young bloke that won last year, that won the overall juniors, is actually a very talented. Byron Dennis is currently leading MX3 out of Wagga, where there's really only motocross for him to deal with there as well. So it's kind of like a cross genre, but there's got to be some principles of the same thing, right? You still ride a dirt bike.
It's still dirt bike riding, isn't it? You know, it's still skills. It's still, and Byron's doing phenomenal, leading the MX3 championship. And his sister, his young sister, is phenomenal.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, so that's a racing family. They're going places. They are got it going on. But like I say, the skill level crosses over to an event like this. I think Fink and those big desert races like that are completely different.
Yeah.
But I think this has still got some similarities to motocross. So I think next year, I'm kind of like this year sussing it out.
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Yeah, I might be keen to have a go next year, I think.
Even Belly, mate. Even Belly's looking at this going, oh.
Yeah. Me and Belly. Keep in mind, the conditions are like, doesn't get any better today. Like, we got a bit of sun shining. The dirt is perfect. They've had rain, so it just looks phenomenal. Me and Belly are chomping at the bit like, man, we got a bike. Let's get out there.
Wait till tomorrow. You'll be feeling the same way. Already they're reworking the start area. That's what you probably can't see on camera right now. Right in front of us, they're literally remarking. They've got the Bobcat out, and they're literally just cleaning up that whole start area for when the big wheels bikes come out. How cool too, Brett, you can't practice.
Yeah.
You only get one look lap to get one idea in your mind, okay, that's where that is, that's where this is, but you can't actually practice.
Pretty challenging for a 10-year-old kid being out there, isn't it? Like, it's even for us as adults, professional motocross riders, to do one lap and then go straight into it. That's difficult. That's challenging. And that that's, you know, it shows your showcase of skills and your talent, and you got to be prepared. Like, that's a whole different genre. You know, for motocross, we get, you know, 20, 30 minutes of practice time to get ourselves up to speed. Here, they got to just go straight off the bat. So it's pretty impressive that kids can just jump out there and do that. And I like that. I kind of like the fact that it's not who knows the track and who gets the most practice time. Everyone's on an even field, and it's really just the cream of the crop will rise to the top.
No home track advantage.
Although
there are kids that have ridden this 5 or 6 times, you know, in this class right now. So it's a culture. Desert racing is a real culture, and it's a massive community. You only have to look at, I mean, yeah, there's some motocross teams and motocross families here, but desert racing, everyone talks about Fink, you know, outside of the intricacies and the intimacy of this industry. But when you get in this industry, Hattah is, a lot of people say, actually tougher than Fink because it's a much longer event, different conditions, whereas it's more of a 2-hour and 2-hour kind of thing with Fink. I know it's not fair to compare them, but a lot of people say this is so very different.
I would, looking from the outside in, I don't think you can compare the two. But I have heard that this event physically is the most demanding event in Australia. So you know, I need to give it a go. The longest I've done was that Lake Elsinore GP, which was 2 hours, 50 minutes. And I was pretty cooked. I never get blisters. I was blistered and blood everywhere. But I enjoyed it. It was a tough race, but your bike was cooked. So, I mean, this thing here, if you want to be competitive, you got to come prepared, and you got to have a bike that's capable of doing 4 hours, and everything's got to be set up right. Or you can just come and have a good time and have a good time with your mates.
I'm sure, Brett, you would have seen the 2019 video that gets around when we were basically, it was like a biblical flood. The rain just poured down and the pits were underwater, and it was guys trying to start bikes.
Yeah, I don't want to come for that. yeah.
Well, don't do that, all right? Just make sure you don't. But there was guys where the water was up and above the crankcase. Here we go. Here's our leader.
Here we come back on screen.
No idea yet who that is, but we'll get our telemetry. Might be Levi Ross.
I'm kind of guessing Levi, because he's a young South Australian racer, and I'm thinking that looks like he's in that riding gear that he wears. So I'm pretty sure that is Levi Rossi. Awesome family.
Yeah.
Dedicated family. They're very passionate.
Raced in the States as well. And he looks a bit like an Evel Knievel kind of little character with his gear. And
he's a good kid. Really good kid.
Oh,
and
look at that. It's like a postcard.
Look at the view.
Brett, what's it like as a parent now, you know, with you know, watching your kids race? Like, it's suddenly you take all the risks that you take. You go, yeah, that's me. I'm good with that. Yeah. But now there's your flesh and blood.
It's tough. I'm not going to lie. It's hard. I mean, to go through from, you know, I started when I was 4 years old, racing at 5, and all the way to 39, and I'm still doing it. And now for my own kids to be out there racing, and I know the risks and rewards and everything that comes along with it, it's tough to just say, man, just hold it flat out. You know, I'm a bit cautious, but I love it. There's nothing more, you know, I don't know, I'm proud. I'm a proud father, and to watch your children just have fun and something that they're passionate in too. I only have one that races, my youngest one, Maverick. He enjoys riding. He's not into the racing.
Yeah, okay.
So I've got the best of both worlds there, and I enjoy both, you know, whatever they decide to do.
So you're getting a snapshot of what it was like for your parents, by the way.
That's it, and I keep telling them, I don't know how you guys did it, because it's so nerve-wracking watching your kids out there, especially for me, because I know every time the bike steps out, you know, what that could be and how that feels. And so I know so much as a racer now. To watch your kids doing it, it is a bit nerve-wracking. But looking on screen,
there's a bit of pressure here for the lead here. Levi's got some pressure.
Yeah, I can't quite pick up that is, but I'm pretty sure that's a 65. That'll be Riley Mullins sitting there with his pink helmet on.
Have a look at the closing speed.
Yeah, Riley is no joke this year. He has stepped up big, and he loves this desert stuff, and he's such a fast rider. So this is Levi Rossi here, so I'm guessing Levi is in the lead still.
Yeah, actually that's it. Yeah, so he's quite a fair distance ahead.
He's put some gap, and what I'm not seeing is Declan Smart. So Declan took off second, and he's on the 211 bike, and he's not in the picture. So that's surprising me, because I would have thought he would have been able to run a similar pace to Levi. So I'm guessing he might have gone down. I hope he's all right, and I hope he's back up and going.
So here we come into the pits for the first time, and it is absolutely 25 kilometres an hour into that pit area.
Yeah, they are doing well to be able to take their speed right back down to 25 after getting the intensity up of just going
here we go.
Hammer and tongs.
Let's get on
and
the bike.
That is Declan there. So Declan is running in second, so that's a great effort. and he is not far off the lead even. It's a long race, isn't it?
Absolutely. Chase Weston currently in third, ripping shots. The Real Image stuff that we get is so very good. There is Chase just going by our commentary position, which is where they pretty well come into the pits for the first time, and there's that L shape. It's interesting and it's unique, and it doesn't happen in many other forms of motorsport where you ride through the pits in a lap.
No, I've never had the privilege of doing that yet, so I'll look forward to it.
Oh, tomorrow they race through the pits. Tomorrow at race speed, there's 3 different lanes. So there's race lane, then there's a gradient where you come in towards where you're going to pit, and then there's actually the go slow pit lane. Oh, it's so easy to swap like
look at that. That's what I was talking about. When that's your kid out there, it's like, oh man. But that's the nature of the beast. That's the sport, isn't it? You got to be able to be loose and let it go. And just take a look here at the result on the leaderboard. Look, I just saw in 5th Eliza Dennis. This girl is unbelievable. So she's gone places. It's phenomenal that she can run this pace out here.
I thought Eliza was actually like 2nd or 3rd in prologue. So I thought she was actually lined up alongside Levi or near Decky anyway. So yeah, you're right. Kai Kinsella in 6th, Riley Acker in 7th, Ryder Tricky, Phoenix, O'Brien, Chili Rutherford. There's no conventional names anymore. We got Chase, we got Ryder, we got Phoenix, we got Chili, we got Levi.
That's awesome. That's the new That's the new era, man. Yeah.
There's no Bills or Alexes.
Yeah, my kid's a Nash and Maverick. It's a little different, but that's just the era we're in. We're all going with different names and having fun with it.
Angus, Summers, Finn Westbrook, Jed Hitchcock, Mason Ezagalas, Nate Walden, Taylor Thompson, Tyler Fraser, Olivia Johnson. Go the girls.
Yep.
Jaden Menards, Ollie Kale, that's your top 20. Probably the cool part about the lap through the pits, at least, Benny, is you get some time to relax.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
It's nice. And even just if the kids are a little bit tense, they get a time to just settle down, catch their breath back, and then be like, okay, everything's going good, we're cool, let's get back into it.
Get a thumbs up from mum or dad.
Get a thumbs up from mum or dad, or go fast, or just settle down. You know, you can kind of get those pit signals where in racing that you can't give them to the juniors in racing.
It's already whooped out so badly, and we're on the opening lap of the small wheels. Jimmy Hadfield, Jackson Moore, Elijah Newton, Felix Burgess, Marcus Couch, Zach Mays, Charlie Rayson, Bodie Bennett, William Ruckus, Kobe Munro. That's your top 30. I've got Brett Metcalf in commentary with us here at the moment, giving us a wonderful insight to his first experience at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. It's so big. It started off with 40 riders, would you believe? I think it was actually 30 in its first year, some 25 years ago. They called it an enduro. Suddenly they went, hang on, it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. And now it's absolutely bursting at the seams. And now we have to do things like this just to keep an eye on all the teams. We have to fly drones around, and we have GPS tracking. And it's incredible this morning when you first... What time did you get here?
I slept there last night.
Did you really?
Yeah, I camped
wow.
here. Yeah.
There you go. Commendable. You do that at most of your events when you
travel.
travel.
Yeah, I'm camping at the races now. It just kind of brings that rawness back to it.
Yeah.
It's cool. But like you say, this event has obviously grown from 30 riders to start with to where it is now. But walking around, being my first time here, it still has that raw, underground kind of feel to it. It's not overly professional. It's not overly run. Penrite, obviously the title sponsor, and bringing their level of professionalism to it obviously increases the event. But it's still got that genuine feel to it. That's what I love. You can walk around.
Grassroots,
It's grassroots, man. That's the best kind of racing.
Look at that shot. This is what I love. That shot there typifies Hattah for me. You've got a lake off to the right-hand side, and a couple of kids on 65s absolutely tapped out.
Yeah, they would be in, I think, 6th gear there, so it'll be.
Oh, that's horrible there, Brett. That's where. Oh, look at it, right back on the seat as well, dragging the leg. That's when you're sucking in the big ones.
And just imagine the experience these kids are getting, and after the end of today's riding, how much better they're going to be.
Yep.
When you go to a motocross race, you're only getting 3-4 lap races or 5 lap races. They're going to be on the bike for easily over an hour, right? So the amount of riding that they're getting here is crucial.
Giving away my age here. In the early 90s, I did the Stephen Gall Off-Road Academy, Matty, and he always said, sit when you have to.
I did one of those.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Sit when you have to, stand when you can, right?
That's it.
So when you're up on those pegs,
Yeah.
You know, that is a critical part of being able to control the bike a bit more with your knees and trying to keep your legs together and trying to control the bike through your knees. And when the track is whooped out and you're tired and you've got arm pump and suddenly the bike starts to ride you, that's when you know you've got trouble. Here's where it's starting to, at least we're getting some grooves there.
Yeah, it's starting to form up nice. I think each lap now is going to get more consistent of a line developed, and it almost gets a little bit easier when you get that main line developed and the bike's not wiggling around underneath you quite as much. But like you say, standing up, this track's going to be so sandy, so it'll be critical for the kids to just try and stand up. Look, you can see the braking bumps forming. You can see the little wheels just rocking back and forth. That's awesome. Here we're coming down into pit lane here again.
But the braking bumps compared to motocross wouldn't be anywhere near as severe because they're not really coming up and jamming on the brakes into tight corners. At least it flows a bit better. So it's not as bad as, say, motocross where you really get some severe braking bumps coming in, I wouldn't think.
Motocross, because you are racing at 100% intensity for obviously a much shorter duration, but the track's shorter. So like you say, you're jamming on your brakes, it's locking up the rear wheel, dragging more dirt. The braking bumps will get sharper, where here there's a lot more flow. Probably the key to this race is really just staying off your brakes and trying to just flow the bike as much as you can and save your energy. So the harder you brake, the more energy you use. But you know, this is where it's at. You know, watching kids struggle through the sand, and then I guarantee 824, this little dude here, he will be doing better and better. Every lap, he's going to improve and improve. Like, this is just so awesome to see.
It's an amazing event. It certainly builds character and it builds heroes. Guys like Toby Price, you know, kids like that. There were once kids like that riding in events like this. And it's, I know Ben Grabham is here this weekend. Benny's, along with Toby, two only guys that have won both Fink and Hattah together. It's such a rare situation where you can string championship wins in those two events together. They happen within a couple of weeks of each other. So if you're injured from Fink or you're sore from Fink, you bring that to this event, it's going to cook you straight away. You have to bring your A game to both.
You got to. You know, that's incredible to be able to race at that level for that amount of distance. And not have anything go wrong and be able to win the double is incredible. And that's why there's only been two riders that's done it.
Exactly right. It's rare air. Wiley Stewart in 71st, Mason Manane, Mitchell Kopp, Orby Giddings, Braxton Buntsma, Archer Cherry, Lachlan McPherson, Zane O'Connor. Now this is overall, by the way, Brodie Brown and Ted Smith, but within this, we've got a number of different classes. So you might be 72nd outright, but you might actually be leading your class. So that's the bit that also is intricate. And every one of these kids will tell you, I said, what's your best result? I'm 5th in class, 24th outright. It's burned into their brains how they want to get their PB. Look at, they use every bit of this racetrack. You can see all the grooves there, Brett, over the top right there.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. Like, and I wonder what speed they're kind of hitting on an 85, on a 65. I mean, it's got to be 80 to 100 kilometres, I would guess.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They are moving.
Will McGinty. Now, Will, I saw him before. He's in the 65s. So Will is 81st at the moment, and he is in the youngest class. So I'm just going to go back to where I saw Will. This literally feels like 1,000 pages in our program. So Will's in the 7 to under 9 years category for Monaghan Logistics on the little KTM on the Katoom 65 SX. So you got Jimmy Begbie, Chad Wallen, Ollie Kale, Ted Smith. Ted Smith, that's a conventional kind of a name. Lincoln Mays, Rolly Lister, Cooper McMully, Ollie Bromble, Zach Hitchcock, JJ Spence and Chase Bamford, all in the 7 to under 9. So we're talking about 7 and 8-year-olds.
Yep, that's unbelievable that they're getting out there, having to go, hitting those speeds that they're going through. I mean, this is going to, when they go back to a motocross track, it'll feel like a little shoebox. Yeah.
Now, this is where it's really whooped out already, that bottomless sand.
I see a lot of the kids are carrying camelbacks and stuff, taking drinks, taking water on board with them. I wonder how many kids actually have a sip during the lap. Where the heck are they going to get time to grab a drink? I don't know. That's impressive if they can pull that off as a kid.
You know what you really enjoy later on? You really enjoy the top 10 shootout when the boys in the top 10 of the prologue just get after it. It's more like a motocross sprint lap, and you're going to see some phenomenal heroics to try and get that clean air tomorrow. I was talking to Todd Waters about it yesterday. I said, mate, is the prologue really that important, the top 10 shootout? He said, absolutely, to get you out of the dust and get some clear space the next day. In comes the 180 into pit lane here right now. You're looking for mum and dad. Do they bring you in? Yes, they do.
There he comes.
Maybe a quick banana or something like that, a little bit of natural energy. Cool how you have the little pit bays as well, little troughs where they drop the bikes in with the oil mats, hazmat stuff to make sure they don't drop any chemicals, because this is all private land too, Brett. All these are farmers that donate their land for us to do this every year.
How incredible is that? You know, that's the best, and that's still what Australia is about. You know, we have that freedom and flexibility to still be able to have these events and people to donate their land so we can enjoy riding our bikes.
Olivia Johnson in the top 20 right now. So there's two of them. Right now, Eliza Dennis and Olivia Johnson in that top 18. That is fantastic. Levi Rossi continuing to lead from Declan Smart, Chase Weston, Riley Mullen, Eliza Dennis, Kai Kinsella, Riley Acker, Ryder Tricky, Phoenix O'Brien, Chili Rutherford, Angus Summers, Finn Westbrook, Jed Hitchcock, Mason Isagalis, Nate Walden, Taylor Thompson, Tyler Fraser, Olivia Johnson. That's your top. Then you go back to Jaden Menard and Ollie Kale, currently your top 20. Here we go. You can immediately look and know this guy's on the pin, don't you? Just the bike control. Look at that. On the pegs.
Like I said, he's standing up. Like you said before, you know, stand up in the rough areas, sit down where it's easy, saving his energy. He's looking sharp. You could just tell the speed he's carrying through this sand section that we just saw. Yeah, the bike was just stable.
I'm just trying to look at the distance right now, the gap that Levi has. He comes back in, has a bit of a look over his shoulder. See, no tear-off today either, Medi, so it's just the pull-throughs, which you'd be used to as well.
Yeah, the roll-offs pretty standard here in Oz now. We are pretty much always wearing the roll-offs. And it's good for pollution. There's no tear-offs flying around, especially out here on private land. So here comes Declan in the second, just coming through our...
So 21-second lead or thereabouts right now for Levi. Chase should be through next, and then Riley Mullen. And then Eliza still in that top 5. Boy, that Dennis family's got good genes.
They don't know what they did, but they're doing something right.
Golden Chromosome Award right there, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, they're a very passionate family, and I've got to talk to them a little bit over the last year or two, and dedicated, and the kids are just phenomenal kids and well-behaved, well-mannered kids. So that's what you look for.
Yeah.
And that's got to come first.
Chase Weston just coming through, about a minute behind Levi. Riley Mullen, Eliza, Kai, Riley, Ryder, Phoenix, and Chili, your top 10. Nobody really leaving for any pit stops really at this point in the elite group of the field. Again, the first shot you see, that's Riley Mullen, you can just spot a rider immediately that is being aggressive on the bike and really looking like they're at the elite end of the field.
Yeah, well, I've got to watch Riley race a little bit this year in South Australian state titles, and he's been phenomenal this year. He's really riding well, so it's no surprise to see him out here on a 65, not far off of the lead here. Pretty impressive, very impressive.
So Eliza just went past us just then, so she's in 5th, 1 minute 43 behind Levi. We take a look at I think it's the 8:20 just coming by towards us at the moment. Might have even been the 8:30 of Olivia Johnson. I need to check that. So Riley Acker in that 7th spot, Ryder Tricky, Phoenix O'Brien and Chili Rutherford rounding out your top 10. We've locked in 2 laps. There's 4 to go. We're not even halfway there. 13.4 kilometres per lap. What are you doing this weekend, Betty, by the way?
Just coming out to have a look.
Just chilling?
Just having a look, jumping on here and kind of observing, seeing what goes into this event. And
it's R&D, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just I'm all prepping for next year.
Yeah, I like to hear that. Makes me excited. It was really cool to see you at the Manjimup 15,000. What a shame this year we didn't get to race that. But, of course, Willie Thompson, just lucky to be here. Willie had a big get-off.
Shout out to Willie. He's all right. He actually, so in what replaced the Manjimup, I can't really say replaced, but we did make the trek across the WA and we went to Wanneroo this year.
Yep.
And raced the King of the Sand. So I did catch up with Willie there. He showed his face and he's looking well and healthy.
Yeah, considering, absolutely.
And he's like 100% Manjimup's on the cards next year, which is fantastic. So looking forward to getting back. But yeah, we went across to Wanneroo, and that was a cool event. Obviously, Berry Sweet, a major sponsor of everything from in WA, and so they're great people to sponsor the sport. It's awesome stuff.
This looks a lot like Western Australia, that section
does.
this year, because it's all sand in WA. My home track was coastal, and it was just right near the beach. And I think AJ's is the track at Wanneroo. It is an amazingly sandy part of the world.
Very sandy,
These kids are doing it. There's a lot more drive in loose dirt than there is in loose sand. So these guys, track conditions are actually pretty good right now. There's a ripper shot of the pits.
It is perfect. That's just... That's incredible to see, in Australian motocross to this level out here in the desert. It's amazing.
Look how perfectly aligned all the tents are.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of organising all of this. And then I didn't realise, so tomorrow, across that road, we switch locations and go across the street, and the senior boys get into it.
Yeah, exactly right. We shift the whole operation over the road. I think that was the 121 of Tyler Fraser in the pits just then as well. You never realise it at this time of your life, but you are having the time of your life at this age, Brett. You must look back so fondly on doing exactly... You didn't have a drone buzzing around you when you were doing it back then.
But we didn't have any of the cool stuff that's around now, but that's just how life goes, isn't it? It's always progressing. But I remember still, the things you take the most of when you're a kid is just going away, meeting up with your friends that you make through racing and catching up with them and just enjoying traveling around. Just the travel was the greatest part, and having family, friends, and just all of that stuff. And obviously, being successful is cool, but that's not what you look back on when you're older and think, oh, that was the best part. It's hanging out with your mates, making new friends, just traveling, experiencing new things in life.
Now, I hate saying this when I haven't asked you off air, but correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you drive over towards Manji, and did Dad go with you or something like that?
Dad drove. I can't take any credit. Dad actually is the warrior that drove.
So that's a cool thing for you as well, because you're over there with your boys, and you had Dad as well. So you had three generations.
Yep.
That is stuff you can't bottle.
Well, it's bucket list stuff for us. Is my dad race, I race, and my kids race. So three generations racing the same event. We're going to make that happen here within the next year. So it's going to happen.
I like hearing this.
Yeah.
I'd love you to drop by a little bit later on, Bretty, because I'd love to talk to you about big wheel stuff as well.
Yep.
Really appreciate you dropping in with us. Very soon we're going to be to the halfway mark of this as Brett continues to do R&D. I like hearing this. Get across his socials. His Instagram page is always cool. I do love that.
Yeah. I'll be taking note of when these 65s need to fill up with fuel here. So it looks like we got like we got one in the pit now filling up. So I'm surprised. I would imagine the 65s would have to only do 2 laps and then refuel.
Caleb Gurry, that is. And you can see what a real family operation. Mum's off to the side, I'm guessing, filming.
Yeah, that's the best, isn't it? You got the whole crew, you got the whole support of your family, and sometimes grandma and grandpa hanging around too. Like that's the best. That's what it's all about.
You can see this pit area is very orderly too. Like you can only ride between those markers.
Yep.
They really do encourage, a streamlined.
Rough, man.
Look at it there.
The track's getting rough.
But you love this. You got this gleam in your eye, Brett.
I love it when I see. I love it when it starts to get rough. But you just see the kids trying. I just love seeing kids trying. I know how difficult this sport is, and to become good at it, it's so many things have to fall in place, and so much time and effort go in. So really, that's just the beauty of it. Seeing kids try their best, that gets no better, man.
Brett, too, with desert racing, a lot of times you're racing by yourself. Like you can be running 120th in an event out there by yourself. You don't have the close proximity or the intensity all the time that you have, say, in motocross, where you literally are competing against another bike, so you have a measure point. Here, a lot of times you're doing it by yourself, and you have to push yourself.
Well, that's the beauty of this stuff is, you can kind of get in your own space. Motocross, when you've got so many people and bikes all around you, it's hard to focus on you and what you're doing because there's so much literally outside noise. You've got bikes screaming everywhere. At this, you can kind of get inside your own head and just race the course and get in your own flow. So this is
no one's taking your line away.
No one's cutting you off. Or most of the time, I guess no one's cutting you off out here. But you know, you can kind of just get in your own flow, in your own zone and race, where sometimes motocross, it just does not work that way. And I always tell the kids I coach, or my own son, or myself, race the track, race the track, race the track. And it's so difficult to do when you're in a battle of 5 guys, pop and roost, and wheels going everywhere. It's difficult to do.
The other thing too to remember, it sounds like an obvious, is to breathe. So many kids forget to breathe. Not even kids. Yeah, at any level, if you forget to breathe, and I don't mean like you're going to suddenly pass out, but your body tenses up, like you just can't get that natural physical flow.
There's so much tension through your body. You're hanging on tight with everything, you know, and there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of everything going on. And so, you know, you're in a battle and you're just so focused that you do forget to breathe, especially Supercross. You know, when you're 20 riders, gate drops, and you're all in Supercross, tight, conformed space with jumps, it's really difficult. And you do forget to breathe. And then you all of a sudden 2 laps go by and you're like, just struggling to breathe.
Brett, too, imagine, you know, these days there'd be actually specific tools for this sort of stuff now in exercise gear. But remember, for arm pump, all you had was a broom handle. Like you used to have to twist your arms, right, to before the races to try and make sure your forearms didn't pump up and become steel. So there's probably things now you use that actually are designed for that, is there?
There is, but honestly...
Nothing beats the common broom handle?
Nothing beats the old broom handle, man. I don't know why. You know, there is a few things, but arm pump is still one of the most challenging things for some riders. I'm lucky enough to where I never really had a big problem with it. We see one bike who must have failed out there, or he's ran out of fuel. He forgot to fill up.
Yeah, that'd be horrible too. But you know what? It's way better to come back like that.
Oh yeah, than the push. Then the push.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're sitting on the bike as you come back, which
he's getting a nice float back in. He's cruising.
It's a build-up of lactic acid, isn't it?
Saving energy, yeah.
The arm pump is lactic acid, isn't it?
So your arm pump, you know, your muscles have a sheath around them, and then once you start riding, and if you're hanging on really tight, your muscles kind of like the lactic acid gets into your arms, swell up. The sheath around it strangles your muscle, which then creates that arm pump feel where they blow up. So that's kind of the problem. That arm pump is really challenging to fix, because it's very hard to fix it. You just kind of have to learn to ride looser, stretch your arms a little bit, make sure you're hydrating well. There's little things you can do, but most of the time it really comes down to a lot of nervous tension.
Here we go. This is a great shot right here, Brett, of a pit stop. Mum and Dad pit stop, mate. It doesn't get more grassroots than this, Brett. This is what I love, eh?
This is awesome. This is how it goes. Mum, Dad, looks like Grandpa might be involved here.
Dad straddling the bike.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's cool. The kid gets off the bike and your crew get involved. That's what's great about this sport here, is you're actually relying on a biker, rider, and the pit crew to see the race through, and that's
back out there. It's
pretty rewarding.
That
was good. That was a pretty cool pit.
It was.
They were pretty efficient.
They had a pretty big team, I've got to say. There's about 10 of them in it.
Can't make get him in neutral. Off he goes. He's off. Yeah.
There's that little enviro mat that they have to make sure that we're not just dropping oil and fuel and things like that onto the ground, because we're so blessed. The landowners let us use this every year, and I know that Kenny Reid and the team have a track crew that work very, very hard to return this ground as much as they possibly can back to pristine, and then we don't use it again until the following year.
Well, those environments are brilliant ideas. So collecting any petrol that gets spilled or oil that drips down or something like that. So taking all the precautions to keep this thing viable for the future.
Absolutely. So here's Levi. Oh, he looks good on the bike, doesn't he?
He is flowing, man. That is so good to watch. Up on the pegs, on the gas. And Levi is in the zone right now, and this will be the end of lap 3, so this will be, what, halfway?
Yeah, I'm just noticing now there's actually I think it's Peter actually with the slowdown board at the pit, so now they've actually got that little reminder.
Yep.
You got to slow down, but that was a great shot of Levi. Then he had his body, his back arched, head over the cross base. I remember how to do this in theory, right?
Yeah.
But he looked really good. He was owning the bike, not the bike owning him.
Yeah, that's it. And you got to be on the throttle. I mean, it's so hard to do, but you got to stay on the throttle in this sand to keep the bike driving through.
He looks pretty relaxed.
He looks relaxed. He looks very, very relaxed right now. He just knows exactly what he's doing. I'd imagine this isn't the first time he's been out here, so he knows the drill. He knows the drill. Push hard, but don't break the rules when you're coming through the pit lane here and speed. So
I'm pretty sure he's ridden like a Supercross or something
here
like that in
so
LA or something.
He's pulling into his pit crew here. So he's putting a splash of fuel in.
Cool. There's our results down the side. So Eliza's still in that top 5 right now. Riley Mullen doing a solid job in 4th. Chase Weston doing just that with Declan Smart and Levi Rossi. So Chase in third, although we're waiting for them to come through and click off on their next lap. That's how I felt this morning getting up at 5.
bit foggy, mate, bit foggy.
It's really cool. What you don't see because you camp here is when you drive through and you see the red taillights as you come through, and all of a sudden there's a city, the Hattah city basically built up. Really cool shots just here. Those guys in the green, guys and girls in the green jackets, they could not run this event without that group, that hard-working committee and the volunteers that make this happen. It's still not a professional, super professional industry where you can come in and employ hundreds of people to run the event like a Grand Prix. Or it's all built up. God bless volunteers and flaggies.
Without them, we wouldn't have a sport, you know. We would not have a sport without volunteers and club members helping out and making events run. Here's the Smart family getting things going. Looks like Dex getting a quick bite to eat, quick sip, refill the bike. Look at the big tank. So that's that environment doing its job, catching the field as league.
Gas has really come on in the last couple of years. In particular, we're really seeing a lot more. You used to just associate Red with Honda. It was like it was absolutely subliminal, all down. Now you always fall down with the throttle in the sand.
Yep, that's the worst because you got to clean it off, otherwise you can't grip onto it properly either. But this is the hard part. You see the struggle of picking up a bike in the sand. It is no joke. So his heart rate will be through the roof. That's what we were talking about before. Here comes Riley Mullins in the background here.
Yeah, that's horrible. And the bike always feels like it's 3 times its weight when you drop it in the sand.
Oh, look at Riley up on the peg. So this dude can ride the sand as well. I mean, he's just riding well.
I noticed he just chopped the line then. He went across from the inside berm and went across that and hit that outside groove as well. So sometimes you have to do that, I guess. Mix it up because he had a slower rider in the other side of that groove.
Yep, well, that's being smart. I mean, just either looking ahead, seeing whether the rider is in front of him, or just jumping out of the main line to miss the bump.
Eliza just did that exactly the same way. So he just had to swap across because there was a slower rider in that groove at the exit. And you also, I remember Gawley telling me many years ago, don't look at the rut, because if you're going to ride into a hole, it's because you were looking at it. So you actually go where you look.
Yep, that's it. Your eyes will kind of take you where you want to go. So you got to stay focused and know what you're doing. And half the battle is just staying sharp on the bike and then thinking about, like, relaxing your mind, thinking about, well, maybe if I just look over here, I can get onto a smooth line, or just look around the track and save that energy. That energy efficiency is key in these events.
Not so much, I guess, with motocross, because
even
it's
in
such a
motocross
more...
it is
really?
too, though. Yeah, even then, you know, that start of the race is so intense, and like you mentioned before, you're not breathing because you're so intense. So in those lap 3, 4, 5, if you can just settle yourself and then at that moment start to pick some lines where you might miss a few bumps here and there, that might be that little bit of energy you need to save for those last 2 laps to really push to make up a position or pull away from someone. So it really is, and energy conservation is key in this sport, period.
I spoke to Eliza's big brother Byron actually at Lee Adams's house during the week. Byron was out there with his dad. They were doing some adjustments to the bike. Lee, who's an Australian Speedway icon and very much involved in desert racing these days, because Callum Norton is dating Lee's daughter Casey. And Jason Stewart, of course, Jibballs, who's not riding this weekend because of a big get-off at Fink. But Lee's house has become the epicenter of the desert racing industry this week. So he's been extremely busy for a guy that's in retirement from International Speedway. He's become immersed in desert racing.
That's so cool to see. I heard about that, and it's just unreal to see him involved. And obviously he's passionate about anything with 2 wheels and a motorcycle, so it's pretty cool.
And he's not in any way shy or negative about going back to Fink. That's the place where he had his life-changing accident. They go back every year. They holiday, him and his wife Kylie, and of course his son Declan is one of the very best new young tuners and engineers with teams as well. Keeps bikes immaculate. Just ask Todd Waters. Very, very smart young man, and very, very meticulous with his motorcycle preparation and presentation.
Yeah, I see Declan every Pro National working there with the Gas team. I believe he's Regan Duffy's mechanic.
Correct.
Pretty cool family tradition, just staying involved with the bike.
What a comeback from Regan. Like, just incredible to think. he has turned around that situation and is riding as aggressively as ever.
He's getting better and better. You know,
Yeah.
the confidence is starting to come back, and his belief system in himself is starting to re-engage with the bike, and you know what he went through, what the family's been through. I couldn't imagine. So it's tough for anybody to come back. It's a bit of a Superman effort to even be back on a bike.
To win Manjimup 15,000 as a junior 1 year, and the next year, in your first year as a senior, win it then. That's the stuff that dreams are made of. You sound a bit cosmic then, Brett. You're very much about being in tune with the bike and all that sort of stuff. You're a big believer in that?
Yeah, I am. You know, it has to be. You've got to have a connection when you get to a certain level of riding, and then racing is your main focus. You've got to be connected with the bike and your surroundings and your people, and there is that bit of a, you know, energy that when things are going well, you're connected with your bike, you feel it, everything kind of goes together, and then your results really show that. And even if it's not first, but you're just feeling good, everything's working for you. And sometimes when you lose all that and you lose a lot of self-doubt and you're not sure what you're doing in life or racing or whatever it is, relationships, whatever, there is something that changes, and it shows on the track. You know, there's always a saying I remember. It's more based on like a football when in America, you know, basketball, something like that. But how a person carries himself on the football field is how they are off the field. And it goes back and forth. So I think in your family, personal life, if you're having some issues, it shows on the track. And you know what Regan's been through with injuries and stuff, to that extent, you saw it on the track when he first came back. And now you're starting to see that reverse and slowly get that system of belief and confidence back into himself. And it's going to take time. Look how much time he had off. It takes that much time to get back. I've always believed in that. If you take 6 weeks off, it might take you 6 weeks to get back to where you were. And so it just takes time and belief and a lot of encouragement. You know, it takes everything.
Feeling the flow happy. I like that. Sounded very happy. Sounded very happy Gilmore there, Freddie.
It's all in the
feeling
hips.
The flow.
It's right. It's all in the hips.
Wow, it's incredible to think this morning we've had a Happy Gilmore reference already. I love it.
I love it.
Levi's dominating here at the moment, Brett. Absolutely dominating. Olivia Johnson up to 9th right now. So Olivia was back in 18th.
2 girls inside the top 10.
That's killer.
That is incredible. Kudos, they're doing it for the girls. That's impressive.
Absolutely. So you're going to power all the way up to that pit lane entry. So you're going to gas it all the way up. Nice little battle going on with the 344 just riding in just then as well. But you've got to be quickly back into probably first or second gear to make sure you don't. So it was Ryder Plum. And I think Felix Burgess we just saw as well, and also Caleb Gurry. So Felix is in 31st right now. You can race your heart out for 90th and have a battle by yourself.
And it means everything. It means everything. You know, doesn't matter if it's first or last. You just keep racing, don't you?
And it's about time. It's about what time you competed it in. And yes, your class overall. You don't know where you are in the class.
Like you mentioned before, he could be leading his class. You don't really know. So you just got to keep doing your thing out on the track and doing your best.
Charlie Spence is currently in 39th as well in the girls 7 to under 12. I was talking about that interview with Byron Dennis before. We might in a second visit that chat that I had at Lee Adams' house. A very grounded young man out of Wagga. Very much a central point in terms of travel. Sort of out in the middle of nowhere a little bit in terms of any mainstream sport. But for motocross and the amount of travel that family does, being based in Wagga is not a handicap at all. So we might throw to an interview and a chat I did with Byron Dennis. He won the juniors overall last year and he's back in his first senior ride this year. Looking forward to seeing how he goes later today. Last minute adjustments here in the LAR World Headquarters. Byron Dennis, it's good to have you back here for Hattah. Are you pumped?
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, bit of a legend rolling around here helping out with the bike too, mate. How'd you manage to score Lee Adams to help you out?
Oh, you know, just know people.
Good work, Dad. Well played. So Wagga, mate, it's not exactly the desert racing capital of Australia. Why are you doing this?
Oh, yeah, just bit of fun, really. Yeah, something different to the motocross sort of scene, and yeah, I love riding my bike. So what better way to do it going fast?
And doing it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, that's it.
So what's apart from the shortness of the events, what's different to motocross as opposed to desert racing as a rider?
Oh, not as many jumps, not as high speeds. The tight sections are very similar sort of thing,
Yep.
but yeah, just you get to hold it wide open for longer.
It's what every mother wants to hear their son say, right? So Wagga, is motocross pretty strong in the Wagga region?
Yeah, it's really strong. There's some young kids coming through, and yeah, they're coming down for Hattah this weekend. So yeah, looking forward to it.
So you had some success last year, like major success, won the junior outright event. How many times had you ridden Hattah prior to that?
Done it a few times. Done it probably 3 or 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe this could be my 4th. So yeah, looking forward to it.
So you're the seniors now?
Yep, seniors this year. So
Ooh,
under
prologue.
19s, yeah.
Yeah, wow. So that start is, you would have seen the start, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Which is pretty phenomenal. Yeah. I like the hats, mate. Very nice. On the gas. Obviously, you're pretty wrapped with that combination. What do you love about this thing?
No, it's a good bike. Love the red. Red looks good. Basically a KTM, so yeah. No,
yeah, okay. All orange to red, okay. So what are you most looking forward to with Hattah? Because obviously the senior course is an entirely different world.
Oh, looking forward to getting the whole 4 hours done. It's yeah, it'd be a good tick off one of the boxes. So yeah, looking forward to it.
So prologue, have you got any plans for that? Like, I mean, is there a realistic goal as to where you want to be in prologue?
Oh, just ride it like a motocross track and see how well we can do.
Have you got a goal like top 50, top 20, top 10, top whatever?
Oh,
yeah, I think we should be.
Yeah, it should be up there somewhere.
So the junior culture is different to riding seniors. Do you ride, what classes do you ride back home in Wagga?
Boy, I didn't realise, how cool is Brett Metcalf? I realised that bit, Liam, but I didn't realise that his little sister Eliza's a BAD A55 as well.
Yeah, she's killing it today. Prologued in really well and really backing that thing up here in 5th place right now. Absolutely killing it.
How about the two girls inside the top 10? Olivia Johnson, now she was 18th on the previous lap, Liam, so she's made up an absolute ton of ground. Levi Rossi is your leader from Declan Smart, Chase Weston, Riley Mullen, and Eliza's your top 5.
Yeah, it's a big-time lead for Levi Rossi. They've done everything right today. Prologue really well and dominant in this race thus far. We're still waiting for Declan Smart to tick over that final lap there on bike 211. So yet to come in the timing as the pits are all but ready for that next batch of bikes to come through. And has that been the last pit stop for Levi Rossi? You would just about dare say as this race gets closer and closer to a finish and a result. And right now that certainly looks like going the way of Levi Rossi. There's still plenty left to play for. There's everything to think about and take in as well, but he's doing everything right so far. Dominant display by Levi Rossi.
We've gone back to Melbourne weather. It's actually spitting light rain out there at the moment. It's gone a little chilly as well. So cool to have Ado from Blokes World here this weekend. He's just loving it. He's a dirt bike freak. He's ridden over in Vietnam and done a bunch of really cool safaris and stuff over there, but he is absolutely loving this. Now, just looking, coming through here right now is the 211 bike, making its way back towards
that little 510. They're Rolly Lister on the Husky, the TC65.
Declan Smart, that is, in that second spot. So Decky up on the bike and looking really confident. The 85cc, 150cc, 4-stroke, small wheel. Chase Weston currently 3rd. What a cool cat Brett Metcalf is, mate.
Yeah, super dialed in.
Feeling the flow. He kind of reminds me of a surfer.
Yeah, definitely.
It's cool. His son's a real little gasser as well. So they're back down to slowing right down here. That's Chase Weston. They're pretty close, Chase and Declan. So that's 2nd and 3rd. The battle for 2nd place right there.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in this. So obviously they're under their 25km/h speed limit.
Officials going slow, be careful.
I don't think enough gets said about how do you dial back after you're just wrapping the adrenaline on through your full lap and then you have to come back to 25km/h. And you would have to think Decky Smart's looking over his shoulder, seeing Chase right there. They've got an epic couple of laps to come.
Now, Riley Mullen is the 4th rider in our top 5. Eliza Dennis is 5th. Kai Kinsella, good job, in 6th. Jed Hitchcock in 7th. Mason Ezagalis in 8th. Olivia Johnson 9th. And Nate Walden in your top 10.
Riley Mullen on screen in the pink helmet.
Riley's a gasser through that section right there.
So a couple of laps left to play for Levi Rossi. But the real battle, it's about 2 minutes split to Levi, is Declan Smart and Chase Weston as they'll head out of the pits and get back into the race under green condition again. And this is going to be an epic battle to follow and ride along with in the live timing for the final 2 laps. Eliza Dennis now into screen on the 265. It's a commendable ride by Eliza. We spoke earlier about how well she prologued into that top 5 spot. And the all-pink riding strong here in the top 5. A great result so far for the Dennis team.
Elbows up, it's a big thing. See a rider with their elbows up, you know they're still in control of the bike, and when your elbows are down, it's when you know you're starting to get worn down a little bit. So Eliza comes back into that pit lane right there. God, this is such a big event for officials. Like, there's so many hard-working people that make this event possible. The committee and an army of volunteers that make this possible. The logistics too, Liam, of the audio. And with Audie Sound, with the Mango family, with the work that they do with this, with the reels, live reel stuff as well, with Tex and all the gang, and of course what Toph does, Christopher Norton does as well, with the sheer size of this venue, and that's nothing compared to tomorrow.
Definitely so, you know, and trying to then move this whole show back over the road for the senior event tomorrow, and of course senior prologue this afternoon, and that top 10 shootout, which is by all means my favourite part of the weekend. It's only a short snippet time-wise of what's to come for tomorrow, but that top 10 shootout is incredible to watch. They absolutely pack the venue out around that part of the course.
Oh, look at the different lines.
My word.
Look at the different lines. And when you get tired, you start to get into those grooves, and the bike will suddenly take you places you didn't want it to be. I'm not going to suggest that these kids are tired necessarily at the moment, but some of them certainly would be. And when you've got so many different grooves, sometimes you just let the bike start to take you off on a line you didn't want to be on. Whereas this top 5 in particular, probably top 10, they are really up on the bike and dictating which groove you use. I love this.
Yeah, hardly letting the track bully them, aren't they? They're certainly taking themselves and the bike to the track as the drone rips by that first row of pit stops.
So outside your top 10, you've got Angus Summers on the 85cc to 150cc 4-stroke. 12th is Chili Rutherford. 13th is Riley Acker. 14th is Jackson Moore. 15th, Jaden Menards. Zach Mays is 16th. Ollie Kale, 17th. Paddy Rose is 18th. Finn Westbrook is 19th. And William Rickus, 20th. Go back to Kobe Munro. Ryder Tricky. Stella Harding. Nice job from Stella in 23rd. Jimmy Hadfield, 24th. Bodie Bennett. Tyler Fraser. Brax Pollard. Marcus Couch. Elijah Newton. And Ryder Lamming. And that's just the top 30, by the way.
And Nate Walden on screen. Bike number 8 in at position number 8. Heads in for one of the last trips through the pit stop. And we tick through that top 20. Bike 1, 2, 3 rolling through. And that final. The battle is tight inside this top 10. 2-minute lead, probably about 2 minutes 30 by the next time they come through for Levi Rossi. And do the teams let him know just what sort of lead he has right now? It's been a real stranglehold on this race since it began. And he stepped out that lead lap after lap. Now, do they get composed again, give him a good drink before the last couple of laps on the next time through the pits, or do they pit on the final lap? There's a real strategy that comes into this race, particularly in the last couple of laps.
So plenty coming. They're ripping through and back through the timing. All going on here with 2 laps left to run. Angus Summers times in, bike 33 in position 11. Chili Rutherford, bike 668 in position number 12. Riley Acker, position 13 on bike 912. Ryder Tricky ripping through. So your leader, Levi Rossi, bike 138. Declan Smart, second. So the last time through the timing stripe, it was a 2-minute, 12-second buffer. And Chase Weston, certainly on the tail of Declan Smart. So see where they come out the next time they rip through the timing.
That seems to be a trouble spot right there. Nothing worse than trying to kickstart it when you're knee-deep in sand. There's Johnny Contract, the voice of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race right there for 25 years. We're into the last lap, by the way, and our race leader is absolutely doing the job. Levi Rossi, Declan Smart and Chase Weston. That battle was raging for second before. Not sure if we're able to grab a shot. Imagine how difficult it is to be able to do that for this camera crew. Riley Mullen and Eliza Dennis, your top 5, and we are into close to the last lap for Levi. Well, I'm seeing 2 laps to go. 86 bike just rolling through here at the moment. We'll be pulling our top 3 outright in for a chat at the end of this race. Not sure if we got a chance to work out how many riders are actually in this. Was there a final count? Just trying to work out where we can access that. Either way, there's hundreds. That's what it seems like.
Every part of that.
And all these different classes, of course, there's class winners within the outright. And every rider, no matter what class they're in, knows where they finish outright. That's something that they proudly talk about when you say, oh, how'd you go last time? Or what's your best? They tell you what it was outright and what it was in the class. What a ripper shot. Every shot's like a postcard.
It's so good. So good. I don't know how you ever did without it, without all of this.
Oh, yeah. Imagine, well, I'm sure Johnny did it for years without any idea, you know, what was going on out track till they came past him.
Really well, mate.
Pit stops, this would be your last one, you would think, wouldn't you? As we get towards the, is that Burgess?
Yeah, Felix Burgess on the 80, the KTM.
Every pit stop's documented on the iPhone, isn't it, or the Samsung. Every family's in charge of getting that shot. The pit boards are a really cool idea that Penrite have come up with. Yesterday there was a stack of them around the oval, all the kids getting autographs and stuff. A very, very cool idea.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Convey the message from the team or the couple of mates that are parked around the track. Let them know the more colourful things they like to say mid-race. As it's all going on, so inside the pit stop. Here in the Fast House helmet, fist gloves. So Gurry on the 309. Getting ready, fresh set of goggles, set to go on. He heads back out of the trench, straight into it. The older brother looking on. So bike 309 back in the show. That is Caleb Gurry on the KTM 85 SX for LG Engineering and True Line Machinery. Levi Rossi back into screen on the 138. Just dialed in past the timing stripe once more. That'll tick over lap number 5.
And he's in that 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke.
MX3 motocross.
Yeah, right.
So
okay. And where do you want to go into racing?
Levi Rossi on bike
Yeah, so
138, set to come by
States.
the officials once more. And instantly, when he comes into view, you can see he is on it. Absolutely dialed in here today. Prologued so well to put it on the top step and has done everything right since this race began. And then that battle we will look for is Declan Smart and Chase Weston. So that's Rossi now resting his left hand on his thigh, rides in. So we should be able to get a shot of that pit stop that you dare say would have to happen on fuel. Whether they'll get through this or not without, I'm pretty sure they didn't stop for fuel on the lap prior, so should be a splash here for Levi Rossi on bike 138, your current leader outright. From then Declan Smart and Chase Weston, these three all in that 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke category. From 9 to under 12. And it's a bustling city of pit stops right now as we await the second, third, and the rest of that top 10. But particularly, the battle that'll be exciting to watch is Declan Smart and Chase Weston. Declan on bike 211 and Chase Weston on bike 401. And that class presented by Deakin Motorcycles and Bicycles. And so much left to play for in this now final lap, Wade. Levi Rossi, a fair stranglehold on this event so far. We still await Declan Smart and Chase Weston to tick over the next lap.
Neat little battle pack you got going on here. There is the 211 of Declan Smart. Where is the 401 of Chase Weston? I think that was him right in behind him. Yes, that's the battle on screen right now for second. Declan just going by. Chase Weston right there with him. Chase goes to the inside groove. They come back by the timing right there, because by the time they get to us, that's the finish. It's actually the finish line through there. So by the time they come back around to us and head back to the pits at the end of passing that sight shed, that is the finish line, that area right there we just saw. They've got to slow right down. There's been talk of infringements and things in terms of the speed in the pits, and we talked how difficult that would be, Liam, to knock off all your momentum and try to stay within that 25k an hour speed limit.
Yeah, attempting to dial your head back as well as the body and bring your mindset back down, and it's a perfect time to breathe and try and regroup, but how do you after you've just been using every piece of adrenaline available for the couple of laps prior, and you have to slow right back down and reset. Could be good for a few riders that do well with that, but the couple that are really in that flow state, and certainly if you're Levi Rossi, you want to stay up at that speed. He's got a 2-minute 24-second gap over Declan Smart, and Chase Weston is just 2 seconds behind Declan. So it's a tight battle for second and third. They rode in practically behind each other through the pits here. So we tick over into the last lap, but so much to be said for that flow state and just staying right up on that speed. That is such a tough section for little wheels.
Look at that. It's just hacked up, isn't it?
So many bikes have to pass through it. There's a line for every single bike there by the look of it.
I think you're right,
Someone's had a different crack at every different zone.
Oh, wow. That is... And, you know, to the outsider, if you've never ridden dirt bikes before, that you go, oh, that's cool, look at all that. The track's like, you know, got lots of nice lines in it.
There's nothing nice about that at ground level, no.
No, there's no way of following, you know, any certain groove that'll get you through any quicker. But you can certainly spot the kids that, that was nearly a big swap then. That was a couple too, actually.
Committed, isn't he? Riley Mullen, absolutely on it. He's not afraid one bit, is he? Just rode through every one of them.
That's a show too of his race fitness, because he's not letting the bike dictate the terms. He's absolutely on the pin. You never coast in dirt bike racing. You're either on the brake or on the throttle. He goes by our commentary position, head back into the pit lane area for the final time. Working the final lap. of the small wheels.
I dare say that's what board Brock Gates is holding, I imagine. Just there in front of us on screen, right ahead of the timing trailer, which has been so pivotal to the broadcast in particular, and back to everyone watching at home, whether you're on Speed Hive or wherever you get your live timing. Ultra crucial. Man, that's a big body of water right beside this racetrack. And the rest of the bikes coming into screen. There's a lot of water there, possibly even more than years prior. It's been a heavy rainfall season, and it certainly shows in the moisture that's left in this racetrack compared to years prior. Well, we take 2019 totally out of account, but compared to years prior, we've had some super dusty races. We certainly haven't had to see that just yet today. Tomorrow might certainly be a different story, but plenty of moisture down for now in particular, and some light spitting through the day. So last lap board still getting given to the last of the bikes to tick through and click on to lap number 6. But Levi Rossi done everything right to this point, Wade.
Yeah, you're right. There is Brock Gates, as you said, handing out the last lap board, which works in a similar way too to how it will work tomorrow. If you tuck in behind the leaders, if they're putting you a lap or two down, the last thing you want to do is be in front of them when they cross for the checker, because you have to complete the rest of the lap.
So Finn Mellerick on the KTM, 85 for Mellerick, plumbing on screen, the yellow helmet through the timing section.
Try and have a look if we can find where Finn is 61st right now. The 85cc and 150cc doing about a 16-minute lap at this point. Matilda Ryan is 65th. Rolly Lister is 63rd. Chad Warland 64th. Mason Manane. Boys, when you're really sucking in the big ones now, because you're getting towards the end of it, but there's still another at least 16, 17 minutes worth of punishment to come.
So Kai Kinsella on bike 920 moves up a spot on Eliza Dennis, as does Jed Hitchcock on bike 613. So we await Eliza Dennis through the lap stripe.
Maybe Eliza's put it down somewhere. Like you said, she's gone back a couple of spots. Kai Kinsella up to 5th. Riley Mullen has been consistent in 4th. Been a lonely ride for Riley. Hasn't been able to stay in touch with the top 3, so he's had to sort of ride that groove himself.
Yes, that's now Nate Walden on screen, so still no Eliza Dennis, and that's the hard part about.
Yeah, it might be a mechanical issue or something like that for Eliza, possibly as well.
You'd have to think. That's the struggle with how big this venue is. The surface is just impossible to cover every inch of it.
Yeah, so Olivia Johnson through in 9th now. Nate Walden is in 8th. So Levi Rossi, substantial lead at the moment. 2 minutes 25 advantage over Declan Smart. There's only a further 1.7 seconds between Declan and Chase.
Nothing in, is there?
No, not when there's a lap takes. Well, Levi's getting around in 12s. In fact, the top 4 are in the 12-minute mark. Around the 12:01 was Levi's best. His last lap was at 12:55, so he's definitely dropped off the pace that he set initially, but no point having to just completely peel off those rocket ship laps of the 22 bike just going past us just then on screen. Just on a file. There was Ryder Tricky, 11th on track right now. Best was a 13:29. Last lap was a 14:18. So Ryder Tricky. Shelley Rutherford in that 12th spot. We're still yet to see where Eliza will come through. Well done to every one of these kids that has soldiered on through this. Boy, it's rutted out just through there.
Just crazy. Last corner.
That was Riley Acker on the 9-1-12 and Jackson Moore along with Tyler Fraser in that little battle pack.
Yeah, now they're really grouped together, aren't they? So that's that battle we just spoke about as they pull into officially the 25km/h speed limit, which officials have been strongly on, trying to wave everyone to tell them to slow down. The yellow flags are set up to do exactly that.
It was Kobe Munro going by on the 6:22. I'm not sure if I saw Kobe was missing the visor. Yep. So Kobe on the 6:22, missing the visor, generally means that they've had an off.
Yes, I would certainly say.
You never go out there trying to start it like Mike Metzger style without the visor to begin with. So I think that maybe Cobes has had an unload at some point. Oh, this is just horrible when you're riding through here.
Oh.
Arms feel like they're lead.
It's a good little race on screen.
So easy to drop it through there, through that section. It's really whooped out. Ollie Cale is 20th, Jimmy Hadfield 21st.
It is dense traffic on your screen. 7 or 8 bikes with, you know, probably 10 bike lengths between them. Makes it exciting on course.
So getting ready for our winner to come around. We'll be chatting with Levi here very soon, the way things are going in our Penrite victory lane.
Dense traffic, big time here in the pit lane. So there's a few last lap boards still to be given for the last few to click over onto lap number 6, but Levi Rossi, no doubt, stand out here this morning for the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert race. So we await the top 3, and we should be expecting about a 2-minute 30 gap from Rossi, judging by timing back to Declan Smart and Chase Weston, who've battled all morning long. So that's going to be the pairing to watch in 2nd and 3rd.
Absolutely.
Locked together through the pits. And we shouldn't be too far away at all from your leaders here in the junior small wheel.
Oh, look at that. That's just crazy. It's not fun either. Kids probably think it is.
Well, the first couple of laps, I imagine they do.
Me looking at that, it doesn't look like fun at all. So the parents starting to look forward to the end of this so they get their kids back. It's a gutsy performance to ride at any level at this event. So looking for our race leader, and I think that's him right there. Levi Rossi on the 138. Liam, he's done a phenomenal job, and I'll catch up with him in just a moment. But boy, what a ride. Put your hands together, folks. Levi Rossi, fantastic job.
He's given it everything, hasn't he? All morning long, prologued in perfectly and backs it up through the checkers. He's visibly exhausted, given it absolutely everything over these 6 laps, and he gets the checkered flag this time. So Levi will pull straight here and have a chat with us not too far away. He has given it absolutely everything this morning and stands tall here in the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert race. And how exciting for the families that get to come down and rally around him. It's an epic ride, and now we'll await 2nd and 3rd across the line. Projected Declan Smart and Chase Weston to be the next couple to come through. And the family with the number 1 board. Great scenes just ahead of us. Brock Gates waving the checkered flag. Here for the last of our bikes ticking through onto lap number 6, and now the family get around Levi on bike 138. And a phenomenal ride this morning. And we won't be too far away from Wade Oranger having a chat with Levi on bike 138. So that battle still cracking on. They'll come into screen. Declan Smart just ahead of Chase Weston. They tick over the lap timing now. Checkers away. Declan Smart home in second and Chase Weston home in third. They reeled that gap right back in by about 50 seconds. So back to a minute 40. Back to Declan Smart and Chase Weston, who will pull up alongside Levi as well and jump off the bike. Very happy with themselves. So that's your top three presented by Deakin Motorcycles and Bicycles for this class, the 85cc 2-stroke and 150cc 4-stroke. Small wheel, 9 to under 12. And they get photos of Levi, who stamps his name into the record books here in the 25th anniversary of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. In standout performance by this young man. Perfect here this morning. Prologued in quickest and then backs it up in the race as well. The last of our bikes will come through on their final lap. There's still a grueling 13-kilometre lap left to run for a lot of these bikes. And these young kids, there's so many stories from the start to the finish. So just our top three home thus far. Projected next to be Riley Mullen on bike 118. And we won't be too far away from an interview with our top three. The camera crew's on site, ready to capture all of it. And these top three boys have given it everything this morning. Pretty well nothing left in the tank in the bike or the rider. And great shots of the boys talking about their morning. Spent different to most, you would certainly imagine. So Chase Weston on bike 401, they'll head into our 100% Australian-owned Penrite interview tent, and we'll send it to Wade Oranger, who's there with Chase Weston, third in the morning.
Thanks, Liam. Well, Chase is actually a little bit gutted at the moment because knocked the front brake off really early in the race, man. That must have been brutal.
Yeah, it was really bad. Just couldn't come into the corners anywhere near as fast, and just yeah.
You just had to use your rear brake as much as you could and just drag it?
Yeah, I just had to use the rear brake as much as I could, just, yeah.
And you had an epic battle with Decky, man. Like, you guys were side by side in the pits a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, we were pretty close out in the straights. We were like side by side, and yeah.
Who do you want to thank, matey?
I'd like to thank my sponsors, Motor One Motorcycles, RPM Tech, Pro Good Australia, T-Dub, BSMX, 60, and McLeod's, and my dad for helping me out.
Yeah, the old man looks pretty proud, mate, so you did a hell of a job. Well done, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
Good on you, mate. Well done. All right, where's Decky? Declan's here somewhere, I'm sure. Good job, mate. Come in here. Got the Peter Stevens hat on already. Good job, mate. Second place. And you had a great battle with Chase.
Yeah, it was a pretty intense battle.
It was a pretty intense. You guys were side by side in the pits a few times.
Yeah, and I ate roost like the whole last lap.
How was that roost?
It was pretty hard. It really hurt.
Are you happy with your performance? I mean, it's a great result because Levi was in another postcode.
I'm pretty happy with my result for my first actual race at Hattah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Good job. All right, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Peter Stevens, Fox Australia, Smart Earthworks, Motocred, and everyone else that helped me.
Good on you, mate. Beautiful ride. Very well done. And Levi Rossi is over here sucking on some fluid, which I think he deserves. I've seen you before, man. It's good to see you, buddy. Well done. You got a penalty in there as well through the pits, so it's fortunate you had a big lead.
Yeah, I just think I was going a bit too fast to the pits.
What do you do when you come to the pits, Levi? Like, do you click it back to second gear or something? Is that your way of slowing that momentum?
Yeah, I just click it down a gear and let off the throttle a bit.
Mate, you had good form right the way through that race. Was it lap traffic? Like, what was the toughest part of that deal?
Probably getting lappers around me, just crashing in some corners.
Because there was multiple grooves, like just carved out, wasn't there?
Yeah, and the inside's ruts, the main lines were just all cut out with whoops and.
Doesn't matter, got the win, mate. Congratulations, that must feel great.
Thanks.
Who do you want to thank?
All our sponsors, Paint Tech, SA, Jet Displays, and all the boys for helping me.
Parentals, you better thank them.
Mum and Dad as well.
Yeah, you got to thank them, mate. Congratulations, Levi. Well done.
Thanks.
We'll go back to Liam. Great result. There is our podium for the small wheels to kick things off. Big wheels coming up very soon.
A grueling morning for the kids in the junior small wheel as the rest of our bikes start to tick through and finish their race here this morning. There's so many stories left to play for. A grueling top three. And congratulations to all of them as we then await the rest of the bikes to tick through. Riley Mullen officially home in fourth on bike 118. So we've got someone on site on the screen, bike 638, I think it was. Just had it pull up, not far from home, but gets it restarted and back in the race to run it over the line. A tough bit of section to finish the race off. There's nothing given easy here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. So the projected top five left to come through. So Jed Hitchcock home in fifth officially. About a 4-minute gap back to Jed from Riley Mullen, and now comes Kai Kinsella. Will be the next bike through, so that'll be looking for position number 6. So Kai through the timing stripe, Kai Kinsella, a 20-second gap behind Jed Hitchcock. And then projected to be, man, that was tight, right through Nate Walden. Hats off to and Mason Ezagalis. Definitely have to let me know if I'm saying that wrong. So Nate Walden and Mason at position number 7 and 8. 8/10 separated those two through the timing line, which is not a nice part of the track to have to be racing through. As we look to confirm our top 10, Olivia Johnson next in screen. Commendable effort by Olivia on bike 830. So she'll come now to the timing stripe.
Boy, just talking with Chase Weston, then lost the brakes on the second lap. He was very emotional when he pulled up with his dad, was quite devastated, but I say, like, what a ride that was. To have no front brake in these conditions.
It's a great story to be able to keep it on the podium.
Like you said, talking about Olivia, top 10, it's a fantastic result, that's for sure. We wind through this field. There was a lot of penalties handed out, Liam, for speeding through the pits.
Yeah, certainly could see it coming. The officials were trying to wave them to slow them down. They spoke about exactly that at the riders' briefing early this morning as well. They made it quite clear that you had to be doing that 25km/h limit. I'm sure they were pretty forgiving for the start, but by the end of it, they've just got to start dishing out those penalties when you are doing that speed in the pits. Totally different story for tomorrow, though, where
I tell you
the
what,
pits is still wide open. That's a fully green zone through the pits, but a very different setup for today for our junior program through the pit area.
Johnny Contract is going to let loose on these big wheels riders before they go out about speeding through the pits. He just told me, I'm going to let these boys know in no uncertain terms, because if you're close, you imagine Levi had a 20-second penalty on one of those situations. So 20 seconds, if you're battling, imagine that battle between Chase and Declan then.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
so
that Hattah came into play.
That would have been a race changing, and you'd be gutted if you go out there and ride, you know what's off, and get back in with a podium or something, and you end up losing it because of speeding through the pits. So they're going to have to be mindful of that. Good job to all these kids. Absolutely fantastic result. Did we end up finding out what happened to Eliza? She managed to get it across the line. I wasn't able to.
I think I've seen a dad walk out of
frame earlier, possibly to collect the bike or see it. Didn't actually see the bike come through.
So I just saw her name. I just thought I saw her name. There we go, 62nd. So 2 laps down, but I think that she either had a get-off or a mechanical issue or something, but I think she's classified as 62nd. Because you saw William Rickus go through. Or Matilda Ryan. So maybe they're still coming through. Finn Mellerick, top 60. Incredible, isn't it?
Tough.
Oh, look at this. On the gas all the way to the end, and that is exactly what you want to be doing. Even if it's just to convince yourself that you're still in good fitness at the very end of it. Wow. They are next level, these kids. Of course, we have Prologue coming up later on for the seniors ahead of what will be a massive event. I caught up with, I don't know whether Topher's had a chance to throw this one in or not, but catching up with Ado from Blokes World last night during the show and shine. It was a great chance to chat with Ado and get his thoughts leading into this event about how good it was. So if we get time, we might throw in our chat with Ado. Adrian Knox from Blokes World last night. He's flying around here and just absolutely living his best life. Ado? Is that you?
Hey,
What's
mate.
going on, Ado from Blokes World? What are you now? You're a volunteer marshal.
Yeah, they ran out of catering passes.
What's a volunteer marshal, Ado?
I have no idea, but I'm up for it.
Hey, look at this. Look at this. As far as the eye can see,
It is just awesome.
just gorgeous pieces.
Dirt bikes and good parents. It's unreal.
Parenting done right.
Yeah,
I think that's the
100%.
term you're looking for.
Yeah, 100%.
So what expectations do you have of your very first Hattah?
Oh, look. I know all about the race, and I've seen the race before, but the people that are here are just amazing. They're just so friendly, and I've got little kids coming up and grabbing me going, my dad loves your show.
Yes.
So I'm going up and we're going, let's go surprise your dad. So we're sneaking up and going, g'day, it's cool with you, go commercial break. And dad's just losing it. So, but as well as that, we've been speaking heaps of the pros. I just spoke to the Sherco boys, just spoke to Nathan Trigg.
Yeah, oh, Triggy.
Triggy, what an absolute...
Trigonometry, what a classic.
Legend. An absolute legend. I've just been over the ST over there.
Yeah.
Speaking to the fastest ringer on the paddock, Callum.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were out earlier today, you saw the very stressed out Lee Adams.
Yes.
You called into Lee's house.
Yeah, so it's very rare that I have those Wayne's World Aerosmith
We're
moments.
not worthy.
I just wanted to say we're not worthy, I'm not worthy. And especially when you're in his workshop and you're thinking, oh, I'll just go get a bottle of water out of the fridge. And then you look at the fridge and it's signed by Chad Reed. Just about every legend you can imagine has been in that shed.
Yeah.
Let alone that shed and that house used to be the Kelly brothers' house.
Correct.
I mean, I can't believe how much motorsport is in Mildura.
Yeah, that is the really sobering, but ski racing, safari racing, desert racing, drag racing, speedway, motocross, circuit racing, super bikes.
100%.
For a little town of like just over 40,000, I think that's what the numbers are now. Look at some of these. I just love this. Look at this. Young dudes rolling in, the big wheels, the little wheels.
Sponsored by Dad's, concrete company.
You've got some funny text messages. I'm dying to ask you about the text regarding Callum Norton and his early passion for some of your work with Blokes World. I'm not sure how we're going to talk about that later, but we need to.
Yeah, do you want me to tell you about it?
No.
Okay.
We already got kicked off the air yesterday. I don't want to go for it again.
You got to remember, I don't have a filter.
So we are here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, and we're going to be on
Blokes World.
Looking forward to it, mate. Volunteer marshal.
I know. You know what's even funnier? When we went to Summer Nats, they gave us catering passes. True story. I've never had a media pass. They seem to always give me everything but.
I've got nothing for that.
Yeah.
Down here with Angus Reardon, ladies and gentlemen, who's taken a bit of time out of his schedule to have a chat. Angus, Gus, what would you like?
Known as Gus around here.
Yeah, let's go with Gus, because I got a Gus here, but Angus is cool, right, either way. Hey, great to have you back in Australia. You've obviously been offshore campaigning in the US. Things are going well for you?
Yeah, it's all going well. Me and Mason flew in Wednesday morning, rode the other day and broke the race bike in and ready to go for the weekend.
Mate, so you guys are hot to trot, huh?
Yeah, fresh off the plane.
Good on you. You know what's really cool about catching up with you here today? I mean, we did our thing on Friday night, you know, like we last night, a chance to catch up with everybody, and you guys are a bit busy as well, you know, but good opportunity to have a chat with you today. But what makes me really proud is the fact that you, along with these other guys I'm going to talk to shortly, are all recipients of being able to ride junior events like this today and move your way through into that senior category. I mean, that for me is a real cool thing to watch, yeah?
Yeah, this will be my first senior race. I couldn't make it last year. I was here, but got itchy feet, so I said no to do it. But grew up doing the juniors. I grew up in Gold, so this is like home to me.
Yeah, and of course the other thing that's really cool is the fact that you're actually handing medals out for the guys in the junior category, and it's not that long ago you remember all that happening to you, huh?
Yeah, I remember Toby Price giving me my medallion, and actually Callum Norton last time I did in the junior big wheel, so it feels good to give him back.
Absolutely, you know, and it's a really rewarding thing. I mean, you're here anyway for the senior prologue piece, but you know, it's about giving that little bit back of yourself to where you've come from. You know, it's humbling, but it's really cool because, you know, somewhere along the line there's going to be a guy in this junior group that you potentially give a medal to that'll end up being possibly the next Toby Price or the next, you know, Daniel Sanders or someone like that. And to know that you've been a part of that is really cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels good just giving back to all the young fellas. We're all there once, so it feels good to give back to them.
Good on you, mate. And of course, again, all the best with your campaign while you're back in the country. How long are you back for?
Back home for 8 weeks.
And then you pack up and shoot back over again, yeah?
Yeah, head back to finish the final few rounds of the GNCC in the States.
Good on you, mate. Well done. And obviously, people want to follow you. They can link up on something to catch your how you're travelling over there?
Yeah, I just have Instagram, Gus_Reardon, and yeah, normally post weekend results and whatnot, so no, it's good.
Good on you, mate. You go hand out a few more medals and make sure you hop on the bus with this guy. He's a cool dude. Righto, let's talk to the next bloke, Mason Simmons. Hey, Mason's in the house. Mason, great to have you back. You flew in with this guy?
Yeah, me and Gus, yeah, like you said, we landed Wednesday morning and he went for a ride, brought the race bike in, and here we are, enjoying it.
So let me work out how this works, you know. You bought the drinks coming over, he buys the drinks coming back, or how's that work?
We'll see Sunday. We'll see who wins.
Good on you. Hey, you're another one of these guys that just kept coming here as a junior and just kept flagging on it and getting on the gas, and in the end you've kind of got yourself where you need to be as a senior now. You know, this is not your first gig for seniors, yeah?
No, exactly. I've done, this will be my third senior Hattah, yeah. And yeah, I've been coming here since 2011, and you know, it sort of feels like home to me here, and you know, I'm looking forward to get out there Sunday and see what we can do.
It's a really funny story, you know, because I used to follow the Yarra Valley guys, which is you sort of come out of that group and the guys, you know, and they were all just the most amazing bunch of guys to deal with, you know, because they were all about slap happy and tickle and go with it, you know, but you climbed out of the pile and really took off like a rocket, you know, like, and in your junior career, you know, you're where you are now, you know. How good does it feel to be giving medals back to these kids in the junior divisions?
Yeah, no, it's good. You know, when I was coming through here in 2011, 2012, when Toby was winning and getting medals off him, you know, I was ecstatic as a little kid, and you know, it feels good to sort of step up and give back to these kids, and you know, hopefully they, you know, well, I'm sure they appreciate it, and I know what it's like out there for being a young fella. So hats off to them for getting it done.
You know, and just because you get a finishing medal in a couple of years in a row doesn't mean that you haven't really had a crack, because you have. You finish an event like this, it's pretty tough, right?
Oh, for sure. You know, Anthony in the desert can catch you out the high speeds, and yeah, especially like I was saying, as a young fella, going high speeds, it can get pretty nervous at times. So, you know, hats off to them, and you know, they do a good job.
And you're kicking along nicely for your campaign here this weekend, you know, like you've got everything set where it needs to be to get things moving and get it on the gas and go for it tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, all the support I've got since I've been home. You know, last night we had about 4 or 5 people just slapping stickers on my bike for me. Everyone's coming together and chopping me out, and you know, just the love, and I appreciate it so much. And you know, I got a bike through KDM, they've helped me out, so I appreciate that. And sponsors from overseas has helped me out with a lot of stuff, and my mum and dad, and my brother, and everyone else. So hopefully we can give it a good nudge tomorrow, and you know, make everyone proud.
Good on you, mate. You're feeling the love, aren't you? Huh?
I am, mate. It's good.
Good on you. Well done. Thank you so much, Mason Simmons, for your involvement. Now, the other guy I want to have a quick chat to is this guy over here. Will you just get him to wobble over? Which Callum Norton. Hey, Cal. Good to have you in the house.
Thank you. Stoked to be here again, and it's looking great out there. All the juniors are getting around well, and can't wait to get out there myself.
Just a quick tip for you, quiet tip no one else needs to know. Over there, it's pristine, mate. I dead set tell you, it is killer over there.
Yeah, I can imagine all this nice weather we've had the last couple of weeks. I think it'll be great over there. So no, I can't wait. It's going to be good for racing. So we got Mason and Gussie back from America, which is so cool. It's great to have them back, and they're riding awesome at the moment. So it's the riding level's going to be high, and there's plenty of other boys too. So I'm keen as.
Yeah, the really cool about it thing for me is that you keep coming back to race an event like that. But with Chucky out of the gig now, because of injury, I know he is absolutely torn to bits that he can't be here for the weekend to do what he got to do, but that leaves the ball wide open for someone to grab. I mean, everyone's pointing fingers at you, so you got a fair bit under your plate to sort of hang on to try and deliver. But this gig is not kind, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's Spew and Chucky can't be here. He's been one of the top guys here the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years. So he's always been the man to beat, and Spew, we're not going to get the chance to do that this year and give him a run. But no, we've still got, as you said, plenty of good guys here. So it's going to be anyone's game, and we'll just see who takes it out come Sunday.
And of course, you've got to bring your A game to this place, right? I know that there's some events, and I don't want to sound, disturbing to those, but some of those events you can kind of get away with the odd thing. Here, you don't bring your A game, right? You can pretend you've got it, but you'll find whether you have or you haven't, because this place tears you to bits if you don't bring your A game, huh?
Yeah, definitely. The track is brutal. Come the 4-hour mark, it's pretty buggered out there, but it's good. It starts smooth and it develops through the day. So you just got to be on your game and develop with the track and pick the right lines. And you can be a couple minutes down with an hour to go, but if your fitness is good and you can hang in there, you just never know what's going to happen. And same with the bike. It doesn't get any more brutal than out there in the deep wet sand. It's that's why it's one of a kind, and I love it so much. It's such a challenge.
And of course, the other thing we'll quickly touch on is the fact that you are yet another of those three that we were talking about today that is a junior graduate into seniors. And this junior division for Hattah is so important to be that levelling field to bring junior kids through to seniors, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. I love seeing all the juniors here, and my first one was at 11 years old, and I've loved it ever since. And that's what it's all about, is all the kids coming through, and hopefully they look up to a few of us boys and want to go senior one day and give it a run over on the big track. So I love seeing them all out here, and they're all enjoying it, and it's a great little racetrack for them to learn and get ready for the big racetrack.
And of course, medal recipients, who were the guys that gave you your medals as a junior, right? You had a few.
Yeah, plenty of the boys. Obviously, Toby, Josh Green, who else we had? Oh, there's plenty of the boys. Smarty back in the day when he was racing. So I always loved coming across the line and having those boys there, and they always, congratulated you, and that was awesome.
And good on you and the other two guys, and indeed all of our team here today. I think some of Shawnee's family and others helping with the medal handouts. Really important. Whether you're last, you're in the middle, you're at the front, or it doesn't matter where you get a medal. It's nice to hang up and go, you know what, I was at Hattah, I rode it, I finished it, here's my medal. I feel good about it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's great. To finish, let alone do well, it's a massive goal for the kids out here, and it's a tough track. There's not much like it in Australia or in the world, really. So for them to finish their race is great, and I'm stoked to see their faces all happy and smiling when they come across, and it's really cool.
Good on you, Callum Norton and the other guys. All the very best for tomorrow. I know that you'll be on the number, right? You'll be on point, just like all of them. But the truth of it is, it ain't going to be an easy gig tomorrow, mate. You got it in front of you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll give it our best, and it's going to be brutal. So can't wait. Get today out the way, and we'll see what happens. So looking forward to it.
Good on you, Cal. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, good to have these guys here at our finish line to give our kids their finishing medals. It's great to have them down here. Even more happy to have them competing tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll unwind. We've still got our prologue to run today for our seniors, but before that we'll run our junior big wheels class, and we've got lots of action still to come to you in the next 2 days here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2023, our 25th anniversary. How great is it to have them down here and to have you as part of our broadcast down here this weekend. Thank you very much to the team at Real Ear Imagery and all of the groups that are here pulling it all together for us to give you these really vital pictures to head back to the people out of the complex that are watching in on live.
Championship winning oils by Penrite. Championships are won and lost on and off the racetrack. When performance is required and reliability matters, turn to an Australian-made and owned product you can trust. Championship winning oils by Penrite.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher vacuums deliver. From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
Experience Verde's new seasonal menu with delicious winter warmers and chef-inspired options. Or try a Verde-licious breakfast every Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10:30. Verde. Book online or phone with walk-ins welcome.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Experience the new seasonal menu at Verde Mildura. Verde's new wine and seasonal restaurant menu showcases delicious winter warming options, as well as uniquely chef-inspired dishes to satisfy the most discerning palate. And start your day the right way with a Verde-licious breakfast Friday to Sunday 7 till 10:30 a.m. Order with ease using our QR code or wait staff table service. Only at Verde, corner of San Mateo and 15th Street. Book now, online or phone with walk-ins welcome.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, whether you have a large
Liam Walsh, your first time ever at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Yeah.
What do you know about it? Why are you here?
Family and stuff have grown up racing it, but then also a good mate from Cullen Norton, and he loves the race. I've been trying to come in for 3 years now, but haven't got here, so yeah.
So an Alice Springs boy that moved to Darwin. So stayed in the territory.
Yeah.
Once the territory gets into you, it's stuck in you, right?
Yeah.
It's a different way of life, really, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit down here it is, yeah.
So everyone knows about Fink, obviously, in Alice, but is there a big desert racing culture outside of that in the territory?
No, No, not really. No, there's. I think it's probably the biggest desert race there is in Northern Territory. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you do motocross predominantly, or what do you ride?
Racing motocross. Yeah, done a few MX nationals growing up, and then sort of just moved over to desert the last few years.
Yeah. Okay. So how many YouTube clips have you watched of Hattah lately?
Fair few. Yeah. Fair few. Yeah.
What do you take from it? Like, what has Callum told you about it? What do you see as the challenges?
Just it's a long race, 4 hours. I've never personally done something that long before. Yeah, it just gets harder and harder each lap, and sort of just a hard, grueling race.
Yeah, and over 2 days you got that prologue, which is super important on this Saturday to get you hopefully some clear air. I mean, it's such a different event, and I can't wait for you to see it. That start line is just insane.
Yeah, I can't wait. Watching videos at the start looks pretty cool, and I can't wait to be a part of it.
What is your goal?
I don't know. Yeah, I've never raced it, so I'd like to be within the top 10 would be something pretty cool, but we'll see how we go.
Looking forward to seeing you at the end of Sunday and ask you how it went, mate. Good to have you here.
No worries, thank you.
So big wheel on track right now. Johnny Contract in amongst all of it. Everyone looks a lot more relaxed than they did with the small wheels, didn't they? Everyone's throwing the shuckers and getting up in the grill.
Still got a Kathmandu on as well.
Whatever it takes.
Slow the doors off the duck feathers on the first lap, I'm sure.
There's some interesting critters getting around the bits and around the crowd. That Simford team looking for a big result here as well.
Well-travelled teams here on this road. The Bunbury KTM team back there. That's a very well-travelled to be a part of this.
Peter Stevens dealership as well. Lots of riders. Love it. Just literally drag the camera in like, hey, don't go past me. This is sweet. Everybody's in the zone. Love it. It's only day one.
Infectious, isn't it?
Mate, it's
really infectious.
This is the time of their lives. A lot of them. Everybody's throwing the shuckers. Everybody. Love it. 714 bike there as well. Again, multiple classes within the class.
Ball, isn't it? To try and wrap through the numbers.
We have literally pages and pages of entries. And you just try real quick. I think that was Will Deppler on the gas before. Big thing that used to be a problem too when you're sitting on the line for a long time. If you don't have the bike fired up, often easy to flood the bike. So what the trick was to reach down on the fuel tap and turn it half off just to stop the bike from flooding. But then you got to be real careful to remember not to take your hand off that tap while you're doing it, because you get sidetracked, suddenly you got the fuel turned half off.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to lean out on the first lap.
I don't know if we've got access to the prologue results at all from Big Wheel. But if that live timing comes up for us shortly, we'll give you the results of it as to who starts where in this massive field of the big wheels.
The camera work is spot on through all of this. There's stories on every row, every single team, wherever they've travelled from, and the last 12 months, I dare say, this event's been in their minds.
I heard old Ado got a kick in the butt for being in the way on the start line before. He will be loving this. First time he's seen the big bangers get off the line. When you say big wheel, they're not all big kids.
No, not by any means. There's some very little kids on these.
Seems like that's the Hattah Shucker.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a throw down the Hattah Shucker. Welcome to our coverage. If you're watching on the live stream, wonderful to have your company. Of course, here at the track as well. Big crowd along the fence. Later on, we have the prologue and the top 10 shootout for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. It'll be hectic for that, but for now we focus on the stars of the Hattah future. Oh, I love the intensity. It's gone right up here.
So fastest in prologue starts from position number 1. That's that Gear Racing team, Ollie Gear, set to lead them away. And a pair of them in that top 5 after prologue. It's a fantastic effort by this team. Family ran.
That's a great shot. Cool shot down there on the line. The Camelbacks for a lot of them. Verstegen on the 81 bike. There's rows and rows of them. What are we looking at? 4 or 5 rows? You can't not stand
up, can you?
4 or 5 rows. We wait to let them loose. A lot of the senior riders be watching this as well. Johnny Contract down with our pulse hitter, as it were. Quick stretch there. I feel like doing that myself.
Last chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 22 kilometres a lap, 6 laps.
Just a late
and
133 Ks or something.
Yeah.
You know. It's what they live for.
The door's shut on the side-by-side, and they're ready to rock and roll. Junior big wheel as soon as that Polaris Razor launches. They're into it, and Ollie Gear, the first bike away. The Polaris is mobile, and we await the start. Ollie Gear to lead us away. Junior big wheel, and they're off for the 2023 Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
Day one for the hashtag juniors. Later in the afternoon, we go to the seniors, to the big dogs, but this is the future of the Hattah Desert Race. Such a cool system, the way that start works. Very consistent with the speed. You can't go, or you get a front guard full of Polaris.
Not a good time. It's perfect so far. The launch has been fantastic. There's one bike that's stranded. It's a little tough to see the number. It's not going.
Is that 5 rows?
It is heartbreaking.
5 or 6 rows. A lot. There's Lee Adams through our window, actually, right there, and Kylie. Literally right there on the four-wheeler, just riding by.
Man, and heartbreaking off to the left, right under the pennant flag, under the Penrite banners, there's a bike stranded.
Oh,
and it's
Devo.
not going. From the front row, too, that was. It's tough to see from our point of view exactly who that is. We'll do our best to pick it up, or hopefully they get it running. He's pushing the bike, look like back to the pits. Man, it's shattering.
And very uncommon.
It was easily from the top 20 bikes, I'm sure of it. It was very early on in the queue. The prayers, Rob Sinclair doing his job, keeping the environment clear. Well done, Rob.
He looks very tense, does Rob.
I think he's got it in him.
That's years of teaching you. That's what that's done to him.
So he looks over the start. We're ticking back through the rows now. There's still,
I know, are we halfway?
Easily 150 bikes to launch.
Just going to say, are we even halfway across? Can't believe Lee Adams and Kylie didn't wave right then when they went past.
That was a little harsh, wasn't it?
Were they distracted or something? Unbelievable.
So that bike still not going. Your heart absolutely breaks from the now at the end of the chute. Before that right-hander, and you're officially in the show, straight down. They're still parked up by that entry gate. Oh, that's absolute heartbreak.
Well, still got a bit of time, though, at least to launch. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near where they were going to be starting. Hashtag train wreck. Here comes Ado. He's working hard, the big fella from Bloke's World. In he comes. He's got to be loving this, does Ado. Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
He's brought us the giant python.
I don't know what was coming out of his pockets on approach. It was
the mega snake. Lovely. So the drone follows them up. What a ripping shot.
There's so many bikes left to go. They've been launching for 3 minutes now. Still, just to get the bike started. It's not even everyone. There's still another minute at least of bikes to launch.
All the pro teams are here watching this too, Liam, at this point. To see team bosses are watching to see who the future is. A lot of them have satellite operations here where they include these kids in their program to breed the new future and the new talent. I really love seeing the Indigenous flag on the back of the side-by-side to tribute Shawnee Stevens, who was so very passionate about this event. What a great character. A real cheeky larrikin.
Oozed positivity, didn't he?
Yep, so much.
Never having a bad time around him.
Loved by all corners of the community here in the Sunraysia. Tragically passed away after a stroke earlier this year, and it really hurt this region. And then we lost the great Warren Monson as well, 9-time Victorian sidecar champion. So there's a lot of people that we want to remember this weekend in tribute, because this is such a rich motorsport culture in this region. When I was telling Ado about the amount of talent that's come out of Mildura, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's a fast corner of the globe, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what motorsport you're in, whether it's bikes, cars, boats.
Ooh.
whatever it may be. Oh, that's not a good spot to be parked. It's further up as well.
That's the worst part of the top of your screen. Just not quite
just get out of there. Get out of there.
Look at it. Look at it. Not quite out of the corner.
Dear.
This is where you... Oh, that was close. How do you like your T-bone? That was very close indeed. They got to be careful. And he's stranded right across.
And that's thick sand there too. That's not easy to push out whatsoever.
And you're thinking to
It's
yourself...
a little bit of reprise now, surely, if you can get it running.
Dropped 1,000 positions. That just would break your heart. Still won't go. Now it fires. I bet there's some
that's
colourful
deep stuff.
language. It's not going yet either. Now it does. I bet there's some colourful language going on inside that helmet.
Just imagine.
I know what I'd be saying, and we're in here.
What I missed in all of it was whether that rider that missed the launch off the front row got it going as well.
Or went to the pits and retired. Ripping shot from the air. Tex and the boys just putting on some tremendous stuff. Look at that shot. That is pristine land right there. So grateful to the landowners that provide us this landscape and this canvas on which to paint.
And that's their full investment, a lifetime there in their farm and that crop. They let us ride around, so everyone sifts out to get to their favourite vantage spot.
Yes, Callum Norton and Casey trying to escape through. There's Decky as well. So while we do that, good chance for us to slide. Liam can have a chat with this guy and he can watch a bit of what's going on and take us through it because he was sneaking up onto the hill, Callum Norton. So we'll go to Cal with Liam in just a sec. Cal Norton. Before Ricky Bobby, that name was just a name. How often do people go to you? Really? Is that really your name? Do they think you're taking the P or?
It's Coppet Junior and all sorts. But nah, it's good. One of my favourites, that one. So that, love it.
Mate, you're coming into this event very differently as you came into last year. Last year you were certainly a factor and people were like, yeah, Cal will be up there. But there's a little bit of expectation this year. Do you feel that?
Yeah, definitely. It's you know, sort of, I guess, hometown race. I guess now, or I suppose they might take me as a hometown boy, but it's been good. The lead up's been really good. We got ready for Fink as well as Hattah at the same time, so it's always tricky. It's sort of bouncing between the both. But saying that, I'm super comfy, so I'm looking forward to it. The bike's good and the track's going to be nice, I think, with this weather. So it's going to make it great racing. So yeah, it's just got to make it happen this year, and I'm looking forward to trying to anyway.
Career best result for you at Fink. That had to be just fantastic. I mean, it was one of those things you were pretty close.
Yeah, definitely. It was great. Great to get on the podium there. I've been a goal since I started going there, really. No, I was stoked with that. We had a good, clean weekend. One little mishap at the start, but other than that, it was really good. And, you know, you always love to win, but I'll take second there any day, especially to Walsh. He's such a great rider up there and, you know, now 4-time King of the Desert, which is pretty impressive. So to do that is good, and it brings a bit of confidence to here, being, you know, comfy here. I feel like, yeah, if I can bring that riding to Hattah, we could do well. So we'll see.
Mate, you've been a phenomenal junior racer here over the years. What's it like? You remember the first time you stepped up from, you know, being a junior to the big dogs, and what difference was that?
Yeah, it's what'd you say? The track's different itself, which is it's just brutal. The senior track is super rough, super deep sand. The junior track's a little bit more tame. It still gets rough and it's sandy and fast, but just, you know, little bikes. It doesn't develop quite as much. But yeah, my first junior Hattah though was at 12, and ever since then it's been. The goal was we want to race senior Hattah, and then we want to do well at senior Hattah, and then, you know, you start aiming for your positions. And you know, since I was little, I was watching Toby and Price and Daniel Sanders, Daniel Milner, so many guys over on the senior track. So when I finally got to move there, it was cool. We sort of went in and just had a crack and come away with a pretty good result my first year with a 4th, and ever since then it's been let's chase the podium. So yeah, and hopefully I've got one so far with the 3rd in 2021. So I'm hoping I can, you know, be somewhere around there again this year.
Mate, as a junior, you would have had, before your prologue event, before that race on the Saturday, you would always had a bloke called Shawnee standing there at the line to wave you off. It's going to be pretty emotional for a lot of people not seeing that little bloke standing there with his gloves and his beanie, and he always would have said something to you at one point. He was always very encouraging, Shawnee, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a legend. I remember my first year in 2012. I'd come around, and at the start line, he's funny bugger. We'd always be waving us off and getting into it. Come on, boy, let's go. And then every lap you come around, and you got the little start chute that you go through every time with the transponder. And I've had a little lead, and one time he held the stop sign down for a little bit longer and being a cheeky bugger, and he was always funny. And after the race, he'd always come straight over and congratulate you, whether you're first or last or didn't finish or anything. So I love Shawnee, and it's going to be so different without him this year there. And but you know, everyone will be thinking of him, and he'll be there in spirit. And we'll try to go out there and get it done for him.
Good luck this weekend, Cal.
Thanks, Wado.
So, we had a chat with you a couple of nights ago, Cal, and now we've got you in the house live and in person, mate. Happy Hattah Day. How good is this time of year?
Yeah, it's awesome. Hey, I'm stoked to be here, and the weather's it's a bit chilly and a bit blowy, but it's great for racing. How good? Doesn't get better than this. Wet, red sand, and look at it out there. I'm itching to get out there.
Yeah, it's right. It's July in Sunraysia, isn't it? So much preparation the last couple of weeks, Fink, and everything that goes into this. This is, I think, the nicest presentation from the STE team that we've seen yet. They've gone super hard these last couple of years in building for, I think, this year to be their biggest ever. So many different riders, and you yourself, your program's been so strong lately, and now we're looking forward to another great Hattah.
Yeah, thank you. It's massive. Jace Stewart there at STE's done an unreal job. Like you said, the last couple of years has been, sort of building it up, and he approached me at the end of last year and was interested in bringing me on board, and I was stoked about that. So it's been a really good year so far. We went up to Fink and had a great program up there, which was good, and we're bringing that here, and it's a nice sleek look, and we're so lucky to have some awesome sponsors on board that are helping out, and we've got a good little junior program too, which is good. So there's 3 of the boys out here in the race right now, so looking forward to seeing them do well, and it's been really good, enjoying it.
And how much can be said for momentum as well when you roll into an event like this and you have a strong run at, Fink a couple of weeks ago? How important is momentum when you're in that flow state and everything's going right for your confidence, for confidence in the team and the gear you're on as well? When everything's going right, it's very easy to keep that up and keep manufacturing results.
Yeah, definitely. That's it. Hey, it was just trying to get through Fink. Clean was sort of the main first goal, and if you can have the good pace and things to bring to the table also definitely helps. But just a good run up there is massive. It's such a brutal track. There's rocks and sand and whoops and so many different factors that can ruin your day, or whether it's bike or yourself. So I was stoked to just have a nice clean run down and back, and had enough pace to put it on the podium, which was awesome to be up there with David Walsh and Ivan Long, and I was stoked with that. So it's been sort of a 5-year process of trying to make it happen, and and just hopefully we can bring that form into here and tick away. So
would that have to be one of your proudest results thus far, certainly in the off-road side of things, and looking at results in Hattah as well? That'd have to be one of your biggest results so far, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's 100% my best result so far in the desert here, and it's it's probably Australia's biggest desert race, and Hattah's right there up with it. So hopefully we can do the same here, and it's great. So I'm super pumped with that result, and looking forward to trying to do the same here.
Yeah, exactly right. Obviously wasn't the result right at the end that you would have wanted last year. You'd ridden so well and had a great battle with T-Dub and everything that was going on. Put a move on Sanders. Everything went into last year, and now you come back with a different bike, a different team, but the same confidence to know that you rode well here last year, and the same track layout as well must do big things for you heading into this.
Yeah, it's the confidence feels good. I had a good ride last year going, and was battling with Todd and Chucky there, and went back and forwards for 3-4 laps, and that it definitely knows that your speed's there and things like that. And unfortunately, it just didn't go our way. But new bike and new crew and new team, and everyone's gelling well, and get along really good with my mechanic Scotty, and I got Lee Adams living at his place, and he's working on my bikes every day and looking after me, and just ticking all the boxes and trying to make sure we're ready. So I'm really looking forward to Sunday, and it's going to be a stacked field again this year, so it's going to be some great racing.
Is that the stuff you dream of growing up, being in the bike world, to know that you can have people like this in your corner? Jason Stewart's done so many years, dedicated his life to the sport, and then to family into Lee Adams and everything that he's achieved through his various sides of motocross and motor speedway. A great corner to be in. Is this really the stuff that you could have dreamed of? You can only think about being in this corner with all these sorts of guys. As we watch this first lap climb into the books, could you have wanted life to turn out any better for you at this point in time? Everyone in your corner doing what you love just about for a living. It's pretty cool.
It's really cool. I'm so lucky to have, living with Lee and have Casey as my partner, and Kylie as well. She's massive to the whole program. And having Stewie as my boss is pretty cool. He's a mate as well as a boss, as well as, just everyday advice. I can go up to him and talk to him like a mate, and he looks after me, and then we come to the races and it's, put our heads down and get into it. So no, it's such a good group of guys to be around, and all the riders on the team I get along with well, and it's just an awesome group, and the vibe's always good, and I think when you're around guys like that, it helps you riding so much, and it's sort of shown so far this year. We've had some good runs, and it's just trying to stay relaxed and let the riding do the talking, and in a good spot.
Is it tough when you've got so many bikes in that same category? Say you prologue in fairly close, if you're lined up not far from each other on the grid, makes things a little bit exciting for the first couple of laps if you group together with team riders, or is it all pretty well everyone understands they're there for you're looking for your result? End of the day, you're riding for a team, but still we want Callum Norton to win at the end of the day. So if Liam Dinnings is up there under your elbows, you're still a bit of a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tricky. You got all the boys, everyone wants to do well for themselves, but at the same time we all look after each other, and that's, I think, sort of a different animal. You just you wish each other luck and hope everyone gets down there and back safe, sort of the main thing, and the result's what the result is, which here's a bit more we're a bit more of a home race. We all feel comfy here. So, no, I'm looking forward to racing with all the boys, and I'm hoping, Stocky and Liam and Geordie, and we got Jack Mentha filling in for us this weekend, and, we've got some really good talent on the team. So I'm hoping they can, stick it up the front somewhere as well. And if not, just to finish for all boys would be a great achievement too. So, no, it's great. It's going to be good.
Super exciting. So talk us through this point in the race, right? We come into lap one. You've done it so many times before. If you're Jackson Verstegen or the Gear family, both those boys up inside the top 4 now as we tick through our timing as well, which is super important early. It's a fast little team, the Gear boys. So if you're in that top few, you roll into your first pit stop, what are you thinking? Are you pulling up? Are you dashing up with fuel? Obviously everyone's running to a strategy, but back here in this 125, 250 class, everything like that, what are you thinking? You're trying to calm yourself back down, or you're just trying to keep that adrenaline through the roof in the first lap?
Yeah, it's always intense. It's I got to start racing the Hattah Juniors at 12 and went right through to 16 and was fortunate enough to win a couple of them. And yeah, it was always just try and have a good clean first lap was my goal when I was a junior. Just try and get through, and everyone's pushing hard on that first lap. Everyone's fresh and excited and all pumped up. So just trying to get through that lap clean and not have any silly mistakes. And when you come into the pits, it's whether you've got a big tank or a small tank, you probably make a strategy around that at the start with your crew. And if these guys have got a big tank, they'll probably go 2 laps straight up and then fuel and work out how much fuel they're using. But then again, if you're getting roosted, you might need some goggles, so you're in on lap 1 and freshen them up. But yeah, it's an intense race. So it's 2 hours, but a lot of these young boys can send it for 2 hours too. So it's a good battle, and there's some great talent out there. And I love watching these guys coming through because they'll be with us soon, and we'll have to worry about them then. So it's good to see that.
How much communication do you like to when you come into that pit? Do you like to just stay in your own head and just let the boys do their work, and you sort of sit there in silence and try and stay dialed in, or you're looking for as much communication as you can from the team? Are you trying to give you tips? Are you taking it on board, or you just try and stay in your own head and stay in the zone?
Yeah, it's a bit of both, I think. You try and keep to yourself a little bit and don't say too much. You don't need to be you know, wasting any energy worrying about too much. But a little bit of info is always nice. Where am I? You know, how long behind, or how long, you know, in front of me to the next guy, or what position. We always, you know, have a little bit of info going there. Maybe even a pit board. I'm not sure about the juniors if they can do that, but the seniors definitely can. Just short, simple little messages on there. How you're tracking through the day is always nice. Just to keep an eye on things. And again, obviously, fuel's the main thing out here. A lot of people will either try to push for a few laps or they'll fuel every lap. So knowing when to fuel is important too. So
big part of it.
Yeah,
Definitely. So, Cal, I'll let you head up and find a spot with Casey. Like I'm sure you can try and do a bit of a recce on the track so far. Good luck in prologue this afternoon, and man, we always pray for a good result for you and the rest of the STE team. Thanks, Cal.
Awesome. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Squared. We had it twice. That was that was super cool. In a moment, I'm going to drop into the co-pilot chair. The great Glenn Bell, multiple Australian motocross champion. Cal Norton's on his way up to the hill to check out the action from there. Belly's going to plonk down here. Throw these on. Jackson Rossi out there. Jordan Hingston. Zayden Olsen. Local lad on the 32 bike. Jackson Verstegen doing the job ahead of Davey Gear and Ollie Gear. How good are the Gear boys? Archer Colwell. Danielle McDonald. What a ride from Danielle McDonald in 6th. Jesse Ryan. Will McInnes. Trey Morrell. Thomas Porto. I'm not going to say it, but for some reason I wanted to get Latin. Valen Townsend. Zach Henry. Eddie Barber. Eden Krieg. Marcus Nolan. Drew Creamer. Ethan Alderton. Benny Whitehorn. Zach O'Shaughnessy. Charlie Roos, that's just a few. Glenn Bell, how much are you loving this? You got that look in your eyes.
This is awesome. Like, this is the first Hattah race I've been to, and it's an eye-opener, that's for sure. It's a fantastic event. They've put on a great show.
So Brett Metcalf has this gleam in his eye. He's already making plans. I can tell, you know he's going to come and ride this. The start, Belly. We stood on the line this morning when the riders' meeting was going on, and you were just overwhelmed by the amount of young kids on the grid.
Oh, it's huge. I can't believe there's 840-something riders here and so many juniors, you know. It's a spectacle, that's for sure.
Isn't it amazing, Belly? Someone like yourself who's so immersed in our industry has not experienced this before. You might have heard bits and pieces, the word Hattah has probably come across your radar a few times, but to finally be here, you go, where has this been, or where have I been?
Yes, that's right. Where have I been? I wish I did do this race years ago. Like, I've done the Fink a few times, but this race, it's such a good event. It's like, that's why Brett's like going, I'm going to race this next year.
Yeah.
You know, while he can, because he's still fast and he's still doing the Pro MX very well.
Yeah, 39 years old.
Yeah, so, you know, you only have a certain time, but, you know, Brett's going to be lining up here next year, I think.
Yeah, look, it's an event that has so many different parts to it, so many different parts of the equation. You got that's Glenn Bell. So many, Marlboro Yamaha. I'm probably not supposed to say that, but I don't care. The pit area, you race through the pits, although in this situation, they've got to be down to 25 k's an hour. There was some penalties handed out before. I don't know how you measure that as a rider. Kick it back in a second, let it idle?
Oh, yeah, you'd have to, you know. You got to make sure that you're doing like 25 kilometres an hour. You know, if you're racing through there, you know you're going to get docked some time. So, you know, it's just up to the riders to make sure. But, you know, the seniors are going to be a bit different to this. But they just slowed the juniors down just to make them a bit safer, you know.
Well, tomorrow when we go across the road, they race through the pits. So there's 3 different lanes. You race top speed, you make a gradient where you head towards the pit area where you stop, so that you race full speed through the pits tomorrow across the road. I can't wait to get your response about that later. This is very familiar to you. Forget where we are. The concept of, the goggles are off, that's never good. Knee-deep sand, it's almost like Western Australia, Belly.
Oh, definitely. Manjimup comes to mind, but the surface here is awesome. Like, that rain just made it so good. So, yeah, the guys will be having a good time out there, and I'm sure the 450 guys or the Opens are going to have a spectacular time around here on their big bikes.
I mean, the interesting thing too with it, Glenn, is that you've tapped out down by the lake, like wide open, 6-gear tapped out, doing probably almost 200 k's an hour. That sucks when you drop it in sand like that. Is it going to go? No, then you got to find neutral. There you go, you're good. So, and then you got this bottomless sand where it's all whooped out, and so there's so many different conditions.
Oh, for sure. But overall, the sandy soil, it's great fun to ride on. It's a skill just to ride on this type of surface, but once you've mastered it, you know exactly what you're doing, and trying to pick lines and being smooth around the track, just keeping momentum going is the number one thing.
So take Fink off the table here for a second. The concept of a 22-kilometre lap, Billy.
Yeah, this is a long time. I didn't mind Fink. It was just 2 hours like straight down there, and you finished. This is like constant, refueling. So it's going to take its toll, especially over 4 or so hours. It's going to be a long time on the bike.
Mind you, and we often compare the two, and it's not fair because they're completely different. The only thing that links them is the word desert. Because Fink, you're doing phenomenally high speed. I mean, like life-changing speed, constantly, right? So,
This is still fast, though, Todd was saying he was out practicing the other day and he was still doing 170, in places. So it's like you're not going slow. And, if you fall off at those speeds, it's a big tumble. I had a crash at Fink once, and it was the biggest crash, I thought. Because in motocross, you're not going as fast.
Yeah.
You fall down, you just go splat on the ground, and you go, oh, it's over with. But Fink, man, you just tumble forever.
Okay, so the old steering situation right there, just whack it against the tent pole to try and straighten the bars. There's obviously been a get-off on the 109 bike. So you just lean her up against the post and try and get the bar straight.
They twist in the triple clamps pretty easy, so, you want to ride a straight bike. It's a lot easier to ride.
Still the wave!
Still the wave.
How good's that?
That's cool.
It's like you have a get-off, you're trying to keep it to yourself, Belly, then the camera crew arrive, your old man's trying to straighten the bars against the tent pole. So what do? You wave. Yeah, bottomless stuff here. Now, so many different styles of riding bikes here, but still always, if you can, got to be on the pegs, don't you?
Oh, definitely. Riding, the faster you ride, the more you stand up. The bumps are getting bigger. You need to be on those pegs. But this is a race for anyone. A novice rider can go have fun. You're riding your bike almost all day. But the pros, you need a lot of commitment for this to go fast, and the preparation is unbelievable.
So taking a look at our leaders at the moment, Jackson Verstegen is currently your leader over Davey Gear, but only by 2 seconds. Ollie Gear in third, Archer Colwell fourth. In fact, Ollie Gear fourth, Archer Colwell. No, it's Ollie third. Our telemetry slightly out. Archer, then back to Danielle McDonald. What an amazing job from Danielle. In the girls 12 to under 16 bracket, Jessie Ryan 7th, Will McInnes 8th, Trey Morrell and Thomas Porto. So, Glenn, within this, although we've got an outright, we've also got several classes within this race. So Danielle Richmond is 5th overall outright and leading the girls class.
Yeah, she's going awesome in this class. There is a lot of juniors and senior girl riders that are riding phenomenally.
Yeah, tomorrow and maybe later today, Emma Milicevic is absolutely one to watch there as well. A Honda factory rider, phenomenal talent as well. So she's certainly one to watch. 22nd, Jordan Hingston, Jackson Rossi, Cam Shaw, Dylan McDonald, John Kennedy, Zach Snudden, Zayden Olsen back in those 32, Darcy Finnemore, Memphis Trevina. Remember when kids were named Glenn?
Yeah, a long time ago. Now
Phoenix and Memphis and
there's a lot of
Diesel
different names now.
So this is where you're tapped out. This is where you big long straightaways, but then at the end you swing around gum trees and suddenly you're back in the Mallee Scrub. It's got a bit of everything, Glenn.
Definitely, it's got a lot of different variety of things. You just got to watch out for the trees.
You know the cool part? There's 4 people standing in the middle of nowhere right there. They often say that the guys will come around the corner, and Fink is probably the same. There'll be a whole family sitting on a couch next to a gum tree with the esky and the fire going.
Loving the race, it's a great family sport, and you get out there and have a look at the guys going around, and a lot of people out here know someone that's racing, so they've got an interest in it.
I just saw Caden Gates just listed just then, Caden is the current Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway champion. His dad is the Gator, Byron Gates, very famous. There's an amazing speedway culture in this city, Glenn, when it comes to speedway motorcycles, solos and sidecars. Of course, the home of the great Phil Crump, the great Lee Adams. Jason Crump grew up here as well. Throw in the sidecars, the late, great Warren Monson, who was a 9-time Victorian champion. This is, I don't know what's in the water.
I know, it's like Mildura, there's a lot of good riders that come from here, and we did all the supercrosses down here every year, you know, for a lot of years, and it was drew some good crowds. I think that was on the Easter weekend.
Yeah, and in fact, Brendan Gledhill reminded me that they were absolutely thrilled that you actually announced your retirement from racing at the King of the River at the Arena Cross here.
Yeah, that was Stephen Gall. That's after a beating.
Oh, well, fair enough. Okay, so BJ thought that was you, so that's good. I'll go back and mention that. Gawley, I'll send that message to him. Spencer Miles, look at this. Now, we're talking about 112th, 118th, 121st. You can be battling your butt off back in 250th.
Oh, yeah,
it's a
definitely.
personal battle, isn't it?
That's right. You know, as I said, it was something for everyone. It doesn't matter how fast you really go around this track. But, you know, if you want to win, there's a lot of preparation involved. But, you know, you just have a ball to ride around this track.
It's an amazing family sport. These kids, and they are kids, are out there doing 22-kilometre laps, 130 plus kilometres. They will ride the leaders. As we see Jackson Verstegen, here is your leader right now. 17-second lead over Riley Delaney, who's coming past us now, the Gear Boys. Third and fourth, Davey and Ollie. Then back to Archer Colwell in fifth. Danielle McDonald in sixth. Just looking back to find Danielle. Jesse Ryan in seventh. Will McInnes, Trey Morrell and Thomas Porto. Glenn, do you miss racing when you look at this kind of stuff?
Oh, definitely. You know, I loved racing when I was a mechanic when I first started riding, but I got approached from the Toshiba Yamaha dealer team, and they said, "Do you want to come race for us?" And I said, "Oh yes." And so I gave notice at work, and they said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to ride motorcycles." And they go, "What? Can you ride a motorcycle?"
Oh,
I said,
wow.
"Oh yeah, not too bad." So it was good because I won the Australian 125 title and the Gold Cup, and it just went on from there. So it was great to get a deal with Toshiba Yamaha dealer team, and then I said, "Oh, I'm going to ride this forever," but forever doesn't last forever. It was a great experience, and I really enjoyed it, and I still do. You know, bikes, you just grow up around it all your life, and it's just part of your DNA.
That was Danielle McDonald. We just saw, in fact, there she is right there. What a great ride from Danielle right now. Sixth outright and leading her class, doing a ripper job. I was talking to Brett Metcalf before. There are so many lines out there now, Glenn, and none of them are really defined because you've got so many bikes at so many different levels. It's just corrugated.
Yeah, the bike will make a line in this sand, so, you know, you don't get too tied up with where that is, especially on the straights when you're going so fast. You know, you're just watching out for the major bumps in the track and which ones you're going to hit. So, you know, because the track's changing so much. And Danielle's riding awesome. You know, you saw her around there. She had a T-dub gear on that Todd Waters makes, and it looks really good out there. They've tried to do the desert colours, and it looks good.
I think that was Drew Creamer just then, with Balin Townsend and Eddie Barber. That's around the top 15. Mason Boucher, Zach Henry, Eden Krieg, Ethan Alderton. There are so many surfaces on this lap, isn't there? When you look at it, there's bottomless sand, there's loam, then there's hard pack. There's a bit of everything.
Hard, fast sections, you know, and, you know, a lot of whoops as well. You know, when it's a bit drier, it tends to get bigger sort of whoops. It gets a little bit choppy when it's it's got a bit more water in it.
That can spit you off so easy just there, that spot where the rear end steps out a little bit. If you haven't got your knees together and you're still on the pin, there's a good chance you're coming off.
Oh, especially when you're getting a bit tired, you know, you're letting the bike do the work. You can't push it around so much because you're low on energy. But it's a race to behold.
Speed up the hill here. I can't wait for you to see the top 10 shootout later on. It is one of the great events in any motorcycling discipline here in this country when they go at it for the top 10 for tomorrow's 25th anniversary. Penrite had a desert race, even though we missed one in that with the spicy cough. We've certainly managed to run an amazing event the last couple of years. No Chucky Sanders here, no defending champ this time, no Daniel Milner, one of the defending champs as well. And I caught up with Ben Grabham last night as well, two-time winner of this event and one of only two men, he and Toby Price, to have won both Fink and Hattah, and that's rare air, Glenn.
Oh yeah, that's pretty special. You know, only two guys out of all those years have won both of them, and you know, we're going to have probably a new winner this time. So I think my money's on Todd Waters. Although
I like how you put your neck out all nice and early. I like that.
I do.
Callum Norton's left the commentary box now. You just met him and you're like, all right, he's gone. Todd Waters.
I wished him luck. But well, Callum, you know, finished second in the Fink Desert race this year. So, you know, he's going to be good competition. And, you know, so we'll see. We'll see. A lot of things can happen.
Cool shot here. Waiting for a pit stop, just pulling. They got those enviro mats down. And Glenn, this entire property, both this side of the road and the other side, is privately owned land. We are so grateful to the landowners who provide us the opportunity to do this, and then we try as best we can to return it back to the way it looked once we were here. So without the landowners, this event just could not happen. So everyone's very environmentally conscious, as I'm sure you're aware.
Oh, definitely. You know, the bikes do chew it up a lot, and it's great that the guys get out there, and that's why they allow us to do this all the time, because, you know, they put it back to the way it was and start again for next year.
Glenn, is there many races that you... Oh, we just caught the end of it. It always falls, or usually it falls with the clutch down, actually. That's usually the Murphy's Law, because then when you go to pick it up, that's when it stalls. But hey, he kept it running. Nice work, the 318. I'll try and skim through my 300 plus riders, and it's never that the number jumps straight up onto you, but I'll try and find out who it was that just dropped the Yamaha just then. Happened so very quickly. Are there many events that you've been to or ridden in where you ride through the pits?
No, I haven't done one of these before, so no, I haven't ever ridden through the pits. I think Desert Race is just the start to the finish, and yeah, this is unique to the Hattah race.
Boy, that's Sandy right there. Does pretty well to the crankcase in some parts of the racetrack. Jackson Verstegen out to an almost 40-second lead. Ollie Gear, Archer Colwell up to third now. Davey to fourth, Danielle in the top five. Jesse Ryan, nice ride. Then you go back, I think it was Will. Just looking in there, so Will McInnes. Nice job for him in seventh. In fact, might be eight. Thomas Porto, Trey Morrell, Marcus Nolan and Balin Townsend. Drew Creamer, Eddie Barber, Ethan Alderton. 22-kilometre laps. 6 of them for the lead guys. You can see then, drop a bit of fuel in. Maybe a bit of an energy bar or protein bar or some fluid. Those got the Camelback on as well. And then get out of there. And careful to check your left. And be careful not to speed, because we just saw the race winner in that previous race receive a ride-through penalty, or a 20-second penalty for going too quick through the pit. So that's got to be hard to measure that.
That is hard to make up. You know, you get someone that's riding the same speed as you.
Yeah.
It's hard to make up those little mistakes that, you know, you've ridden through there a bit quick, and you get a penalty like that. It's difficult.
Glenn, did you talk to yourself as a rider? Like, you know, you mentally, come on, Glenn, come on, or
sometimes, yeah. Especially, I did an Ebenezer 12-hour up in Alice Springs, and that was really tough. You know, you started midday, you rode till midnight, and you had to put the lights on at 6 o'clock, you know, as the sun was going down.
Whose idea was that?
I don't know. It went for a few years, but that was very tough. It was a big loop as well, you know, so it's, but we didn't ride through pits like this either.
So were you mentally having to sort of tune yourself back in and come on, or?
Oh yeah, especially when your hands have got blisters all over them, you know, and come on, just keep flowing, you know, trying to keep the momentum going. and not fight the bike too much.
It would be really important in a race like this as well. We just think this is probably a section that would bring most people undone if you're tired, because it's whooped out really bad. Look at that, the lines are all over the place. So unless your knees are together, you're up on the pegs and you're feeling good, that can really bring you undone. It'd be really important not to have a part of the track you don't like at this point, because you come back to it and you'd be mentally going, ugh, I hate this bit, you know?
Oh yeah. The guys, when you like this surface of riding, you know, it's you get accustomed to it, and you try to figure out the track, and if you don't like a section, you try a different line the next lap, but you don't have a lot of laps to work it all out, so you do the best you can. And it's always tough. You get on 4 hours plus, and it's tough.
And the other thing too with these guys, they can't ride practice here, so you cannot do any laps on the track at any point during the year. You know, with Fink, guys do pre-runs all the time. They go up there and spend the weekend doing it. Here, you've got that look lap, which is basically riding behind the side-by-side, and that's it. So you've really got not much muscle memory or much retention, unless you've ridden this event many times. There's a lot of kids here that have not ridden this event before, so you just learn.
That's right. Like Brett Metcalf, if he rides next year, he's going to try to learn the whole thing. But you know, they've walked the track; they sort of know where it goes. You get a look lap, and then go for it. So you sort of hopefully know some of the corners, but you'll end up getting the speed going towards the end.
It's an incredible endurance event, no doubt about that. It has grown enormously since the first year when they had about 30 riders, and now we're in the 800s. Quite remarkable. And it's great that they didn't dropped it. You just saw the front end. It was trying to carry it, and unfortunately, unless you grab it quick, it's real easy to drop the front end. It's easier to drop the front end than the rear end, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's sandy, you know, the front will wash out, and if you get tired, you hang off the back a little bit, and it's easy just to drop the front.
So we're ripping. I'm trying to work out how many laps we are in at the moment. Getting close to 50% of the way through. Verstegen punching out at 16. In fact, his last lap was his best lap. Bit of Powerade, a couple of lollies, bit of natural sugar there, the sour worms. Oh my God.
So he's getting used to the track, so the fastest lap was his last lap.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he hasn't got too tired yet.
Boy, there's just no point really where you can relax. Even when you're tapped out on these big, long straightaways, you can't afford to just sit back and coast with it, because that's when it can bite you.
I know, your concentration, you've got to concentrate so hard at what you're doing and everything that's in front of you.
Was it important to be really positive with yourself, Glenn, all the time when you're on the bike? Like, come on, you got this, not punishing yourself for a mistake you made? Or is that an easy trap to fall into?
Oh, it's easy to fall into traps, but you got to be confident in yourself, in your ability of, you know, where you're at in the field. You know, some guys are just going out because it's the Hattah race and I want to tick it off the bucket list and have a go at it. And, you know, if you don't prepare 100% for it, you're not going to, you know, you're just going out for a ride. So, you know, and that's fair enough, but there are guys that come here to win. And you know in yourself if you're capable of winning or not.
Sit when you have to, stand when you can, right?
Well, a lot of them have those stead pegs,
yes,
which helps them.
Yeah.
You know, you lean back onto those and, you know, relax your arms a little bit, let the bike flow. So it's, yeah, they're an asset. They run bigger, wider pegs. There's a whole heap of things that they do nowadays that change the bike to make it easier to ride.
That's the principle anyway.
Yeah.
Are you surprised or are you pleased, or are you not surprised at the level of professionalism of some of these elite desert racing teams? Because the other night you would have been walking around, I'm sure, seeing just the setups that some of these teams now have, and even promo posters and merchandise and apparel. Everyone's doing a great job.
Yeah, with social media as well. You know, they're doing a great job. You know, I was looking at Todd Waters' bike and it's like pristine.
Yeah.
You know, and the preparation, he said, oh, I've been out practicing and everything else, but that bike, just the level of effort that's gone into preparation is incredible.
So I'll tell you something that is interesting you mentioned that, because the guy that bought that bike towed off Husqvarna was actually Declan Adams, Lee Adams' son, and he's had it all year. So that bike has been sitting in the shed, but Declan is known for his meticulous cleaning and presentation of his bikes. He actually works with Regan Duffy now at Gas Gas. He worked with Todd last year. So Declan has gone on to carve his own career. His dad is one of the mega stars of Australian Speedway, and Declan's got a phenomenal reputation for prep and for hard work on mechanical side of the bike, and you just picked up on it without even knowing it.
Yeah, well, that's right. If he's working for Regan Duffy, and his bike always looks great at the MX Nationals, so yeah, he must be doing a good job.
Any chance you could ride this? You know, is it possible?
It's hard enough for me to walk around the track, so I don't know about riding around the track.
Just a casual little...
I'd love to have a ride around the track. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Do you ride much?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
So, yeah, but my son rides. He's got a little YZ85. And I was thinking he would love it around here, you know. So maybe next year I'll bring him down.
Any chance you could put a throwback paint scheme on that thing and make it Marlborough orange and white?
They were a nightmare. You wouldn't
Were they?
believe.
What, to match colours and stuff, or?
No. They had to be painted every race meeting. Like because it didn't adhere to the plastic real well. You'd hit the guard or something, paint and flake off, repaint them. You know, there's hubs, there's brake calipers, just everything was painted. So every year after I first rode for Marlborough, the paint scheme was less and less. So the guys later on in the years had it a lot easier.
Belly, they do really good wraps now. You could wrap your kid's bike in a red. You
yeah,
can't
they
use
do,
the
don't
M
they?
word, right? You won't be able to use that.
Right, sorry.
That's okay, but it can be an almost exact replica.
Yeah.
And you could design his gear. It'd be a really cool throwback, mate.
It would be. It would
Just
be.
saying.
I think he needs to ride a bit better.
That's all right. It's just style per hour. It's not always about mile per hour.
No.
Isn't this a cool section right here? Everything looks like a Qantas commercial.
Oh,
Right?
yeah. The outlook on this place is unbelievable. It's awesome.
You don't get to enjoy it as a rider. You know, look how corrugated and
it's
whooped out
gonna
that
be.
is. Oh, that's where you can swap so easy, isn't it?
This prologue for the seniors is going to be difficult. They're going to, because you're not going to be able to make mistakes. Otherwise, you're going to be down the order quite a bit. So I don't know if they're going to have a chance to walk around and have a look at some of the sections, but yeah, because I want to know where they're going.
That section there, if you're tired and your legs are tired, is the worst possible situation. Because like, oh God, it's like, not that you've ever done that with a bike, because you always bap through them, but that's horrible when you're tired.
But it's your whole body gets tired. It's not
Yeah.
just one part. You know, you lose strength in your arms, your hands. You know, you can't hang on. You don't use the clutch and brakes as you normally do. So it's very difficult when you start to get tired. That's why physical fitness these days is paramount, and you need to be right up there.
Thing I found, Belly, even at a really average C-grade level, when you got tired, you started getting to corners and jumps before you were ready to be there. Like your body wasn't in the right place to be there. Usually the braking, especially if you start to get arm pump, all these things. Horrible. This sport punishes you if you're not physically fit enough to be there.
Well, they say it was one of the most physically demanding sports in the world, and no doubt it is, especially when you're doing 4 hours non-stop, and you know, soccer matches are 80 minutes or something.
There was a very good meme getting around, wasn't there, with Chad Reed? I think it was at Washougal when he had that massive get-off. And then there was a soccer player rolling on the ground. It's like soccer versus motocross.
Yeah. Which one's tougher? Yeah, but that was incredible with Reedy, that crash especially.
Just got up and...
He made a lot of fans in America from that crash. As he just got up and got going again, I think he finished up there again and still got some points.
I lived in Weston, right near Curry, where Chad's from, and he's got an amazing practice track there, as you can imagine. And everybody knows when Chad's home because the cars are lined up down this dirt road because there's a chance he's going to come out and play ride. What a phenomenal talent. Like, my goodness.
Oh, incredible. You know, and Craig Anderson's his cousin, so,
yeah,
you know, he watched Craig come up and he says, oh, I think I need to train a bit harder than Craig. So he did, and he just went to Europe when he was 17 and got second in the World Championship, so which is a phenomenal achievement, and then signed a contract for the States because he wanted to do Supercross because he was very good at Supercross. And I heard stories that he'd go through, you know, 200 litre drums of fuel a week, you know. Just practicing. So you only get good once you, you know, do so many laps.
When you mentioned fuel and you mentioned second, I always think about the great Jeff Leask, who ran out of fuel while leading the World 500cc Championship. And I hate bringing it up with Leaskey, but what I'm trying to do is say, mate, you're number 2 in the world. Like, you basically had that, if not for running out of fuel. And it's never nice to, he doesn't take it and go, yeah, you're right, Wade. There's a very positive thing to come from that. But there's another, mate, you rode with some of the most iconic, and you being one of them, was an iconic time, mate. Like Dacky, Gawley, Leaskey, yourself. Like, there were so many great riders.
Well, Vince Tesoriero had a lot to do with that because he promoted the sport so well with the Mr. Motocross posters and got it out there.
Yeah, they were tough. The trophies were tough.
Everything was tough back then, you know.
Yeah.
And but when Leaskey, I went to Thailand and did a couple of races over there, and there was a few European riders, and they were saying how tough the World Championships were, and I said, oh, Jeff Leask's coming over to do it next year. And he said, oh, he won't do any good because it's all sand over here. And I said, well, he's from WA, which is all sand.
Yep.
And he said, no. But he ended up, that first moto, he ran out of fuel. And but for the second moto, he ended up cleaning up, and he put his name on the map then. So he only lost by 10 points, and that running out of fuel DNF cost him 25 points. So he would have been world champion if he finished that first moto.
Glenn, was there any more fearsome? Finally, Lee Adams arrives and wanders by with his wife Kylie on the four-wheeler. The 500cc bike was just a monster, wasn't it? If you could tame the 500, that was superhuman, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely a monster. You rode, because we had 125, 250 and 500.
Yeah.
And we all rode all of them. You had to ride each capacity differently, you know. The 125 you'd carry around the track, and the 500 you had to basically tame it. So you had to ride tall gears, it had a lot of torque, and just finesse it around the track, because you couldn't manhandle those things around the track. They were tough.
Do you miss two-stroke racing? I mean, it was inevitable, wasn't it, that we were going to go thumpers and all that sort of stuff, but they're even calling for it to come back now, aren't they? The nostalgics are going, come on, two-stroke.
Well, KTM still they've just made a 300 two-stroke, fuel injected, and I had a ride on one, and I couldn't believe the power of the thing. It was like a four-stroke, but
Yeah, right.
it was so powerful. It was incredible, and that would have been a good thing to ride, you know. But it was lighter than those four-strokes, so it's incredible. But they won't let them race in the AMA 450 class, so but I don't know what class they'll ever run.
It's great to catch up with Glenn Bell. He's here as a guest of Penrite, the major naming rights sponsor of the 25th anniversary Penrite Hattah Desert Race, and we're getting to the business end. We're now with 3 laps to go for your leader, Jackson Verstegen. Belly, it's such a thrill to have you here this weekend. I can't wait for you to see the top 10 shootout later, and then when we launch over 400 of them tomorrow off the line, it's going to rock your world, mate.
Oh, it's going to be exciting this afternoon, and even better tomorrow, I think, with what's going to happen. So, yeah, the weather will be fantastic, and it'll keep that moisture in the ground, and the guys are going to be going for it for sure.
Good to see you, mate. We'll talk again later on,
Good
okay?
to see you. Thanks very much.
Glenn Bell, so cool to have an Aussie icon of motocross and supercross and off-road racing as well. So we're in the business end of this. Verstegen is out to a 17-second lead now. Ollie Gear, 25 seconds off the lead, but 8 seconds off Riley Delaney. Archer Colwell still locked in that fourth. Now McInnes, so I'm just looking at Gear, has dropped right back. So I'm sorry if we weren't able to see that at the time. Colwell fourth, McInnes, Danielle McDonald still holding on, doing a great job in 6th. Jesse Ryan, Thomas Porto, Davey Gear, there's Davey, back in 9th. Trey Morrell, Balin Townsend, Drew Creamer, Marcus Noland, Eddie Barber and Mason Boucher. Rounding out your top 15 in the big wheels here on day 1 of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Looking back through the 20s at the moment. Regan Mays as well. Charlie Roos, Zach O'Shaughnessy. Welcome back, Liam Maundra. I'm just fanboying. Just yapping away with
How
an
good.
icon of Australian motocross, Glenn Bell. Came from a magical era where the superstars, I just saw then, that was Ryan Branford, actually, off to the right. Don't know if we can swing to the right at all, but Ryan was standing there with the crutches, sadly. One of the main men of the STE racing program. There he was. Just saw his legs and the crutches. Still getting over injuries from that Fink desert race incident, unfortunately, him and Stu Balls. Cal Norton seems in a pretty relaxed frame of mind, Liam, when you were talking to him before.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it wasn't the result, and it's been well spoken about last year that just didn't end up getting it to the line. He looked in a really strong position, and it just wasn't to be. Oh, it's a tough spot to be. Yeah, it is. Now, the shot on screen, but yeah, I think he's in a really good headspace. You know, I spoke to him about the momentum of having a good run at Fink, and then you head into this just a couple of weeks later. You know, when you're in the right frame of mind, and even speaking earlier with the boys, being in the right frame of mind outside of racing does a lot for your racing campaign as well. So, you know, and they have a strong run at Fink. They get all full of confidence in the STE racing team. I know they're just oozing that. It's a nice, fun-loving environment. Yeah, they're all there for the same reasons. They all want to win and do everything at the utmost professionalism, but at the end of it all, they're all in it having fun together. So I think when there's a lot of positivity around the team, it's very easy to ride well.
And confidence in the bike too. That's another big thing, you know, with Cal, he certainly feels good. You know what's funny? Just before listening to Belly talking, he's like, oh, I saw Todd Waters' bike and it was just immaculate. It's like, wow, isn't this beautifully presented? You go, yeah, that'd be the Decky effect.
Definitely, definitely. Which is super hard to make that stand out too. When you hear amongst 840 odd other bikes, how do you do something different to everyone else? You know, there seems like every graphic kit's been used over the years. It's very hard in a super dense environment like this to make something stand out. So to make that noticeable, and T-Dub does a great job off the bike as well, with all of his race gear and everything is spot on. It's a very hard market to stand out in, and you know, those boys are doing it really well.
Hey, how about Daniel McDonald right now, sitting inside that top 5 outright, doing one heck of a job. Here comes a 14 bike. Looking through Jagger Senior, 44th, Will Deppeler, 45th, Oscar Harris, Liam Egan, Harry Gilbertson, Riley Delaney. Riley Delaney has dropped back a fair bit, so Riley was inside that top 10 for a while. Harry Guy, Mia Tung back there in that 51st position. God, it's a brutal event. 51st. And that's like, you know, an 1/8 of the field.
This is a pretty tight gap right now as well. Like that view on screen, there's only probably 20 seconds between the lot of them, which can easily be, you know, Riley might be down on a fuel stop or something like that. It might have an extra pull-up or an extra set of goggles or something along those lines that's setting back a little further. You know, things might even out. It's probably close to a Bathurst Nilly style. That you know, you need to be looking at what's really relevant,
all the subs,
where they might be.
Just banging down the subs there and quick swig. It's a great family sport, isn't it? Like, look how many people are around there. They're all pumping. Everyone's part of the same program. Everybody wants the best possible result. I just love it. It's such a great family environment and family community. We're getting to the business end. I reckon we'll be down to the last 2.5 laps or so to go for your race leader, Jackson Verstegen. That's Glenn Bell then. Wow, all I need is Stephen Gall, Craig Dack, Jeff Leask to walk in here and my life is complete. Ollie Gear in second. Ollie, the Gear boys, how good are they?
Yeah, killing it today.
Davy's back to 9th. I'm not 100% sure what happened with Davey. Jesse Ryan there with Thomas Porter. Got to be careful because I think we dropped, see those numbers on the top? So Ollie is second, Archer is third, Will is fourth, Danielle is top 5 right now, and of course, leading her class, doing a great job, 5th outright.
Great ride so far. There was a bike that came in earlier actually holding his own seat that came back in, so there were really no graphics left on the bike at all. I couldn't pick up whatsoever who that was, but definitely the whole right-hand side of the bike, including the seat, was on his lap. He was riding back in on the frame. So that's been a tough something further out in the line, but he ticked through the timing and continued back to the pits, where I'm not overly certain you'd have a whole lot of fairings sitting back there spare. It's probably not the first thing that comes to mind when you're packing the trailer.
Yes.
So hopefully
Make sure you pack the spare seat.
At least get the seat back on it, because that's a tough afternoon without, by all means. I'm not sure we got a shot of it. There was a couple of little girls with their mum just here in the corner as well, cheering on Monaco and Imola. So clearly mum and dad race fans. For certain when naming the kids.
How did you work that out?
Yeah, couldn't tell. Absolutely love this event to bits.
It's just got a great unique nature about it, doesn't it? Like, there's just so much about this that doesn't happen in any other sport.
So following along in the pits, and the pits look so different today to what it will tomorrow.
Yes.
It's nearly harder to work out what is more difficult. Is that slowing down, or is that, you know, coming through at full race pace? At least you can stay in the zone a little bit tomorrow in those senior classes. You just keep wrapping it on until you need to pit yourself, but you certainly don't want to miss the message from the team if you get right into the headspace and they're telling you must pit, need fuel, and you're in the twilight zone and you roll straight on through.
You know, it's funny that, speaking of twilight zone, Brett Metcalf's got a real twinkle in his eye. You can tell he wants to ride this event. He's already starting to make plans, and all right, so I see what they do there, and how about this? And I bet he's soaking up every bit of information. Good little battle on screen. And getting down to the last couple of laps, I would think, and gee, your race leader, Jackson Verstegen, has dominated, Liam.
Yeah, pretty similar story to the small wheels, isn't it? He didn't prologue in fastest. He still put himself in that top 5, but standout so far, doing everything right, is Jackson Verstegen. On his way to stamping his name in the record books, along with so many others that have gone on to become legends of this event. Of course, where legends are made on all of the posters.
Yeah, and look,
exactly
not just on the bikes either, Liam. Like, you think about Johnny Contract, you think about Kenny Reid, you think about so many people that have been here since the start with all of this. Give it a quick kick, knock a bit of the dirt out as well. So these guys and girls coming through. We've got several. Tegan Tom is back in 69th. Jamin Archer, Nate Munro 71st. Tyson House is 72nd. This event could not run without volunteers, without the hard-working committee and people behind it. I think it'd be easy to think that they just open this place up on Thursday and away we go, and we go home Sunday, but nothing could be further from the truth. Mildura Rural Development as well. The city of Mildura gets right behind this event because it knows that the tourism value is just enormous. The best part about this too is if you've got an Optus phone, you're absolutely flying.
Great coverage. Yeah.
Optus is phenomenal out here. Just say yes. Good luck, brother. It's an amazing event across so many different codes, and I love the fact that motocross guys can come here a little bit under the radar and get after it.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So much into this as we look at ticking down the laps.
Talking about motocross and enduro and all that sort of stuff, I was a bit surprised with some of the things that Todd Waters said to us last night, Liam. I'll get Toph or Amos to queue up the Todd Waters chat, where I thought that this was a motocross guy coming to an enduro and desert racing world, but it turns out, well, I'll let him tell you. Always good to catch up with him. Super professional, and what a talent on both sides of the racetrack, with the camera or behind the bars. Let's catch up with Todd Waters. So, you liked it so much last year, Todd, you came back.
Yes, we're back. I absolutely love the Hattah, the vibe. We're here at the Show and Shine. It's massive. Everyone's getting behind it, so we're excited. Man, we got some stories. We were riding our bike from last year. So Declan Adams bought it off me, Lee Adams' son, and they're locals here. So I know that it's been in good hands, and we're jumping back on the 501 that we did it here last year. And so we had a ride. We've only been on it once. Come from the Pro MX on the weekend at Toowoomba. I haven't even been on an off-road bike this year. So we jumped on it yesterday. We absolutely loved it, back on the 500. So we're going to be getting used to it in prologue, and we've got 4 hours to rip in.
So it's no disrespect to motocross guys. I think people were genuinely surprised that a motocrosser would do so well at Hattah at his very first attempt at it. Were there similarities? You would think it's a totally different animal, but it's clearly a dirt bike rider is a dirt bike rider, right?
Yeah, yes and no. Like for me, I'm a sand rider. Like I love riding sand. I spent my time in Europe living at Lommel, which is the deepest sand track in the world. So that's sort of my background. And then I'm kind of, as a kid, I'm really an enduro dude that races motocross. Like I grew up, I didn't have a motocross track. We lived at the back of State Forest, so all my riding's from enduro. It's just I won races and it progressed into being a motorbike rider and motocross.
Yeah, it really surprised me that he was actually an enduro rider before he was motocross. Here we were thinking, how's this motocross guy going to go last year coming into a world like this? And it turns out that was his background. So it was kind of the other way around. It was more like, how's the enduro guy going to go a few years back getting into motocross? Turns out he was extremely comfortable. It was all very familiar territory. What a professional guy he is. Declan Adams was telling me he could stick a microphone under his helmet a minute before the start of the race. He's just very comfortable with that. It was quite obvious. So let's take a look. Ollie Gear. Wow. Now Ollie has really closed down that advantage. Wow. Now Ollie's either super stepped it up. Riley Delaney. So was that a problem before with our telemetry refreshing or something like that? Because Riley Delaney is in that third spot. Archer Colwell, Will McInnes, Danielle McDonald, Jesse Ryan, Thomas Porto, Davey Gear, and Trey Morrell. So where did Ollie make up that ground?
Incredible, isn't it? Potentially, obviously that pit stop is after the timing. There's every chance that Jackson Verstegen had a longer stop on that prior lap and let Ollie right back into the show, as did Riley Delaney. We had him timed in at about 49th on that prior lap.
That makes me think that there was either a double entendre with the timing, because it is no way he would have recovered from that to that. So apologies to Riley. He came up in our telemetry, as you said, well deep. So this is going to be a very interesting battle from this point on, because there's only 2 laps to go the way that we're seeing this between Verstegen and Ollie. There is Verstegen. So let's have a look at it. There he goes.
And how close is Ollie?
Should be
physically
coming. Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that. You're right. Let's have a look and see for the naked eye how close Ollie actually is. So there's your leader. Can we get a look just a little further back? Yeah, up on the pegs. Got to be on the pegs.
So that's Riley Delaney.
Yeah, so that looks about right from Delaney's point of view. About 27 seconds behind. Archer Colwell is about a minute behind Jackson Verstegen. Will McInnes yet to come in. Danielle McDonald. So just watching, riding by our window just then. We are located right near the entrance to the pits. And that is Danielle McDonald. So here she comes to lock in.
The full T-dub gear. It's a great looking bike and crew.
This is where your fitness comes to the fore. Can you keep on pushing with 2 laps to go? Can the drone pilot keep on pushing? How's the drone pilot's fitness, Liam? I think that's the question we're all asking.
That's incredible, isn't it? I get a migraine just looking at some of the footage, let alone having the VR goggles strapped on.
You can walk up to him and literally stand a foot from the FPV guy and he wouldn't even know you're there. He's got the goggles on, the virtual reality style goggles. So we're trying to find out where Ollie Gear is physically in terms of behind Jackson Verstegen, and what does 3 seconds look like on a track like this?
Yeah, it has to be close. I mean, when you're doing big lap times, 3 seconds, there can't be anything in that. So potentially had a bit of a longer stop at the pit stop. Might have been fuel this time rather than just a set of goggles or something along those lines. But you've just got the one timing loop. It's, you know, you've got 16 minutes between knowing exactly whereabouts they were by the next time they come through. So we're left in wonder.
Is that Bailey Townsend? No, it's the 97. Just going by. I was thinking the 57. We go in the pits. 5-1-3. There's a number of classes within the class. We'll try and find out who those various class leaders are. So Riley Delaney, third outright, but is from the 85cc two-stroke up to 150cc four-stroke, is leading his class. Archer Colwell is fourth outright and third in class. Danielle McDonald is fifth outright and leading her class, girls 12 to under 16. Davey Gear is sixth outright. Will McInnes is seventh outright. Jesse Ryan is eighth outright. Thomas Porto, ninth outright. And then Marcus Nolan is leading his class. So he's 10th outright on the racetrack, but leading the 100cc to 150cc two-stroke, 13 to under 16. Bailey Townsend, Drew Creamer, Trey Morrell, Eddie Barber, all the big boys, Mason Boucher, Ethan Alderton. You have to go a fair way down to find the next 100 to 150cc. That's Dylan McDonald, second in class, 25th on the racetrack.
So just saw the elder of the Rossi family ticking through, I think at about position number 20, I think it was, thereabouts. So fast family today. They got those pair of bikes dialed in. The older brother of this morning's winner, Levi Rossi, of course, taking out the junior small wheel. Bikes winding in. They were fierce on the speed limit. After this morning, they picked a few up for it. So they are certainly on the money now with keeping them in the 25.
So we actually jumped out of that Todd Waters interview because we had activity in the pits that was pressing at the time. We'll go back to the resumption of our chat with T-Dub.
We lived at the back of State Forest, so all my riding's from enduro. It's just I won races and it progressed into being a motorbike rider and motocross racer. So that's my background. I don't have motocross track, I have enduro track. So I guess it makes sense to me, but it doesn't to many others, but that's my style. You know, I hop bumps, I'm smooth on a bike, and that's because I grew up in the rocks and riding tree roots and stuff.
So it's the other way around. It's like the motocross guy is the enduro rider came into motocross and started kicking butt, not the other way around.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, then at 16 onwards, I was professional motocross, and that's all I've ever done. So I didn't go into the racing off-road and getting that experience. So for me to come to, like I raced AORC last year, got the opportunity to do the 6-day over in France. So that stuff just blows my mind. How the events run, the rules, regulations, you know, it's just completely different for me. Exactly like this, I don't get over 80 kilometres an hour. So to be, you know, revving a bike out at 170, 180, I've never done it before. So it puts a smile on my face, it's cool.
So you prologued very well, if I remember rightly, and no one was surprised about that because everyone thought, oh, it's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
How important was that strong prologue result?
It was, I didn't know. I was riding around beating the horn. I was having an absolute ball in the prologue. So like I said, I was very inexperienced. I was like, man, we got 4 hours. Like, I don't need to start up front, whatever.
Yeah.
And but then I quickly realised, you know, I made a pass on Chucky. I got in the lead for a little bit, and then I changed the Camelback at the pit stop, and he gapped me 40 seconds, and I was like, hey, it's all good. And then I didn't see him again, like ever. And that's what I didn't realise was how important this race is to be up front and battling. And when you give a gap, like I felt like I had no one behind me, no one in front of me. I rode from lap 3 by myself, and it was, I just felt like I was trail riding. Like I was a bit lost, to tell you the truth. So for me, I just kind of got thrown in second position, and it just sort of progressed. But this year I know that it's we need to have a bit of a plan, and
you know what to expect.
We need to race 4 hours. I thought we just were surviving it.
So there's no defending champions here this year. Someone is going to win this race for the first time.
Yeah.
Might as well be you.
Oh, I'd love it to be. You know, You know, Jack Simpson's no slouch on a bike, and Andy and the off-road boys, they've been here many times and they know what to expect. So still my second time. I feel like I'm experienced, but for me, I guess the tracks go in the same direction, I've heard, so that's a little up for me. I'll feel a little bit comfortable, but like I said, I haven't ridden an off-road bike this year. I'm a motocross dude, so it is, I'm not as prepared as I would have liked to have been. Last year, I loved the event that much. I just went, man, if I can get this position, I want to come down 3 weeks before and set my bike up and do some big long motos and ride the sand, and here we are racing Toowoomba and flying down and riding yesterday.
At least you know with Declan Adams the bike will be immaculate, Todd.
That's right, yeah. Declan, he's amazing on the spanners, and also my mechanic Jason, he's exactly the same. So I always know I've got good machinery. It's I'm just always pointing the finger at myself.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Experience the all-new and inspired tastes of Verde on the corner of San Mateo and 15th Street. Verde combines its flair for exceptional food with the relaxed feel of an expansive terrace, welcoming people and unique experiences. For lunch, dinner or even a coffee, the semi-outdoor alfresco restaurant is one to be remembered. Verde on the corner of San Mateo and 15th Street.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher vacuums deliver.
So we will, someone parked off just to the side there. A lot of red dirt. We're really digging into it now. Look at the contrast in track conditions. You can see those braking bumps just there. And every time you come back to a different part of the racetrack, the next time it's probably different. Big thanks to Mildura Rural City Council for all their wonderful support of this event. Liam, let's take a look through some of the top 20 at this point from, say, 12th onwards. Now you've got Zayden Olsen. Zayden's been consistent around that top 25. Let's go back to 12th and 13th, etc. from there.
Drew Creamer in at the 12th spot. Trey Morrell, Ethan Alderton, Mason Boucher, Eddie Barber, Jackson Rossi at position 17. Climbed a couple. Jordan Hingston, Zach O'Shannessy, Regan Mays and Dylan McDonald at the 20th spot on bike 78. Shout out as well to Blokes World, Coates Hire, making all of it possible this weekend. So much manpower, machinery needed to turn it all around. Zayden Olsen, Charlie Roos, Cameron Shaw, Zach Henry, Zach Snudden, Xavier Moore, Gus Ryan, Cruz Rikus, Cooper Lees and Campbell Cadd at position number 30, bike 164. Darcy Finnemore, Ben Whitehorn, Cade Chapman, Jake Lockhart, John Kennedy, Cooper Ford, Zach Sawyer, Ryan Waldhuter, Tyler Badams, Jackson Lumen at position 41 on bike 758. Jagger Senior in at position 42, Bryce Wilds, Oscar Harris, Will Deppeler, Harry Gilbertson, Liam Egan, Riley Delaney. Again, tucked back at position 48 on our timing. Now, I'm not confident on that.
No, it doesn't seem right. It's timed in twice, and I'm going to go with the top 5 more than I'm going to go with the 48th. Maybe there's a transponder double up, perhaps, for some reason. That's all I can think.
Yeah, it has to be it. Something along those lines. He definitely crossed the line physically in that 3rd spot when we've seen him come out of the pits before. So park him up there.
This whole aerial shot, every shot we have looks like a Qantas commercial. Monaghan Logistics, Moners. Louis will be around here somewhere, I'm sure. Monaghan Logistics, big supporters of motorsport and motorcycling right across this Sunraysia region. Be a few blokes tipping back some cans up on the top of the hill. Various places around this place, I'm sure. What a great spot to raise a coldie to some brave gladiator as they rip past you. Nice little pass to the braking bumps through that left-hander. Boy, the suspension just gets a hammering through there. Then on the throttle. Blokes World Adro's, I think Ado's planning. Oh, couple down here. To 124. It's an awkward fall as well. He's okay, which is the good news. Good luck to you if you find that number.
Yeah.
At least we know who should be roughly. If we can find one, we should be able to find the other one. It's very hard to.
And not far from home at all. There's only a couple of bends back to the timing from there. So bike 1, 2, 4. If we get there, which is easy not to do.
We have on the screen right now to scroll through, we have about 300 of them to get through.
Bike 1, 2, 4, Reece Campbell,
Good
that
work.
was.
And there's an 8 bike near him, 800 something. That's who was tied up with him. So somewhere around that same. So there's 262 riders on my page on our telemetry here at the moment. So Reece Campbell, so it may have been Jackson Gaylor perhaps on the 808 that went down in that region as well. It's hard to pick.
So big thanks to Lindeman's Winery as well. A couple of wines to be had by a couple of the parents tonight following all of this, I dare say.
I wonder whether Rowan Lindsay is tipping back a Shardy or a Cab Sav right now.
Think.
Rowan's back in. Redcliffe's tuned in on the live stream watching, so g'day to all the Lindsay family. Shaman still doing an amazing job over in Poland. So incredibly proud of the World Under-21 champ from a couple of seasons back. Good to have you tuned in, Rowan. Pretty handy push bike mechanic, that man too. Bit of
Definitely
a tinkerer.
so. Get to tune up.
He'll get you tuned up. So Verstegen, now that time difference has not been updated. I wouldn't have thought, although, so it's got Davey Gear in 6th. Now originally we had Davey a lot further back. So Jackson Verstegen, here he comes. Oh wow! Is he looking for the
right
smooth
over
line?
in the shrubbery, isn't he?
Trying to get away from these lappers. Just got it pinned back. Now this should be 1 lap to go, I would think right now. Gee, he was looking for smooth racetrack.
Absolutely letting it dance.
So we had Ollie Gear in 2nd, that's better. Archer Colwell in 3rd, and you'll notice again that Riley has disappeared off that. So you and I struggle at the best of times.
It's very strange, isn't it?
Technology's working to give us a hard time. So when they left the pits before, remember it was that 2.9. Now we've got Riley Delaney in 2nd. Okay.
They were bang on top of each other.
So maybe Ollie's gone down. He's in 3rd now. So maybe...
So they come in right behind each other.
Yeah. Archer Colwell, I think, is in 4th. Danielle McDonald still in 5th. Solid ride. I wish we could catch up with Danielle as the winner of the girls 12 to under 16. I think for an outright 5th, if she can hold on to that and the class win, it'd be super cool to catch up with her because she's done a great job. This pit area right here gives you an idea how they have
so that should be Verstegen on screen.
Gives you an idea how they have to crawl, doesn't it? Gee, that must be frustrating. The only thing that makes you feel better is that everyone else behind you is crawling. That's the only thing that keeps you not worrying about someone catching you in the pits.
Unless there's an infringement to be had, I suppose.
And then you have to hope that they get that infringement if they are, Now, is he coming in? Looks like he is. No.
That'd have to be just about the end of the pits.
He's got a 35-second advantage right now. So now he comes back out. He's dominated this, though. At one point, it did look like he was under some pressure. Bloke walking past with 2 coffees. That's just not even fair. Looked over at us, fellas, kept walking with the coffees. So Delaney, Ollie gear, Colwell, McDonald gear. So Davey, I'm intrigued by that because Davey was like outside the top 10 at one point and now seems to be back into 6th. Will McInnes, Jesse Ryan, Thomas Porto, Marcus Noland.
Yeah, so just waiting for Daniel McDonald to be the next one to tick over into this final lap.
Archer Colwell just coming in now, Liam.
So Colwell steps up to 4th. We had Danielle and Archer around the other way. So Danielle's the next projected bike to tick over the lap. And bike 261 leading the ladies and looking at 5th outright so far. And then Davey Gear, Will McInnes, Jesse Ryan, Thomas Porto, Marcus Nolan, as Wade was alluding to.
The T65 just went past without the visor on the helmet, which always tells you the story. Unless he's going with a Metzger Metal Militia freestyle helmet, which you're not.
It's a good chance you weren't.
He's gone face down at some point, and you don't bother trying to look for it. You just get back up and you ride ugly. At the 231, just going past us here. So we've got 2 points of reference. We've got our monitors, we've got our screen and what they ride past us with. And you would think, oh, that would be enough for us, but it's not.
No. No, it's still awaiting Danielle McDonald. By the timing, looking at the 5th outright bike, and bike 261 is currently leading the ladies 12 to 16.
Trying to find her next rider in that field, actually.
So it looks like coming into screen, Davey Gear on bike 513. Yeah, it will be Davey Gear looking like the next bike through. So heat time's in now, a 4-minute gap to your leader, Jackson Verstegen. And now Danielle looking at 6th, possibly next time she comes into screen. There we have now Danielle McDonald. Interview, so bike 261.
Oh, that's a heck of a ride.
Cruising along.
Maya Tung is back in 54th, Liam. She's in the girls 12 to under 16. Not sure if she is second in that class. I'm just trying to find somebody else who is. If not, that'll be the difference.
So Will McInnes times in at 6th right now, and Danielle McDonald is 7.
Yeah, drop back to 7th.
So only just a couple of seconds between those two. So Davey Gear up a couple of spots again. If we go by the timing, he fell outside of the top 10 and has done well to crawl back in. Now looking at a top 5 outright with 1 lap left to run.
It's just a mercy at times, isn't it? That pit sweep that you go through. At least you get a bit of a break. Doesn't help you or hinder you, but at least gives you a breather.
Now, is that Danielle directly behind Will McInnes? I think it might be. About a bike length between them in the pits. So
a good little battle pack if we can keep an eye on that. Last lap. Oh, wow.
There's Marcus Nolan on bike 191.
Nowhere that you get a break, except maybe in the pits. Mind you, they didn't come looking for a break, did they? They came here to tackle some of the toughest terrain in the Mallee. So looking down this pit lane once more from a different perspective.
So that's Will McInnes in there, bike 251. And Danielle McDonald should be somewhere very close by. Yeah, sure is. Bike 261, look right on the rear fender. That's cool, and they're back into green.
So the bike just in front of them is a lap bike. So McInnes and McDonald head straight back out into the thick of it for the last lap around this place for the day.
Look how corrugated that is.
On an uphill, not nice.
So yeah, it's rutting out because they're on the throttle all the way up, then it's running out at the top because they're on the brake getting in. So there's no respite. Somebody has come in. It's looking like a reasonably relaxed strategy here. Just keep on going, keep on going. The total tillage 347 bike. Almost saw his name on the tank just then. That would have helped enormously.
Can't be given everything.
Well, we can.
Why would it be easy?
Either way, the total
James
tillage.
Davis on the Husky, 125.
Good on you, Jimmy. Nice work, mate. Back out there with 1 to go.
That was as cruisy as
it was.
Any pit stops I've seen.
Where's he on track? That's what we got to try and find out. I'll just scroll through the 270 on my computer just to find him.
You have a computer?
Yeah, I do, but I'm not sure it's any help to me. Been really cool to have Glenn Bell and Brett Metcalf join us in the coverage today.
And there goes the Boeing, the 747 of... No, I thought I was close. I thought I almost had that.
Wouldn't it be cool if it was Jet Williams on the 747? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Don't suppose he's ever considered that. What a job.
That's
from
a gorgeous
our race
looking
winner.
bike, that 47.
Jackson Verstegen. I'm not sure if Johnny Contract is around. If he is, he can take us through the presentations for this. If not, we'll grab them. And I really did want to have a chat with Danielle because that was so far a fantastic ride. Business end of this big wheel final. Don't want to write in yet who's where because Delaney and Ollie Gear, there's nothing between them in that battle for second. And we saw before Will McInnes, Danielle McDonald, nothing in that for them either.
Jackson Rossi up another couple of spots. Looking like there's plenty left to fight for to find a top 10 with Balin Townsend, Drew Creamer, Ethan Alderton, Trey Morrell and Jackson Rossi. There's about 20 seconds between those 5 bikes. So it's a tight one in the final lap. Verstegen doing everything right so far. The race has fully gone his way.
35-second lead, so got them covered. Dominant ride. Apart from a time they were on our monitors, he was under a bit of pressure, but he certainly covered that beautifully. YZ, gorgeous piece, the 400. Number 400.
I think they've been much more vigilant of the speed limit here in the junior big wheels. It's not something you want to play a part in your race if you bring it home on the top spot and have a couple of infringements.
Johnny Contract made that very, very clear, didn't he? You were not.
Couldn't have missed it.
Pits is getting busy. A few guys looking hungrily towards their pit boards. Say, do I have to do one more? Looking for where our leader is. Can't be very far away.
Oh, with a lap to run, with the bike down. On one of the last few corners as well. That's not far from home there as it looks over the lake. Just over the back of this hill, that's really not far from home whatsoever. It's only about 3 turns from there. Oh, yeah.
Got it going, found neutral and got it going.
Bike 504.
Oh, nice wheelie from the 540 there as well. Bit of style as we look to find our leader. Can't be long. These guys now have a lap to go now. So it's all about personal best, and it's all about class results as well. It doesn't matter that you might be 190th on track. You may still be leading your class or in the top 3 in your class. So our interest is going to be whether it's Riley Delaney or Ollie Gear that will pick up 2nd or 3rd. In the 50s, Harry Guy, Hugh Fraser, Maya Tung, Harry McDonald, Mia, Archie Connor, Lachlan Roche, Ashton Hansen, Jet Timon, Lachlan Vincent, Clancy Gelbard in 61st. Track is seriously whooped out now, so they've pretty well examined every square inch of this racetrack and made sure there's nothing smooth left. But we saw before, didn't we, Jackson Verstegen using the extreme outside of the racetrack to try and get either a smooth line or a safe passage past the lappers.
And that dirt's still so dark. There's still so much moisture deep down.
Yeah, well, it's
The
hardly
spots
been,
of rain earlier this week have done great things for it.
it's hardly been hot enough today to dry it out, has it? So many different weather conditions. Gus Reardon ripping by before. Boy, everybody that completes this joint needs a medal, and they get one.
That's probably a good thing about that.
That's the good news. They totally deserve one. No doubt about that. They're superhumans on any level.
Really is an Iron Man for motorbikes. Utterly grueling.
Oh, a little battle
tight
pack
now.
Going into the pits then. Be so careful. Just imagine that. Imagine you're battling with another guy and you go in the pits, you're going slightly too quick and you lose the spot to them. That's the timing trailer right there. That's effectively the finish line right there.
That is a tight end to the race as well.
Yeah,
if you are in a battle, it's a harsh left-hander directly after the trailer.
It's good to watch.
There is sticks and grass hanging out of the helmet. I missed what bike it was, but it's collected.
So there we go.
Touch.
Looks like Ollie Gear has skipped clear of Archer Colwell. If you see the way that that is up to date, if it is, then Ollie has gotten away from Archer. Davey Gear, top 4. Will McInnes 5th. Danielle McDonald 6th. Jesse Ryan 7th. Thomas Porto 8th. Marcus Nolan 9th. And Balin Townsend rounding out the top 10. So the margin is 3 seconds between Will McInnes and Danielle McDonald. So I think Ollie may have picked up that 2nd spot. Archer Colwell. We'll just check in to see who's where. Shannon Moyler looking to corral them for us here and bring in our top 3. Gone overcast and cold again.
Hasn't it?
With a chance of precipitation. If you don't like the weather, wait a minute. So just waiting to see when Jackson will ride into view in what has been a dominant performance. Certainly Davey Gear has been in and out like a fiddler's elbow of that top 10, but has come back strongly to a top 4 if they stay that way right now. Lapped a few too, our race leader.
Yeah, well and truly. A confident ride. He never looked like putting a foot wrong. Was always up and over it and in control. Certainly from the get-go led at lap number 1. Prologued in at 2nd or 3rd, I think it was. And put the move on Davey Gear early. So we'll wait to get the top 3 back here to the podium for a chat. It's probably the only piece of dust in this whole arena on screen right now. I haven't seen it at any other point.
Yes.
It's a pretty fast piece of
Can we send the water truck
through
out
there.
Wow. I haven't seen dust all
No.
day.
Unheard of.
She's really dried out there. But Jackson can't be too far away. Shannon's looking like an expectant father out there to try and corral him in. Fierce race. 6 laps, 22 plus kilometres per lap. They've done over 130 Ks in this. You know what, even if you run out of puff down the back part of the racetrack, you always still want to get up on, looks a bit stylish, Hattah, as you come by the pits for the last time, don't you? Look like you've got it in control. Some of them, of course, have.
So an hour, 40 minutes so far.
When you say it like
looking
that.
to roll in. It's been a long, almost 2 hours, and it will be for a lot of the bikes. So we await Verstegen to lock it in. There he is, comes into screen.
Right to the outside again. It seems to be his groove. What a dominant performance. Has done a wonderful job. Jackson Verstegen. That's the way you do it. Well done. 4 checkers from Brock Gates. The Gas does the job. Now, Ollie or Archer? At this point, you would think it'll be Ollie. We'll wait and see how that pans out. Looking for the 5:21, and you're looking for the 46.
So there's Delaney coming through, but did we just miss Ollie Gear? So we would have, by the timing, Ollie Gear in at second.
So Gear
there's Ollie.
And then is it Riley third?
Yeah, Riley Delaney will pull up just behind. So top 3 all pulled up in front of our commentary booth for the junior big wheel. And the podium all but confirmed. Jackson Verstegen goes into the record books on bike 81. The Gas takes out the junior big wheel. The dominant ride. But it was tight at the finish. Ollie Gear finishes 15 seconds behind, and Riley Delaney on bike 46. A big turnaround from the win last year to Riley Delaney, and puts it back on the podium again. Be very happy with that result indeed. And I'll grab a couple of photos with the Penrite Hattah Desert Race officials, and we'll be able to have a chat to the 3 boys not too far away. So now we await the rest of the spots on the podium. Looking for Archer Colwell, potentially the next bike through, along with Davey Gear, Will McInnes, Danielle McDonald. So we've got Colwell on screen now on bike 234. So he'll time in. Archer Colwell at position number 4 with a 2-minute and 1 second split. And then looking for Davey Gear to be the 5th bike home. It's a great view, just a few corners from home on the live stream. That corner in particular has brought a few unstuck throughout the day. Then quite a few go down right there, almost high side the bike. So as we prepare our winners booth, just to the left of the commentary building, in your top 3 there, bike 203 pulls up to congratulate them. So the top three await the winners' interviews here, and they've visibly got absolutely nothing left to give. And an excellent ride by the three of them. It's grueling, almost 2 hours underway, an hour 45 as of right now. It's a couple of helmets with no visors. Getting around means it's usually been a pretty tough day to this rate. So, and Davey Gear now locks it in at the 5th place spot. So Ollie and Davey both inside the top 5. So Danielle McDonald now comes into screen, and she'll time in at 6th. Big time ride by Danielle McDonald, and will take out the class win, no doubt, as Danielle McDonald. A big time ride by her on bike 261. So, and there's been a couple of misreads on the transponders as well, so we just want to confirm definitely bike 46 was Levi Stevens. So we just need to confirm that and apologise. That was definitely Levi Stevens. So we'll head next door into the winner's booth with Wade Oranger, who has our top 3 ready to chat about the race for junior big wheels.
Sixes out there, Riley Delaney and Levi Stevens, but Riley was placed on 2 different occasions on the screen instead of Levi, who was doing a hell of a job and in fact got up to 2nd, ended up being 3rd. Levi, I'm sorry, man, we didn't even see you on the screen. It was a transponder issue, but great ride.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So tell me about your race.
I was running first lap, got into 3rd, and then I was just pushing the whole way, and then I passed Davey, and then I passed some other kid, I don't know his name, but then I just kept pushing. I caught the winner, and then he pulled away, and then I battled with Ollie most of the race, and then he got me on the second last corner. Lap riders need to get out of the way next time and stop trying to race you.
So you unfortunately tagged him, or you got blocked?
Just like blocked me, hit I don't know, hit his back wheel or something, but
okay. Yeah. Mate, a solid ride for you. I'm sure you got people you want to thank, Levi.
Yeah, my mum and dad, they put 110% effort in every time they come out here, and any race we go to, and my brother and that bringing me down early, riding, a couple of boys building my bike.
Is this a personal best for you?
No, I got 2nd last year. It was spewing.
Ollie Gear, great ride for 2nd place. Man, you look like you've earned it.
Yeah, it's hard out there, getting roosted by Levi.
Yeah, you had a good battle with him.
Yeah, we were battling the first few laps and that last lap we were battling.
Yeah, and you come up on a lap rider, I think, and it was like neck and neck, and that last...
It was neck and neck. He went outside, and I come on the inside and just cut in front of him. So, yeah.
How did you get that last run? Is this the best result for you?
On a 250 and 125, yes, but I won it on an 85.
All right, so you came here wanting to win this one, of course, but yeah, that's a great ride.
Yeah, I'm happy with second place.
Conditions pretty tough?
Yeah, it's rough as out there. Like all the straights are all choppy and you get all sideways. Yeah.
So one more year of juniors, are you going to seniors? What's the plan?
One more year of juniors, then I'll go to seniors.
All right, so get the win next year.
Yeah, hopefully, that's the plan.
Good job, Ollie, well done, mate.
Thank
Congratulations, and I think we'll grab Jackson here somewhere in a second, your race winner. And hopefully we get to catch up with Danielle McDonald as well, who did a great job. First of the girls home. Let's grab Jackson in the gas. He's about to come over. He's just chowing down on a snake, the lolly variety, just to clarify. Congratulations. Mate, you don't even look like you're puffed. I'm sure you are, but it was hard work.
Yeah, it was definitely hard work. Track was choppy, it was fast. The boys weren't going to let it come easy, but it made it happen.
You got out to a good lead earlier, then the boys actually pulled you in. Do you know how close they were?
Yeah, had a bit of a look behind me a few times down the straights. I noticed them right there. They were boys pulling me in for sure.
You got out to an early lead, but they got it back to like just inside 3 seconds. So
yeah.
Was that in your mind going into the pits every time?
Yeah, thinking about it, but just trying to stay calm and then just get out the next lap and put it down another good lap, and yeah.
Jackson, I noticed in particular the last sort of couple corners, you're right on the extreme outside, almost in the scrub. Were you trying to get smooth ground, or were you trying to stay away from the lappers?
Yeah, just like manoeuvring around lappers and also just getting to that fresh, smooth line, stay out of the choppy stuff. And
what does this win mean to you, mate?
Oh, heaps. Yeah, been really trying hard. I love this race, and the last few years I've came pretty close, but yeah, it's good.
Who do you want to thank, matey?
I want to thank my dad, Savage Motorcycles, everyone from WA, and just Grabbo and everyone who helped out. I appreciate it heaps.
Yeah, you see, Grabbo, eh? That's a good little piece to have in the corner.
Oh, yeah, he knows his stuff.
Congratulations, buddy. Fantastic ride. Well done to you. Cheers. So there's your winner. I hope Danielle has... Yeah, she's over there. We're going to grab her real quick as well and then wrap things up and get ready for prologue very soon. Jan. What's that? I don't know.
She's got a sore throat, so not too much talking.
Okay. Good job. Where'd you end up?
7th.
Yeah, nice. Are you up to 5th for most of that race?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you were. All right, you ready? Well, I had to catch up with Danielle because she did a heck of a job. Obviously, you took the class win. Nice job, but 7th outright, that's solid.
Yeah, I'm super happy with it. It's so amazing.
You were top 5 for most of that race. Did you realise that?
Yeah, so yeah, I slipped back a bit in the tight stuff. My suspension's not really right, so I had a lot of like moments out there, so yeah.
All right, how was the conditions? It looked pretty rough.
Oh, so rough. Yeah, it was a bit crazy out there. I stepped sideways a bit, but nah, I finished. So.
All right, so is that the best result for you outright?
Yeah.
Yeah, good job. Who do you want to thank?
I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad, the whole Yamaha JGR Ballads off-road team, and just my mechanic Fuji at home for getting my bikes ready for this weekend.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Great ride.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Ben Schiermeyer. I work for Chad Reed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about lubing your chain. You always want to make sure that the chain's been cleaned before applying chain lube. And it's also a good idea after washing it to blow it out with air and then get some chain lube on there right away so it keeps it from rusting.
Championships are won and lost on and off the racetrack. When performance is required and reliability matters, turn to an Australian-made and owned product you can trust. Championship winning oils by Penrite.
From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
Plan your next event at Verde Mildura for friends and family celebrations, weddings, birthdays, or rewarding your business staff and clients. Reserve your own space to celebrate any event in style for up to 30 people in the Verde Avenue bays. And for gatherings a little larger, book Cube for up to 60 guests. Verde's dedicated events coordinator, Michelle, will look after your needs from start to finish. Book early to secure your preferred date.
Well, fantastic event. I really feel for Levi Stevens. Unfortunately, his transponder came up as Riley Delaney. We had two of them, and that was weirding us out for sure. So apologies to that for Levi, but his transponder never once came up on our screens. Missing as a rider here this weekend, but still actively involved in every other possible facet, is Ken Reed. Many people know him as Mr. Hattah. He's ridden 23 of the 25 so far. I caught up with him 2 nights ago at Mototech for the big meet and greet. Second ever that you've missed in 25 years, Mr. Hattah. How are you dealing with it?
Oh, it's all right. I've been involved in all 25, but
yep.
only ridden 23. It's been a bit of a stall for here, but anyway, these things happen.
I was talking to Ado from Blokes World, and I said, mate, you've got to do what I did. You've got to go for a lap on the prologue or the junior track. I'm hoping you'll take him at some point. You blew up the four-wheeler when I went with you, but
yeah, we did that, but it's all good. Yeah, we should be able to squeeze it in somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. This event, 25 years.
Yeah.
I guess it had humble beginnings like anything, right?
Oh, phenomenal. You know, Des and I did an interview the other day with the paper, and we were talking about how it all started, and there was about 20 people involved. Now there's 300 volunteers, you know, like a cast of thousands, there's 750 entries. It just keeps growing. The numbers just get out of control.
Why? Why is it so big?
I reckon a lot of it's got to do with its location, because it's not so far from anywhere. Like it's a very central place, northwest Victoria, to a lot of places. So there's a lot of things here. The river, the tourism, everything brings them all in. It's a nice place to come and visit without motorbikes. So I think they just love it.
The timing of it is really interesting too, being a couple of weeks after Think, where the focus is very much on Australian desert racing. So I think that doesn't hurt, even though unfortunately it's cost us a couple of riders, particularly from this team who are missing this weekend. But I think that doesn't hurt, Kenny.
No, and also it also falls in the middle of the school holidays. Like, we're in our second week of school holidays. New South Wales is their first week. So mum and dad can actually make a bit of a holiday. Like the juniors, the support from the juniors. And for me, that's probably the biggest change I've seen, is the introduction of juniors. And now we've got a potential junior who won both classes, potentially could take out the seniors.
You think that could happen?
Well, and I said this to Paul Reardon before, someone's going to win Hattah this year that's never won it before.
Yes.
It's going to be a first-time podium for one of these guys. Whether it's this guy, whether it's the Empire guys, whether it's a Yamaha, Suzuki, someone new is going to be crowned the King of Hattah, which will be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Weather this weekend?
Perfect. Couldn't got better. We might get a bit of fog, but I don't think so. But it's really good. We're really stoked. The track is mint. It's just going to be awesome all weekend.
I was telling Ado, there's a lot of people I associate with this event, and there was a little bloke that always used to wear a beanie and some gloves that used to wave everybody off at the prologue. Shawnee will be in everyone's minds this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a bit emotional because I'm actually going to do his role.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to be the starter for the prologue with the juniors.
Wow.
And then Curb's got his buggy dressed up, and I won't let out too much out of the bag, but it'll be interesting to see that. But yeah, so myself and Brock Gates are going to do the junior starts.
Yeah, cool.
So, and there's obviously some some dignitaries and stuff to go on before that, so it's going to be really cool. We will remember the little fella and remember him well.
I won't be getting those text messages saying, that was a bit racist. He used to scare the shit out of me when he did that. He was always good at that. It's an amazing event, 25 years of Hattah, Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Kenny Reid, I'm sorry you won't be riding. You better come and see me in commentary for at least half an hour.
No worries at all.
Good man. Good to see you, buddy.
No worries. Thank you. Cheers.
What's going on, you lunatic?
Not much yourself.
Oh, they look pretty sexy. Oh, nice. Can you make one out to Brad Harris for me?
Yes,
dear Brad, I'll leave that with you and I'll come back, all right? Write something intelligent for me.
No worries.
All right, good. We're going to see him. Brad Harris, lurking out here in the shadows where it's quieter. Man, this is going off.
It is.
This is much bigger than I thought it was going to be.
It's good. It's very good.
This Simford team is phenomenal. Like every year it seems to get bigger. Where did it first start? And humble beginnings, I imagine. How many riders in the first time you did this?
Oh, way back when. It was a long time ago, and yeah, we certainly have grown since then. So
you'd have to say you're the largest independent or privateer sort of team, possibly. I would think, in this game.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you do this?
Why? I don't know. Maybe we haven't woken up yet, but no, we love it. We love it. It's something we do year in, year out, and throughout the years, it's it just keeps growing and getting better, and yeah, we love it.
Put you under pressure, Brad. Who's riding for the team this year? Who's in the operation?
Oh, we'll go tallest to smallest. So yeah, Sammy Prashira. He's probably he's one to look out for. We've got Simon Cox. We've got a couple of female riders.
Yeah,
in the,
now they were very
4 and 8
interesting
lapper.
last year. Yes.
Yeah, so we've got Kelly Catnese in the 4 lapper and Monique Simeone in the 8 lap as well. So she's running around for the whole time. So that'll be good. And then a number of juniors as well. So junior contingency is quite extensive this year, as always.
What does it take to put an operation together like this, Brad?
A lot of hours and a lot of people and a lot of help. So yeah, we had a lot of good support with a lot of good people in the industry and a lot of our sponsors and things like that. Because yeah, obviously there's a lot of financial implications on doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, time as well. So yeah, we've got a lot of good people and yeah, that's pretty much the reason we do it.
And why this event, Brad? What is so special about the Penrite Hattah Desert Race?
It's everything. It's the atmosphere from like right now through to the end of the finish flag of the end of the race. So yeah, we just thrive off the whole thing. The whole town's alive with bikes and everything to do with the event and the amount of effort that you guys up here put on and the Northwest
weather,
Club,
the perfect weather.
The weather. You've turned it on this weekend. It's
you got to realise it's
to.
late June, right?
It's
Come
late
on
June,
now.
yeah, but we're from Melbourne, so we come up here for the sun and the beach, but we're not here.
Right. So I think it was Sammy has done an autograph for you on the poster. Yeah. Can we just go inside and see what he wrote?
Of course, yes.
I asked him to write something. I asked him to write something intelligent. So let's just see if he's done anything. Look at the crowd that's here for him, mate. Look at the crowd.
Sammy, how do we go?
So
where am I?
How we go, mate? What have we actually got there? Would you like to read that out for me, Brad? What does it actually say?
Thanks for giving up all your gym work to manage.
Wow.
Never a true word spoken.
So there you go.
Here's the reason.
With respect from a team like that, how can you go wrong, Brad?
I know. You wouldn't do it if not for that respect.
Good luck.
It's at a 10.
There's a guy you know pretty well, mate, Sammy Prashira.
Yeah, we went to school together way back when. Whether that means anything to him, I'm sure it doesn't.
Well, it's cool that you're both competing in the Penrite Hattah Desert Race
in the same postcode at the moment.
In some way.
Go with that.
When I say the words Ben Grabham to you, Liam, what do you immediately think?
Legend. Utter legend of this race. 2-time winner in 07 and 09 and joins an incredibly tight calibre of a couple of people that have been able to win Hattah and Fink in the same year as well. So
yeah, some guy named Toby Price did that as well. It was really cool. I caught up with Ben Grabham yesterday. He was promoting his VIP ride experience and his coaching company, which is super cool as well. So I grabbed a quick moment with the great man himself, Ben Grabham. You know anything about winning Hattah? Do you know I could find someone who knows how to win Hattah?
Yeah, going back a while, I used to know how to do it.
Yeah? How many times again?
I think I won this one twice. First time was 07 and then again in 09.
And rode for another roughly 4 or 5 years before that was your last time.
Yeah, like I rode in it a lot. Oh, I wouldn't say a lot of times, but I love this race. Like I've been on a podium a few times, obviously won it twice. The thing that probably stopped me from lining up for more front runs was with this being so close to Fink. A few of my Fink wins came with injuries,
Yeah.
so I would leave up there and recovery time would be now.
So it could work for you and against you, Grabbo, I would think, right? The Fink thing being so close, because if you've had a good Fink, you come into this race loaded with confidence.
That's it. Like, to be honest, one of the things I have a little bit of pride in, I think it's me and maybe Toby Price are the only two that have won Fink and Hattah in the same year, or maybe even won them full stop together.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And no, I love Hattah. Like, to me, it's one of those races where I say you can't hide out there. Like, it's 4 hours of hard work, and if you're fast and you're fit, it's the race where you can do some good damage.
Now, I notice you got plenty of orange going on here. Tell me about this amazing VIP experience, because you're hands-on involved now. People can actually get your tuition and the whole experience with you.
That's it. You, for example, you can rent a ride with us, and as you can see, the bikes have come up pretty damn nice.
Yeah, it's a very sexy ride.
We've got great packages in the KDM, and it's rock up with your gear bag, and we take care of the rest. It's the same experience as what I had on race teams. We want people to be able to come here, have top quality equipment. I can give them as many tips as possible to do it safe and fun and fast, and go from there.
What do you tell someone who rides this race for the first time, Grab? I mean, how do you possibly put into words? Is it just hang on? Is it pace yourself? Is it go hard? Like, what do you tell them?
I think that comes down to the first one that will decide what I say is I try and check out their fitness. If fitness is an issue, then definitely pace yourself. For example, someone like Todd Waters that's next to me there, he's nice and fit, so you tell him to go hard the whole time. It's an enjoyable race, but it's also a very physical one.
What is tougher, Fink or Hattah?
Yeah, I've been asked this hundreds of times.
I know they're different, right?
Yeah, there is no answer. They're both harder than each other. This is tough as in you've got 4 hours in one hit out, whereas Fink in a good run we're well under 2 hours.
Yep.
The beauty about this race is you can torch yourself, tear all your skin off your hand and your ass, and then you're done. You don't have to get up the next day.
Yep.
But Fink is shorter. Here starts smooth, then gets crazy rough. They're both harder in different ways.
Did you talk to yourself when you rode? You know, like, was it in your mind, or did you every now and again come on, or you say, come on, you can do that better, or did you?
I don't know. It's more game.
Internalize it.
It's more game plans. Like, as in Smarty was the guru, the local gun back in the day for me to race. So there'd always be a bit of a tactic there, whether it was to stay on his back wheel for 3 hours and go hard on the fourth, and it depends on the rider and where you're at.
It's going to be epic this year. 25 years, eh? What an event.
Yeah, I didn't realise that until I saw the socials there a bit earlier in the year. But I'm excited because you can correct me if I'm wrong, but generally you have the previous champion or a champion from maybe the last 3 or 4 years lining up, whereas you don't have anyone like that. There's 3 guys or so that I expect to see in the top 3, but there's probably
come on.
Oh, like we've got one next door.
Yeah, Todd Waters for sure.
Like he's got the number on there. Callum Norton is set to do big things at one point. I don't know. Like you can't disregard anyone that's been on the podium last year. So then there's Jack Simpson. You got Mason Simmons come back from States. So already I've thrown in 4 there that should be in the top 3. So so someone's going to be up there. And then there's a handful of guys. There's Corey McMahon. There's I don't know. I reckon if we sat down and wrote them down, there's seriously, I don't know, 6 to 8 guys that could land on a podium. So it's going to be an exciting race.
All right, so we Google Ben Grabham's VIP riding experience. Probably the best way to just Google it.
Yeah,
it'll come
like
up.
The easiest way to find me these days is Grabbo's Trail and Track. That's what I run everything under. All my coach and everything, and you'll find that.
Good to see you, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Such a cool cat, isn't he? No doubt about it. Ben Grabham. 07 and 09, knows how to get it done, and I love the way he said, I get asked so many times, you know, what's the difference between Fink and Hattah, and the comparison is always made, yet he said they're so very different. I love how approachable these guys are, and I love how well spoken they are, Liam.
Yeah, super humble from
coming from years and years of experience, and now, you know, with such a strong junior program here at Hattah this year and every year, that's what they're, you know, really looking forward to.
The other night was a really cool show and shine. The Oval was packed at Redcliffe's Football Netball Club. The Redcliffe's Tigers, fantastic way to hang out on the night. Lots of people there. Of course, every bike has to go through registration and through scrutineering as well. The Empire Kawasaki off-road race team, they are stylish. Stell and the boys do a good job.
It's the loudest marquee on the block every time, and I think that's the way it should be.
It's almost like a nightclub in there. You sort of got to have an armband, they check your ID, and it's such a cool location. Will Price, a young South Aussie that now lives in Melbourne, riding, of course, with Matt Ryan as the two spearhead riders in this ultra-professional team. I caught up with Will yesterday.
How the boys are doing.
Oh, I've got to say, Will Price, that is a very nice looking bike. You're going to be thrilled with this Empire Motorsports off-road team. Kawasaki's gorgeous, mate.
Mate, this thing's a piece of work. It is, yeah, true artwork. Stel and the whole crew there at On Point and Empire Motorsports have worked their magic on this thing, so it's a pleasure to swing the leg over it every time we jump on and go for a spin.
Listen to the tunes pumping. I remember last year there was like a nightclub here, Will. It was like exclusive lounge and everybody had to sort of have an armband to get in. Stel had the place rocking. So it's a cool team with a bit of style, isn't it?
Oh, it's a great vibe we've got going. It's nice to have the music going, a real relaxed vibe. Try and entice people in and just make it nice and friendly for everyone.
So Will, home originally from South Australia?
Yeah, so I grew up in South Australia and then moved across to Victoria 3 years ago to continue chasing the dream, and lucky enough to end up here on the Empire Kawasaki off-road team, and yeah, just keep moving forward.
So how much motocross do you do, or is it all off-road for you?
Majority off-road for me, so continue to race the Australian Off-Road Championship and the 4-day, and then obviously Hattah's a standout event as well that we love coming to every year.
Yeah, so what is it about this race, Will? Why is this such a cool place to come to?
Oh, there's nothing like it. The red sand and just everyone involved, it's huge. It's definitely nice to see the spectators out there, and yeah, we love racing it. It's pretty grueling, so it's a nice challenge, and yeah.
What was your best result last year? What was your result last year?
Last year, unfortunately, I ruptured a few ligaments in my ankle the week before, so unfortunately I was a DNF, but here we are back with a bit of vengeance and try and put the green bike on the podium.
They are such a great, Stel does a mint job with this. They're just a great looking bike. The team always looks fantastic. So what are your expectations coming into it, mate? What are you aiming for?
Obviously the field's going to be pretty stacked this year and on the little 250, but hopefully we can put it on the 250 podium, and I'd love to get in the top 20 outright.
Get after it.
Yeah, we'll give it a good crack.
Prologue is super important, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. So the track's really fast for Prologue, so the poor little 250 might not keep up so well, but that's all right. We got 4 hours to sort it out the next day.
I was going to say, you got 4 hours, mate. You got plenty of time to work with.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, mate.
Perfect. Thanks for having me.
Sweet looking bikes, aren't they? What a team, Liam.
Well and truly. It's setting the benchmark in, you know, a lot of ways, and I'm certain they've got a strong run in them tomorrow and today.
They really present that whole team very well. All the bikes are all perfectly laid out, and they do a great job. They were doing jersey giveaways yesterday and show bags and all that sort of cool stuff. So, Liam, there's another Liam that's pretty handy around these traps. Very good on water and dirt, Liam Dinich.
Yeah, talented no matter what he takes his hand to in form of action sports. I think you pretty well categorise it as he's a gun wakeboarder, BMX, skating, motorbikes, you know, whatever it may be. He's fast at whatever he turns his hand to. He's in a strong camp this weekend, riding with the STE racing team alongside Callum Norton and so many others. They've got a strong campaign through juniors and seniors. So Liam Dinich is certainly in safe hands, and I think STE and Jason Stewart and all the boys are in safe hands with their rider as well.
Doing a bit of testing for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Liam Dinich, always good to see you, mate. There's brother-in-law up there on the top there, or soon to be brother-in-law.
Yeah,
mate, how much riding you been doing in the lead up to this?
Yeah, a fair bit, trying to get as much as I can. Sort of, yeah, it gets a bit hard with work and everything else, but trying to do as much as possible to try and stay as fit as I can.
Wakeboarding and all that sort of stuff as well?
Yeah, keeping up the body strength through wakeboarding and everything else. So.
Are there any similarities at all between wakeboarding and...
Not really. I mean, it's just like the mindset. You sort of can't be scared. You got to have fun as well.
Yeah. All right, so how many Hattahs have you ridden?
2 as a junior, and then I've done one a couple of years ago, but had some bike problems and was unable to.
Ooh, so this is your first real shake at it?
Yeah, yeah.
What are you expecting from it?
I'd be happy with the top 40. So 2 years ago I prologued 34th and was running well, but yeah, just got caught out with the DNF. So
what's the toughest part of Hattah?
Oh, definitely the mind game. So
yeah, really
play it smart, I reckon, and yeah, push through.
Yeah, the start is phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah. I try to explain that to people, and there's just no way you can describe it.
Definitely not. So.
And 34th, you would have been right in the middle of that front row.
Yeah.
There's always someone, isn't there? Yeah. Mate, all right, so how many laps can you do leading up to this weekend? Like right now, what are we? What day is today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
How much more riding will you do before Friday, Saturday?
Yeah, today will be it. Be back at work tomorrow, so yeah, work tomorrow and sort of just start getting the bike ready and do some final touches. So
take me over this bike. Who are some of your partners?
Some Rosie Crash. Yep. Snap-on Mildura, Kenny.
Yep.
Exposed. Obviously the brother-in-law, he's helping out a fair bit.
Yep.
And obviously Stewie and that put me on, and yeah, giving me a hand to get through it all. So
looking forward to it, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a cool cat. So some people will use any excuse to get out of riding the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Ryan Brandford, your excuse would be?
I'm a bit broken.
What happened, mate? Let's talk about it. Fink, what do you remember? What happened?
I don't remember much, mate. All I know is we had a really good lead up to the race. Well, what I thought was the race, and yeah, went out in prologue and made it in 3K, and that's all I remember, mate. I remember the start of prologue, and I don't remember much after that. So I remember maybe waking up on the Sunday in hospital. So yeah, sort of Saturday's a big blank at the moment, but just coming down here to be a part of it with the boys, what I missed out on at Fink, and just yeah, hopefully we watch the boys get around really well this weekend and watch Cow get a win. So.
If you crashed at Fink and you remember it, have you really crashed?
I don't think so. Well, I think if you ask Jace that, he might be able to tell you the same thing.
Well, I think he's in the same boat.
His head knock's probably worse than mine. At least I remember a day after he was out for a couple of weeks. So. It is what it is, mate. So.
There's a lot of expectations on Cal this year, I think. He's certainly got the speed.
Yeah, I think so. It probably is expectations, but I think he's proven why there's expectations too. You know, he's definitely riding at a level that I think he's really mixing it with the best of them.
Yeah.
We all know he's got the speed, but he's on a package that's done really well. You know, he had a really successful Fink, and I think coming down here, and, you know, he's been putting in when he's not at Fink down in here for Hattah. So, you know, I think those are his 2 main goals, the Fink and Hattah, and I think, you know, I think Cow's style is really suited to this style of riding too. So hopefully he can, you know, not let the pressure get you. I don't think the pressure gets to him much anyway, mate. And just, yeah, get on with it. He knows what he's got to do, and I think he'll be pretty successful in what he does this weekend.
What is your role this weekend, Ryan?
No real role, mate. I'm just here with the boys. We're all a team. We built up a really good relationship for the last 6 months. So yeah, it's just sort of been around each other and just just enjoying it, I suppose. And like I said, I missed out. I've been with them at Fink and celebrating Cow's finish there and podium there, and Geordie and the other boys in the team. So yeah, just want to be around this weekend. We're always coming anyway. Just come with a bit more baggage this weekend. So look, we just want to be here and yeah, be a part of it with the group. And Hattah's not necessarily my thing, but STE racing is, and that's what it's all about. You know, it's one family, one dream. Yeah, we all get in and support each other where we can.
Excuse me, old mate, you have to move back from the track. This is for the riders. You gotta stay out of the way, mate. Jason,
I want to be hit by a bike.
Jason Stewart, how are you feeling, mate?
Good.
Yeah?
Back
fast here.
The head's nearly back to normal, as normal it could be, Wade.
Yes.
So I'm feeling good, you know.
How's the body?
Yeah, not bad. The arm, it is what it is, mate.
Actually, I had a dream last night that my arm was normal.
Really?
And I woke up and I was leaning over on my side and the arm was hanging down off the bed, which didn't tickle.
So you're definitely not riding for some time in the near future?
Nah, that's correct, mate.
Have a look if you can. I don't know if you can spot the STE racing team, but these are the principals right here. These two. What the hell, Stu?
We should know better, shouldn't we, at our age?
It's a dangerous game, mate.
It is.
And you know that going in, Stu. That's the other thing too, right?
Yeah.
So there's a few boys here for the territory who've never really experienced this before. How do you possibly put Hattah into words for those guys? Like, what do you tell young Liam Walsh?
Hattah is the toughest race in Australia, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Physically demanding, the toughest. You know, Fink's obviously super tough, but Hattah is relentless for 4 hours.
That young guy goes all right too.
But she's a bit busy out here though, mate.
You're hating this, aren't you?
Whoa.
It is a busy day. Yeah. So what do you do for the next couple of days, Stu? Just try not to think about it?
Yeah, just I like to call them do all the little 1%ers, you know.
Commentary.
Get the quick shade set up,
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure
nice.
all the quick fuelers are right, you know, all the eskies are full, the truck's right, get all the little bits and pieces like that done. We've got the meet and greet tomorrow night at Motortech, so Donna's busy getting the merchandise organised to put on sale there. Friday we've got scrutineering, that's a big morning. We've got the truck and a heap of tents and a big display we've got to set up. So
lots to do.
Yeah, I just thought, you know, all them little things like that.
Can't wait, mate. Can't wait. Penrite, Hattah, desert race. Get after it.
Watch Kenny, mate. He's a real desert rat.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
He doesn't know what it's like not to ride in dust.
He's about to.
Hi, my name's Ben Schiermeyer. I work for Chad Reed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about lubing your chain. You always want to make sure that the chain's been cleaned before applying chain lube. And it's also a good idea after washing it to blow it out with air and then get some chain lube on there right away so it keeps it from rusting.
Whether you have a large or small living or storage space, Karcher vacuums deliver. From commercial wet and dry to water filter vacuum cleaners for allergy sufferers, make Karcher your first choice. Whatever the cleaning task, we have the solution at Think Water Mildura.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Verde combines its flair for exceptional food with the relaxed feel of an expansive terrace, welcoming people and unique experiences. Verde, on the corner of San Mateo and 15th Street.
When it comes to everything water, your local and independent
Not too long till we get fired up with the prologue event. You can already see the crowd filling in around the parts of the track that they know. Well, there's no boring part of this prologue track at all. We're about to set the field for tomorrow, basically. We're going to pull the top 10 in their times out of this Liam for the top 10 shootout, which is always an absolute rip snorter. But prologue right now to help everybody set their position on the grid for tomorrow.
400 odd bikes to try and drag through all of this, and it's really the most exciting part of the weekend. If you're trying to get yourself into those front couple of rows and then even into that top 10 shootout that's set to come after prologue as well. That's truly my favourite part of it all, is that top 10 where they're all buying for that pole position spot and be the very first to leave and get that advantage as early as you can. But before that, there's 400 bikes to try and time through on the same track, so it's tough if you were timed in right at the back of that. Last year, Chucky Sanders timed somewhere in the middle and just went bang and went straight to the top in his prologue effort. So that proves you don't have to be in the first few bikes
that's right.
on the fresh track, but it would have to help.
Just see the sweeper vehicle just doing a quick lap of that.
It looks like terrible fun.
Yeah, so that's probably sure
awful.
It's Kenny Reid, I would have a guess, is behind the wheel. And this is an exciting, you don't leave anything on the table in this right now. You throw it all on the line, because every position you don't have to pass tomorrow, particularly in the opening lap, when the field is together and you've got dust and all sorts of issues as well. So it really does make a difference. You talk to all these riders, you say, really, does the prologue really mean that much in the scheme of things? And turns out it does.
Yeah, this couple of minutes that they're up for
Can
proves
shape your whole
ultra
weekend.
pivotal tomorrow.
Yeah. Look at this great crowd here today. Expected to be massive tomorrow.
As always, you can see that new rule brought in for safety, the 6 metres back from the edge of the racetrack. It's doing everything right, so no bikes spit over the back edge of the track, and that's certainly a possibility when you look back on the footage from the last couple of years. They are absolutely hanging it out there in prologue.
Absolutely. That's the cool part. It's the ragged edge stuff. I know that Ado is planning like 3 or 4 episodes out of this coverage here for this weekend on Blokes World. So get across his social media, add him on Facebook and Instagram, and also the Underdogs. I don't know if you've seen the Underdogs, but very, very funny parody that Ado is one of the handlers of the dogs and becoming quite world famous, actually. So keep your eye out. Cal Norton just out here walking and just chilling out. I asked him yesterday in that interview, you know, was the name Cal Norton anything to you before you were Cal Norton? And it's one of my favourite movies, because people think you're taking the PI55. It's like, no. He's a very handy golfer. A lot of people don't realise that he probably came down to his passion between golfing and desert racing, and I know he probably enjoys both equally as much.
Golf could have been cheaper.
True.
But
in heaven, golf courses are motocross tracks.
They'd have to be.
It's true.
You only play with one ball at a time in golf.
And in our sport, if something gets out of bounds, it usually isn't coming back.
Long gone.
No, not long before we get underway with this prologue. We shuffle the entire field through for tomorrow and set our grid and line things up. So it shouldn't be too much longer before we are able to do that. Some cool merch getting around. Of course, the event merch looks tremendous. So too does some of the Penrite gear. Jared and all the team, grab yourself some. This is such a cool trailer. I do love the Penrite Airstream. This is where all the merch is. And the girls have, what do we got? Let's start with
a soft shell jacket at only $80.
soft shell jacket. It's not easy to say. Soft shell. Good work. 80 bucks. Say it 3 times. Soft shell. Come on.
All right, we've got some hoodies. We've got lots of different types as well. So something for the ladies, something for the guys, something for everybody.
Yes.
Only $60 each.
Yes.
We've got some beanies.
Ooh, I like that. That's tough. Yeah, shirt's cool.
$25. We've got straw hats. Very similar to the Bunnings ones, but better. Only $25.
Yes.
Beanies and scarves, which is what you're going to need on this cop, right? Only $15 each. You're silly not to come down here. If it rains.
Well, it never rains at Hattah.
Well, it was raining on our way up.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
No, that's okay. You got fist gloves here as well.
We do, yeah.
Nice. Bunch of caps. And as always, you've got the discount buckets down here as well. So peak caps, only $5.
What?
Look at it. I know. I know, right? Stubby holders for $5.
I didn't know that.
And you
Definitely
girls...
need a stubby holder on this cold day.
There you go. And you girls will personally sign every purchase, I'm sure.
If you need it, we are gonna do it.
Earplugs as well. I see earplugs down here.
Tonight, we're gonna go to bed, just hang out with me.
Oh, wow. Wow. You totally went there. Lovely to see you, ladies. Have a great time.
Thank you.
Penrite, the Airstream. Come on down and check out all the discounts and all these. Meet these two lunatics. What could possibly go wrong with those two running the show? Anyway, Jordan Stewart. Super cool to have him back riding at Hattah, and it's cool to see that he's not injured this time, because normally it's Jason worrying about Jordan, not Jordan worrying about Jason. But he's hoping for a solid run. He really wants to get the thing home. I know that his point about tomorrow is consistency. I caught up with him at Mototech on the eve of a big weekend for the STE team. Geordie, you're finally back in the country on a consistent basis so you can ride the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. That's got to make you happy.
It does. It does. I've made it to the race in one piece, Wade. First time in a while that I've actually made it in one piece. But no, it's good. I'm looking forward to it. I've actually done a little bit of riding this year, which is good. I usually come into this race with no preparation or a
little bit undercooked.
A little bit undercooked from Fink and all that. So it's good to be able to come here in one piece and feel reasonably good on the bike.
So we've lost a couple of the elder statesmen of the team. They've had big unloads at Fink. So what do we learn from all that? Yeah,
you don't bend like you used to, I suppose. No, that was a bit sad for everyone.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a crap time. We all know how much effort and time and money and Dad's put into it, and everyone's put into it. And to have him out of action was a big hole in the sand. It just affected everyone. Everyone sort of dropped off that week and didn't really want to ride much. But we all dug deep and got the pretty good results up in Fink. Cal put it on the box, which was good after his little crash at the start. Stocky was running really well. He was in the top 20, well and truly.
Yep.
And he had a few bike issues, and I had a good run. Had a bit of a crap run on the way up, but had a good run on the way back.
Yeah.
Scraped inside the top 30, so that puts me in a good starting position for next year, and I get the prologue on my own and crack for that top 20.
Bit of a turnaround for you, mate, that the dad's the one that's injured and you're the one that had to worry.
Yeah, I know. That's Mum wasn't there at the start for the first 3 days, so it was me and my grandfather.
Yep.
And it felt a little bit weird because that was usually him looking after me. But and then Mum got there and said, "It's your problem. You married him."
Mate, what is it about this race, Geordie? Why is it something that people dream of riding?
Hattah's just in our hometown, I suppose, and I don't know. We're very lucky. We got good, backing. We've got Mototech here, obviously, which is a big thing. You got a local KTM dealer and now Kawasaki. So it's just a good all round race. Spectating point of view is really good. You can watch from anywhere on the track, and it just brings out all the motocrosses and all the desert races and all that. It kind of combines them all, and it's kind of long enough that the motocrossers have to get into the enduro sort of scene, a bit of endurance, and then the enduro riders have to do a bit of motocrossing skills, because the track turns into a bit of a motocross track. So I don't know, and it's just a good race. I enjoy it. But it's going to be a good weekend.
The goal?
The goal is just to have a good, safe run. I don't know, I tend to struggle in prologue quite a lot. So if I just get a decent prologue and just set in my own pace, I'll be happy with a top 50 finish, top 60.
Yep.
I don't know, Hattah, believe it or not, Hattah's not really me cup of tea compared to Fink. I prefer Fink way more than Hattah, just because, especially this year, like my knee, I got my knee operated on and it's not 100%. So putting it down's a bit of a drama. But we'll just throw everything at it and get through prologue and get into the race and then just find my rhythm and have fun.
Look at all the humanity belly.
Yeah, look at it.
How good is this? Aussie motocross legend Glenn Bell in the middle of the the juniors getting ready for their prologue and their look laps, and of course you're representing Penrite. Your first ever Hattah belly. What are you?
Yes.
You pumped?
Oh, it's unreal. I can't believe how big this is.
Yeah.
840 something riders over the weekend. It's going to be sensational.
Cracking sunrise here over the Sunraysia. It's a little chilly, but you know, nothing you're not used to.
No, it's fine. Like most of the motocross meetings start early, and they normally chilly in winter. So yeah, but it's going to look fantastic.
Yeah, there's got a bit of a bottleneck, Lamb, just trying to get out of the place here at the Oh, look at that gorgeous sunrise coming up now. What do you know about this event? What have you heard, Belly?
I know it's pretty fast. It's, you know, pretty big laps. A lot of good riders ride.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of legends over the years. And you know, I'm sort of got my money on Todd Waters this year. So we'll see how he goes. He's been doing all right in the Pro MX.
Yeah.
And so I think he's fit enough, and he loves this type of soil. You know, it's nice sandy, and it's perfect conditions. You know, the moisture in the ground from the rain a few days ago has just helped it enormously.
Just heard the briefing just then for the junior big wheels, 22 Ks a lap and 6 laps. So it's over 130 Ks of riding. It's so different to junior motocross, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Like, I can't believe these little juniors on the 85s and stuff can hang on for that amount of time. Like, with the speeds and stuff they're going, I can see some of them have the big tanks on it. So, you know, they must be accustomed to this type of racing, and yeah, it's going to be great.
It'd be easy, Belly, to think that dirt bikes are dirt bikes, right? Motocross, supercross, desert racing, it's all the same. It's not.
No, definitely not. Supercross is totally different to motocross. You know, motocross really gets into your arms a lot. And same with this desert racing, it's so different to motocross even, because you got so much speed going, you know. You're gearing your bikes up to do, you know, 175 kilometres an hour, and you know, in places that's what they do every lap. So, you know, you've got to have your bike set up like perfect for these conditions. It's really difficult.
This is the pit lane right here next to the start line, and they've got to travel certain speed through there and be nice and slow. But tomorrow, we go across the road, there's a race line through the pits, race speed through the pits. That doesn't happen in any other form of motocross or motorcycling that I'm aware of.
No, not the like with pit stops and refueling, because they're riding flat out for like 4.5 hours. So it's a long time on the bike, and your hands really take a punishment. And the guys that are prepared for this, you know, are the ones that's going to win.
Do you miss racing?
Oh, definitely.
Especially like today?
You wish you could do it forever, but, you know, forever, that's what when I first started racing, I'm going, man, this is so good, you know, I'm going to do it forever, but forever doesn't last forever. So yeah, but it's always great to be at the races. You know, I'm lucky enough to go around with Penrite now to all the races and set up, and it's a real special time to catch up with everyone and do that.
Does this take you back, these little kids? Do you remember when you were just a little tacker belly doing this?
Oh yeah, I just rode trials, so it's a bit different to this, but it taught me a lot when I was a kid, you know, throttle control, balance, and doing that sort of thing. So I just had to get used to a bit of speed for motocross, so they come pretty easy, you know. With trials you stand up all the time,
yeah,
and you need to do that to ride fast in motocross and desert racing basically too.
Stand when you can, sit when you have to.
Yeah, that's right.
Stephen Gould told me that.
Yeah.
Good to see you here, Billy.
Great, good to be here.
Wow, what a gorgeous morning here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. That's Aussie motocross legend Glenn Bell. Bit of a slight delay, but it won't be too much longer until we get underway with prologue. You can see the bikes. That is a shot of all the bikes ready to come out. It is a huge pack of them. We just saw Cal Norton just taking a bit of a walk around, just get his head in the game, take a bit of a look around. But if you look to the top near the screen, just to the left-hand side of the giant screen, that is the mass of humanity on two wheels that's about to come out and get after it in the prologue. Tomorrow morning is going to be huge. Make sure you get there early. Can't wait to see everybody ride through the underneath the arch, take their bikes through underneath the Penrite arch tomorrow morning.
So cool, isn't it?
And then line them up and get set. It's incredible to think there's just the one race on tomorrow.
All important.
No support band. Just the main act. Hope everybody's getting on their socials as well. When you probably got, unless you're on Optus, you wouldn't have a huge amount of service that you can utilise. But if you do, take your shots and don't forget to hashtag Penrite Hattah Desert Race and tag everybody in the experience and tell as many people as you can what an epic weekend it is here. A lot of the major backers, Liam, you might want to run through some of the main people that have supported this incredible event one again.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible without the Mildura Rural City Council. They're always back local. And then our Thursday night was at Moto Tech, Sunraysia's new home of Kawasaki and, of course, KTM and Husqvarna as well. The Endlin Network Management running all of our timing and results services this weekend, as well as Audi Sound bringing all of the audio this weekend. Real Air, specialised UAV imagery with all of our drone shots, and Living It Live, Toph, running all of the live stream. Of course, it wouldn't be possible without our naming rights. Penrite, proudly Australian owned and trusted since 1926. Monaghan Logistics as well, long-time supporters of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race, decentralised demountables as well, making all of this weekend possible, and particularly our lives a lot easier here on the grounds. Think Water, beyond irrigation at 59-63, the Crescent Mildura, proudly Mildura as well, Mildura Cranes and Access. Deakin Motorcycles and Bicycles, your home of Gas in Sunraysia. And they're having a lot to say today. Already a win in the junior big wheels goes to the Gas. GBM Consulting supplied a lot of manpower and machinery here this weekend to make it all possible. And they're on board with a number of classes as well as naming rights sponsors to each of those individual classes. Coates Hire making the whole event possible as well. Gardenland, Mildura Garden Supplies and Landscaping. And yes, Optus, the whole event, there's no chance it would be possible out in the desert without good cell coverage, and they bring that to us. It's really changed this whole area for phone service.
Absolutely.
Really based around this event more than anything, so that's super cool. AgTech Machinery as well, welcome to the future. They're located at 41-43 7th Street East, Mildura. Total Tools, only just up the road from those guys as well. For all your tooling, get to Total Tools.
Oh, I can hear that rumble in the background. Very soon, we'll be pulling out the plug of the bathtub and letting them out. Sunnyland Press doing a wonderful job with our program. The Gateway, and of course we had the merch trailer out at the Gateway, and the new restaurant, so cool. Verde off the side of that as well. Deakin Motorcycles, Tim and Sarah and all the gang. Blokes World, Lindemans, Costa, and of course your total waste and recycling solutions. And more than just print, Sunnyland. Just a few of the great companies that make this event possible. And hopefully not too much longer before we funnel them all through in pairs. And it happens very quickly. It's a very, very impressive process how quickly they run this through. And this is the time when I really stop and think about Shawnee, because he was always on that start line.
He was a madman at the gate, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just loved it.
Absolutely.
And he used to love getting in people's heads, and if they looked a bit stressed out or a bit nervous, he'd always get in and make a joke or take the PI55 out of them or something like that just to relax them. And I was talking to Darcy, your little brother, about Shawnee a little while back, and he said, Dad, he always made me feel relaxed at the starting gate at Olympic Park Speedway. So his influence spread right across a number of the motorcycle aspects of this city. The Empire Motorsports Kawasaki off-road team, Stell and all the bunch doing a great job. Matty Ryan, of course, Will Price. Out come some of the mega stars of the game right here, Liam. This is where you start to get the goosebumps.
Definitely, definitely. The air just changes as they head out behind the buggy and head to the starting grid. Sammy Prashira putting her way up on the back wheel and lighting the place up to get set for a start. A bit of TV action, and and the moments they'll be remembered for in this 23 Penrite Hattah Desert race. Looking at prologue as the rest of the bikes roll through and line up.
Todd Waters aboard the Husky and Sam Prashira for Simford. The Raceline Husqvarna, very sweet racing entry of Todd Waters. See down the screen, Sam Prashira on the 7. There is Todd Waters. Warming up the arms. At some stage they'll be in order for us, but a lot of times they won't, so please allow us to catch up. There is a stack of riders. GBM Consulting Group, they do a great job on so many projects here in Mildura. There's Gatesy off to the left with the speed dealer Sunnies. See how much these athletes work, don't you, just warming up?
Yeah, Jack Simpson on the Yami YZF 450. Bike number 3 in behind T-Dub on the 2. The rest of them lined up in behind, so pretty well in numerical order.
Yeah, so
for the most part.
I was just going to say that.
It looks simple for now.
Andrew Wilkes, a lot of people saying this could be his year. Corey McMahon on the gas on the 11. Triggy, they would burn the place down if Triggy got the win.
Wouldn't they just?
Can you even imagine?
It'd be the closest one to home, without a doubt.
Ryan Shadbolt on the Empire Motorsports bike. Kyron Bacon, Y-Shop Yamaha. Shane Mason on the gas. Stephen Bowen, Charles Anderson, Jacob Sweet, Justin Carafa, Matt Sherman, Aidan Keedy. Boy, the intensity is just about to go through the roof. I'm not going to say that the small wheels and big wheels juniors before weren't getting after it, because they certainly were. But this is where it just gets a little hectic.
It's got a little different note to it now. Well and truly. So Brodie Waters, bike 12, Corey Hammond, 16. And they're off. T-Dub leads them away. And he'll be the first to take part. Lay down the time. Absolutely on it. It's the coolest part of the weekend to watch. You get the closest to the action. It's all nice and confined.
Jack Simpson on the 3 bike on the over 454 stroke. Great shot of the 4 bike just leaving now.
So Wilksy, Andrew Wilkes sets away. He's in the 251 to 450, 4 bangers.
Mint shot just then.
The best part of it all for sure. Sammy Prashira on the Husky. The 501 for Simford Motorsport Group.
One of the local lads. A lot of local support for him. Ripping shots from the air. Tex and the boys taking care of us in the stratosphere this weekend. Triggy. The trigonometry on the 9, the Sherco. Be a massive result for Sherco too if he was able to get it done, Liam.
Yeah, he's always been up there. He hasn't fallen outside of that top 10 for something like 9 years, which is an incredible result to keep stringing them together. So Triggy on the 9. It'll be Todd Waters, the first one to time in. Just a couple of minutes away. So the 12 gets let loose. Brodie Waters on the 500 Cato.
Another local hero. Great rider. The Waters boys. So the prologue time to be lifted down the left-hand side.
Corey Hammond, the next one to set off on the 500 KTM as well. A bike presented by Mum and Dad, Sutto's Power Sports and Winston Express Haulage is Corey Hammond on the 16.
8 bikes on track right now as the 20 bike leaves the line. Shane Mason.
Yeah, another local. Strong contingent up inside that top 40. He ran last year with a good result. A couple of brothers in Aaron Mason as well, and there's Liam, and it's a strong family on two wheels as the Masons. So Riley McGillivray joins the field now. Bike 21, we missed Corey McMahon in the middle of all of that as well. Should be on the point now, 10 bikes. Tom Anderson, the next one to set off. Bike 22, the 11th bike out. There's the 23, gets ready. That's Stephen Bowen on the CRF 450 Honda for Shell, Wallen, Raw, Australian, Bradley Electrical. Through that super fast right-hander over a couple of the bollards. While we wait to time in Todd Waters to be the first to lay down the benchmark. Ooh, that was close. He gave it everything. It was Stephen Bowen. Jai Dixon, the next bike out. Bike 24. He's in the 251 to 454 stroke class.
This is a good single groove to get out of the hole. Everybody using the same. Taylor Adams, another one of the local hopes here this weekend. The Adams boys always going strong, that's for sure. She survived the ride of her life. Did you make her cry? Wow, she liked it so much she went again. Kenny Reid, you're just the entertainer. So Connor Adams follows Taylor out. The over 450 four-stroke class that we're watching here at the moment. Still waiting for times to come in for Todd Waters. Boy, the investment in these teams.
Isn't it just? Charles Anderson, next bike on course. The Sherco SEF 450 for Tweaked Performance. Wraps it on and joins the battle.
Billy Hargey on track as well, the number 30 bike.
Previous winner of this race. Joins into the seniors. So locks it in.
Your political career is done, by the way, Kenny. Sam Hanley on the 31 bike. Simon Cox about to come out on the 32. Flipping backwards and forwards between this Simon Cox aboard the Husky for Simford Motorsport Group. Big investment here again, as always, the Simford team.
So that was the shot of the last couple of corners on the run home, so be predicting Todd Waters not far away at all.
Stocky on track. Sam Stockman for the STE Racing KTM.
Teed up. He has Jack Simpson close. Whoa. Very close behind. This would be a very good ride by Jack Simpson as he is right on the hammer and teed up.
Wow, that's a heck of a ride. Simpson is quickest, 5:19.9. Up against Waters, 5:32.
Big difference,
yes,
isn't it?
Sir.
Big ride by Jack Simpson. We'll see where it lines up for Wilksey, who'll go in next. So a couple that have joined the race while we've been looking up the front. Sam Handley, Simon Cox, Sam Stockman. We got Campbell Hall, Jake Deswart and Jacob Sweet. While the top three will put her in. So Wilksey through now. He'll go third quick.
And don't forget, all you got to be is inside the top 10 for the immediacy of what we got to do later on. So here we go. 38 and the 37 bike respectively already, Jacob Sweet and Cody Stevens. So now we're launching them in pairs. That's where it gets a little bit more hectic.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Here comes Triggy. Is it Triggy?
Scintillating, yeah, this is Triggy on the Sherco.
I love watching this guy on so many levels. Recently became a dad.
We'll go fourth quick so far. Steps up just above Sammy Prashira, the Simford number 7 bike. So Sammy back to 6 as Corey McMahon, big ride, goes second quick. Bike number 11.
So Chloe Park and Emma Haylock on track now into some of the ladies. The ladies of Hattah. There's 4 laps and 8 laps classes for the lady competitors. Emma Haylock, Chloe Park, Amy Butler, Heidi Timon as well. So into the Gardenland ladies 4-lap group right now. 57 and 56 respectively. Olivia Kimball and Matisse Bennett. Yamaha and Husky mounted. Simpson quickest. McMahon, Waters, Wilsh, Trigg, Waters, Brody Waters, Sam Prashira, Corey Hammond. Top 8 so far.
It's not a point you want to drop it by any means when you're giving it absolutely everything. You have the most eyes on you at any point in the course. Is that first run up and over the hill as Shane Mason goes to position number 9.
Little Miss Hollywood, Chloe Barton. On track, Bella Bennett as well. Meg Pitchford. And now Regan Peters on the 72. So 35 bikes on track right now in the process. For your prologue. To the left-hand side. Definitely one to watch, and have a look at the intensity already.
I was going to say that. How's the stare down from Brock Gates?
Emma Milicevic. Keep your eye on that young lady on the Honda. She is a superstar. She was top 30 overall last year and would have ambitions of at least being top 20 if she can. Girl can ride. Got the 78 bike there with her as well of Mac Fleming. We've got Jessica Gardner and also Monique Simeone on that Simford bike. Certainly 50 different seasons in one day today.
Oh, that's already run it up big time on the prologue lap. Those big braking whoops. I think that was Connor Adams.
Correct.
May well be.
Yeah, correct.
So Taylor would have passed through just before him, I dare say. Just times in now.
15th at the moment. Tommy Anderson is 14th. Stephen Bowen is 13th. Shane Mason.
Big time. Connor Adams went up to 6th.
Do not discount those Adams boys for a strong result tomorrow. We know that prologue is a completely different animal. It's different to what they'll be doing tomorrow. We all know that. But still, Courtney Ruby, Amelia Carlson, Maddie Healy. Keep an eye on Maddie as well. Catherine Scoble and Betty Dre. Ladies 4 laps and ladies 8 laps classes respectively.
This top 10 looks exciting already. So we'll take the top 10 into the shootout following this full prologue. So we'll get every rider prologued and then the top 10. So we'll start to get up to position 17. Corey Hammond at 11. Billy Hargy, a previous winner of the junior ranks on bike number 30. Shane Mason at 13. Stephen Bowen, 14. Tom Anderson, 15. Sam Handley. Taylor Adams, Charles Anderson. And then we wait Simon Cox and Sam Stockman at 19 and 20 to time in.
Have a look at the conga line that's still coming out of that pits.
It just seems never ending.
They'll basically snake all the way back to Calignan. I like this numerical order stuff, Liam.
It helps. It helps big time. Ross Lierenveld and Ben Adams, a pair of KTMs. Ross Lierenveld on the 520 EXC and Benny Adams on the 350 SXF.
In the veterans class, thanks to AgTech Machinery, they can keep this numerical stuff coming if they want.
Could have had it this morning.
I'm not sure it's going to stay that way, but we'll take it for now. Great drone shots. It's been an overcast day for most of the day. Doesn't matter, we're not here for the weather. 604 and a 605. Darcy Poole and Stephen Norrie. KTM and Gas respectively for R&D Windows and Belco Brew Supplies. Sounds like a fun guy to hang out with.
Terrible. So next batch timing in, Charles Anderson, Jake Deswart jumps up a couple. Goes to 19th and Campbell Hall steps in at 20th. Couple of the Penrite boards and some messages to be had. Yes. Darcy Poole and Stephen Norrie time through on the gas. That's on screen. Wait for the next pairing.
Jason Mitchell and Matty McCann in that veterans class. KTM and Yamaha. Matt Crete sponsoring Matthew McCann. Got the 611 and the 610 respectively. David Woolley and Kevin Buntsma Backed by Eureka on the KTM and the DNR Agricultural Trust. 430R of David Woolley. Listed his manufacturer bike as other. Interesting. Haven't heard of those.
No.
Might be that Norwegian bike.
Have to be. Have to be. Mark Perry and Avon O'Connor, the next to expect through. Avon, presented by Yamaha on the YZF 450, Southeast Shearing, Town and Country Tyres, Keith. So Sam Stockman in at the 24th spot. Wait on Simon Cox, Emma Haylock, Chloe Park, Amy Butler, Heidi Timon, and Tegan Thomas.
Good job with the times, everybody. Well done to all our team to give us this kind of information on hand. Very, very important. James Stubbs and Matthew Shanks. We're still in the veterans class right now. The Gas of Jimmy Stubbs and also Thomas Nunn aboard the Husky. Got Simon Bromble. It was Avon O'Connor, I think, on the 614 that just left then, but you got the 618 of Thomas Nunn and the 622 of Michael Portogallo. So far, this is, let's say, running really smoothly, and I didn't want to say that out loud. Sorry, just scratch that. So far, we're having a great day here in Prologue. Sammy Stockman in at 24th position. Simon Cox waiting for his time to come in, and also Emma Haylock. Keep an eye on Emma Milicevic.
Yeah, as we wait the first batch of the ladies, 4 laps and 8 laps to time in. They could be far away.
Brendan
We're up to
Smart.
about 24th, 25th.
Smart Refrigeration Yamaha YZ 250 leaving the line. 627 of Will Smith. Got the Thor gear on. And the 629 of Stephen Powell aboard the Husqvarna. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That is
It's not a good place.
It's not a good place.
Not a good place.
So is that the 823 or the 623 just then? Was it Cable? I think it was Cable Hunt. So that was not a great place to be stalled. There's never a good place to be stalled anyway in Prologue.
Not at all. Yeah, Todd Waters and his mechanic, Jason, just rolled past, I think, up to have a squeeze at the track over the back of the hill now that they're timed in.
Yeah, there's nothing else he can do at this point.
Just have a look at how that track evolves before they head back out into that top 10 shootout.
Emma has just come through, Milicevic. So let's see where she has ended up out of all this. She's 25th right now. Very, very cool with her social media and work as well. She's a riding coach as well. She works really hard at encouraging and nurturing women in motocross as well. What have we? How many have we launched so far? We're up to 80 so far, which is about, what, a fifth of the way?
Maybe, if. So Matthew Robinson and Ash Pilkington timing in at, 79th and 80th. A long way down the list. Scott Butler and Jason Hackett, the next couple to roll out in the Honda CRF 450 for Butler, presented by Moto 365, and Jason Hackett on the Husky 350, proudly presented by DMK Designs. There's a couple on screen.
Damien Pendlebury and Mark Payton on the 652 and 650 respectively. Pendlebury on the KDM for DNR Agricultural. Pato on the Husky, backed by Weber and Shivel. We're up to 84 bikes, make that 86 now with Kane Macquarie and Luke Woodbury. Woodbury on the 659 on the Malley Motorcycles entry, and Kane Macquarie aboard the Kawasaki 450 KXF, Macquarie Fab and Matt Jones motorcycle entry.
Zatilla Zerda on the Honda CRF 450 for Moto 365, and Matterhorn Refrigeration on bike 663. Sends it away with bike 666 of Lee Piggott on the Cato 500 for Leroy's Earthworks.
Now, Liam, you can really see some defined lines now. There's really only 2 lines getting into the entry for that corner right there. You nearly lost the front end. So easy.
Got a high side of that, very nasty.
If you tip it in and lose the front and drop it down, You will be filthy.
Particularly in front of a lot of eyes.
Peter Kopp on the 671 and James Johnson. Kopp aboard the Yamaha YZ 450. James Johnson on the Husqvarna for Manningham Car Care. See the 93 bike on screen. One of our lady competitors. Scoot back through and try and find. Never any doubt. Catherine Scoble on the Honda. Just talk amongst themselves. I'll find her name there somewhere.
So Cameron Barber, the last of the veterans, two-time in on the Husky 450 FC, sponsored by Barber. And then we should head into the Masters category. And that class presented by Total Tools. And the veterans were presented by AgTech Machinery. So a big shout out to AgTech Machinery jumping on board.
So there's that shot we just saw there. The 704 and the 705. So James Graham and Barry Densley. The Suzuki of Graham, the Katoom of Densley. We just saw that really cool shot where they tip it in that left-hander. There's really only two grooves to use and they're quite close together. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody tries to split that up and try something different. Still they come.
Smashing, yeah, you've really got no choice, do you?
There's only really two ways in, but one way out. See that? You're real.
Yeah, that's tough. There's nothing nice about that on the exit whatsoever. So bike 708 is Michael Hassan on the Yami YZ250 FX and Brad Balkan.
The Jawbone Station sponsored bike. That sounds mint. I don't know what it is, but I want to go. Matisse Bennett on track at the moment. Back in 45th, Heidi Timon. 46th, Yulani Guy, 52nd right now with a 4:15. Oh, she just rutted out pretty hardcore. Coming out of that left-hander. So we're into the Masters right now. On track, we saw Lesio, Fedke, and Barber. And also Sharp, the 737. Liam, this is so much better than last year. David Burns. I don't want to say it out loud. And Paul Hassan aboard the Husky, but I've done...
That's a good battle to the first set of corners.
Kind of robbing yourself of some momentum, but what the hell? This is the prologue.
Giving it everything.
Not here for a haircut. So Paul Hassan. This is the Masters class for riders.
Oh, it's almost a get off.
45 years and over. Which means you're old enough to know better. You're young enough to have a go anyway. The 612 on screen at the moment. So Nigel Broadbent on the 736 and Stephen Shaw on the 74. You got the 746 and the 745. Jason Pierce on the Gas out of Newcastle. And Jamie Armstrong on the Alpine Motorcycles Yamaha. When I find out who's lined these people up, I'm going to kiss them. This is so much less chaotic than last year.
The numbers are good.
Well done.
Very good.
Even Tove's got to be loving this.
So Jason Pierce ripping through the Gas 450 for KTM Newcastle. And we are lusty. The next couple of bikes, 751 Randall Munro on the other.
And the Gator.
The Rayu Mr. 300 Pro, supposedly.
Our mate, Byron Gates, the Gator. The big fella on that 752. Local legend in the sidecar side of things. His son, Caden, also riding here this weekend. Ooh, 751 in a Randall Munro. Nearly tipped her in a little hard. That's so rutted out there,
it's
Liam.
Tough.
So
that
rutted
can't
out.
be a lot of fun. So Daniel Alomes should be one of the next few. On the 753.
Just waiting for it to
Get
through. Yeah.
So Alomes on the Gas. Sponsored by his wife, Presto's Hunting and
how good
Shooting.
is that? He's giving the misso some credit.
TuneTech Suspension, Hydroflow, John Cav, Fortitude Health Co. and Deacon Motorcycles and Bicycles, another local in the field. And David Harrison on the Sherco 300.
777 on track, Lee Pearsall and Nathan Attridge, the at-built Yamaha YZ250. Leah Pearsall, the gas for Peter Stevens and Fox Racing. That Peter Stevens team, a lot of bikes, big commitment here this weekend.
Yeah, really well backed. There's a number of stores right through the Melbourne city heart and spreading out and about, so they're well backed. A number of these riders, like 3 or 4 different gazebos of that Peter Stevens team. So a lot of work gone in. Just bringing all of their riders to the track. Now, this is a big climb.
Yeah.
Big climb indeed. Bike 668 will be one of the masters. Well, the veteran that's Todd Smith on the Husky, the 501.
You got Kane Russian and Luke O'Donnell on track, the 788 and 794 respectively. So Kane on the KTM for Northcote Theatre, and also Luke O'Donnell aboard the KTM 500. Now a little bit of track work going on here on the start line, just to take away that groove that maybe sends you in radical directions.
It's not going to help deep in the field, is it? It's going to be a tough one. There's a bike on its side here on the launch.
Maybe they race back to the pits real quick to grab something.
You would hope not goggles. There's every chance, isn't there?
This is Hattah, mate. Anything is possible, and that's what we love about it.
He's back ready at the ship.
Yeah, it was the 652. See who that was. Shuffle a couple of pages forward to find the 652. I'm going to give up. We'll see when he comes out. So out of Masters into 250 4-stroke. Which of course seen McMahon, we saw Wilkes, we saw Simpson, and I'm turning through the program here. So we're going to go through.
Should end up starting at about Justin Carafa. And Matt Sherman, if we run the way we're predicted.
Which we're manifesting that at the moment, because that's exactly what we want to see.
It's prayers.
Matty Healy out there as well. Great to see Matty Healy here. 39th, doing a great job. Matty will be one to watch. Make no mistake about that. Check out the 687 on screen. And as Brad Swan for the veterans class. Monique Simeone, 41st right now. Oh, wow.
Breathe.
So there's your top 10. So McGillivray is on the bubble, effectively. Jai Dixon, Sam Brashira, Brodie Waters, Connor Adams, Nathan Trigg, Andrew Welsh, Todd Waters, Corey McMahon, and Jack Simpson. There's a few big dogs we haven't seen off the porch yet.
Yeah, well and truly. We start to sift into the 251 to 450 4-stroke class. Then we head up to the big bangers in the 500s. And a couple of guys, of course, expected to see through those. Of course, Callum Norton set to be one of them.
So Matt Sherman, Aidan Keedy, the 402 and the 401 respectively.
So bikes on screen, 406 of Lee Holmberg and the 403 of Trent Shaw. Trent on the KTM 450 and Holmberg on the Husky 450.
Keep your eye on Matt Ryan, set to come out as well on the 409, one of the Empire Kawasaki off-road race team entries. The 410 alongside the best headlight here this weekend.
Well, the only?
Is it the 408 of Jesse McGill and the 410 of Jacob Sinclair. The Indulge Apartments, Gas. And Jesse McGill aboard the KTM. Then you're going to see Matt Ryan quite possibly up next on the Kawasaki.
So Jake, of course, another local and son of the Prez. Here, set to tackle his prologue and time in the GBM Consulting 251 to 450 4-stroke category.
We may have missed Ryan earlier. He might have gone through and we were looking at other shots on the track. There's a kid riding the roller coaster at Disneyland on dirt that is Adrian Knox right now from Blokeswood. I don't know how the bloke gets any sleep at all. That's how he does. He's laying down having a stretch in our commentary position. sure he's loving his first Hattah. Like anything, it's a painfully gorgeous experience the first time. He'll be back.
Jacob Deegan rolls in, and the 413 for the Gas EC 350. Presented by Race Ready Suspension, Raceline Motorcycles, and Marty Deegan, as well as Joel Graham on the 414 and the RMZ 450.
James Mason on the Husqvarna, the 419. Joining the KTM on the 423 of Max Price for Kesner Motorcycles. Ryan has gone through, by the way. He was on track. Didn't get to see his launch, but he's definitely out there. Full commit this track.
You've got no choice. You just get eaten up if you don't. Just can't be scared one bit.
Well, if you were scared, you wouldn't be here, would you really? Or you'd be in the commentary box with us.
Yeah.
424 and 425, Lachlan Wilcock and Aaron Mason. Lachlan Wilcock with SD Engineering and Aaron Mason for NBC Concrete.
Meso's into it early. Oh, he's giving it plenty, isn't he? He's pulled right away from the rider alongside him. So looking for a good lap. Another local in this field. So keep your eyes on Mason as he'll time in.
Shane Kemp aboard the 431 out there.
This track gets tough, doesn't it?
Gets tough, does it?
Lap by lap.
When you drive off the road and you turn left, suddenly you're not on the bitumen anymore. The 435 and the 439 respectively. Angus Reardon for Mototech and Jared Dillon for Empire Motorsports Kawasaki race team.
There's a couple of big bangers, isn't it?
Yes, there is.
Well backed.
Gorgeous pieces.
Absolute pros, the orange versus the green here. It's the KTM for Mototech.
160 so far, Liam.
We're nowhere near, are we? So much left to come. So 426. Taylor Hollis on the KTM 450 alongside the 429 of Dylan Fox. The FX 350 Husqvarna for Fox Refrigeration and Trav Taylor Building.
Billy Hargey's in a pretty good spot in that 13th position right now with Shane Mason and Stephen Powell, Barbowen, Jack Bithell, Tom Anderson, Sam Hanley, Taylor Adams. Taylor's gone back to 19th now. Matty Healy in 30th. Emma Milicevic in 28th. Nice job. Of course, we've got a lot of riders to go through. 438 of Chris Arata. The 437 of Luke Williams on the L&J Diesel Yamaha. Arata on the K-Tech KTM.
There's a couple of boys rolling in and having a chat as they head back with the goggles off. Just keep smashing them down this path. And there's so many of you potential front runners still left to time in. Callum Norton, certainly one of those that's still yet to time in. It pays so much to be in that top 40 from the previous year and time in early before that prologue track gets totally rutted out. Although pretty well started that way. You had no real choice whatsoever.
You're keeping an eye on this bloke in the corner of the room, I hope, Liam.
It's tough, isn't it? You can just feel it in the air that he's here.
He's done a lot of laps today.
Yeah.
He's aging in reverse. Here's our Ado as he goes out of the room during our prologue. The 453 and the 452. He's an absolute star.
Oh, that was
an average launch.
Almost got off altogether. Daniel Coney on the Gas 350 for DC Auto Electrical. That was close. Jacob Craig on the 453, the YZ 450F. Now they get together. I think it was Jacob Craig on the Yamaha. Recovered well and got back in front of the Gas. Oof. Another almost a swap.
There seems to be a bit of oof lately because
the haggling would be tough.
The track
if you go down in front of the crowd there, in for a bit of a rough afternoon if the boys in the corner have been on the beers a bit.
Jaden Pilgrim. Red flag is up from Kenny Reid there at the moment while they just clear that. Waiting is at the 446 of Jeremy Gould. The KTM Newcastle entry up against the 458 of Jaden Pilgrim on the KTM. We've got sponsors? No.
Not required.
That's what it says next to it. I don't know if they're not required, but he says, no, I ain't got any. Either way, gee, that's full commitment there. Can't lose any momentum. If you're half a decent rider, you're going to have your leg straight out on that left-hand side. You're going to pin it. The 464 of Ethan Tarrant and the 454 of Dean Edward.
Not too many Suzukis in the field this year. One of the few on the RM Z450, Dean Edward. It's good to see yellow bikes still kicking around. And a gorgeous looking piece he's on. So comes into view the 454 of Dean Edward.
He went across 3 different lines then.
Just kept it wide open the whole way through it.
Zachary Van Dolderen. Runs off the tongue, doesn't it? Zach on that 460. And he's out there with Jake Cobbin on the 468 on the Yamaha 450 DMK Designs entry. Has anybody bumped into that top 10 and knocked anybody out that we haven't seen? Cal Norton's in the 500s, I think, with his number. We'll try and just work our way through to make sure we keep an eye out for Cal. We've got Jordan Stewart to come out. 518 is Cal Norton.
And Liam Dinage right back in the field too at about 4.9.
Yeah.
491, Liam Dinage on the KTM 450, so looking for him. A little further in this group,
Alex Hargy and Jack Colbert, 193 and 194 respectively. Kenny Reed say, oh, away you go. 476 gets a little squirrel up, but still comes out of the hole pretty straight.
Yeah, so Liam Dinage just a few bikes away, or a couple of groupings. See the first of the couple of the STE Engineering.
Cale Makem and Reese Wood. You got Johnny Rumbold on the 481, Reese Wood on the 479, and Cale Makem on the 476. Kawasaki to 469. Words no link. 2 words that will set to chill your blood. Here in our job. Daniel Houston.
Ooh, that was a good race. Couple of crossovers.
Houston, we don't have a problem. Jake Anderson on the 483, Daniel Houston. You got Reese Crutch on the 482. Mason Simmons, of course. We're expecting big things from Mason. You heard Ben Grabham rating him very highly coming back from the States. Boy, that is evil, getting roosted in that corner as well. The 487 and the 488. Gotta love that. That'll be Max Royal and Jasper Baker. Jasper for Water Dynamics and Bulk Nutrients. Maxi Royal for Sprocket Line.
A couple of them have been way out by that hay bale, haven't they? The first corner, the first right-hander. Hanging it right out by the hay bale. You can use this as a cushion if you're game.
Hanging by the hay bales.
It's a risky way to play it.
You need a big set of hay bales to make that work. 491 and 492. Liam Dinage and Cooper Shido. A couple of really quick hombres here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cooper on the pin. Boy, those two are quick.
He was strong up inside the top 10 through most of last year's race. Cooper Shido. Keep your eyes on that 492 and Liam Dinage on the 491. So 495 now. Harrison Baker on the KTM 450 EXC for Mototech. Control factory suspension, prime design graphics. Wilson Grenadesh on the Honda CRF 450. Locks it in.
There's no doubt the later you are in this, the deeper every groove is for you to either work to your advantage or against you. But some of these more experienced riders we'll see late will actually use this Mason Simmons in 7th. No surprises there to see him inside the top 10. 465 back there. A little bit of pig rooting off the line. Luke Panagakis probably absolutely butchered that. We're going to stay with it though on the KTM. And checking who Luke was joined with just then. We've had Bradley Ladd and Thomas Field out there. 453 on screen as well.
There's Jacob Craig on the Yamaha YZ450F. We're following on with the bike way out to the wing, using every piece of it. So Craig will time in, set for a start once again. By the look of things, are we red flag out again? We're rocking.
Nathan Kumaya on the Peter Stevens Motorcycles entry. Nathan just waiting on that second bit of data to come through. Not sure who he left with, but it'll come up on our boards here in a second. Everin Townsend on the 410. That's what sort of messed us up a little bit in the Can you not do that, please? We're getting along so well.
All right, so the X401, James Callahan on the Yamaha 450. He lined up with the X402 of Caleb Gullett on the Gas MC350.
Yeah, Everin
sponsored by Ride Park at Bacchus Marsh.
Sorry, I was missing the X off the X410 of Everin Townsend, the one-stop discount shop sponsored bike.
So now Matthew Lane on the X403 on the 450 KTM EXCF. And the X404 of Max Coombs. The Gas EC350 presented by Master Electrical. The pair ripped through in a nice battle.
No changes really to our top 10 at this point. Got to be in that top 10 to shoot it out.
Triggy still locked into the top 5.
Lachlan Patullo, Todd Schindler, and Ethan Keenus. Good chance I've ruined that one as well. We'll just go with Ethan, shall we? The 407. Ethan Keenus. Going to go with that. The DB Cranes sponsored bike. So no changes really to your top 10 at the moment. The 409. Daniel Taylor, the all RVs and camper vans bike. I saw those guys with their hoodies last night getting around at the show and shine. And I think the 412 of Ben Brooks, the Brooks Real Refrigeration, KTM EXC 450.
None of that fake refrigeration.
No, real. Jordan Holt and Jake Holland. Now you got Daniel Simpson and Matthew Prott. Simpson on the Adsim Excavations entry. And Matty Prott on the Kawasaki 450. Keep down the order at anybody that might jump out. There'll be a possible top 10 to come.
All right, X419. That is a beautiful mane, isn't it? The X419 is Fabian Bill on the Husqvarna FX450. It's exactly what I expected his name to be somehow.
Fabulous Fabian, I think.
Presented by On Point Motorcycles and Suspension. Bolt everywhere. Christensen's Motorcycles and Wolfenden CrossFit. Along with Reece Jennings and the KTM 350 for Ballarat Rovers much. Ballarat Refrigeration and Air Conditioning.
Ballarat Rovers much?
Apparently.
425 and a 435 respectively. So the 435 we know is Travis Cooper on the Christensen Motorcycles entry. But was that the 425 or the X425? Gonna go back to see.
Yeah, pretty certain it was X. Oliver Hamilton.
Yeah, there you
Young
go.
Ollie. Another local.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely loves it. Like solo speedway as well as enduro.
246 riders so far. The X444, Brooklyn Bulmer, and Tom Foster. Right alongside him on the X445, Moto 365 Yamaha of Brooklyn Bulmer, and Tommy Foster, the Booneroo Angus KDM. 250 bikes so far. Clayton McManus and Anthony Mowat.
It actually looks like the end of the line coming up somehow.
536 and 453 respectively, Jake Salem's. And Matt Murray on the 536, so it's not an X. That's what can sometimes catch you off guard a little bit. We haven't seen, I don't think, Jack Douglas or Benny Miller or Chris Pappas or Alex Krieg just yet.
See, the X471 is Ryan Barton on the KTM 300, and alongside the X494 of Alex Krieg on the KTM as well, the 350 XCF for Kessner. It'll be Krieg with the upper hand in their prologue pair. And they're winding down.
We're getting back into 454 stroke numbers here shortly as well. Still Simpson, McMahon, Waters, Welsh, Trigg, Adams, Simmons, Waters, Brashira and Dixon. So the two Waters boys in this top 10, of course, not related, Brody and Todd. But certainly the Adams family doing a great job as well.
Yeah, great results so far. There's so many locals up inside that top 20, top 30, top 40. Super cool. The Mason brothers, both inside the top 20.
Yeah, Tate Prime. I don't know if we got a chance to yap too much about him. 253rd rider out. Still they come. You're worried about them running out, were you?
Yeah, apparently not.
It's cool how they got them in such a good sequential order.
So all of those single numbers inside that top 40, of course, are last year's results.
Yeah, ranked effectively. In terms of availability as well, because we're missing a couple of them from last year. But Dixon is on the bubble, Liam, to use one of our sprint car terminologies. He's the one that's nervously looking out the window. How good is that checkered flag outfit?
That's not bad, is it?
That is fantastic.
So we'll be looking at mostly the 500 class coming up here. So that's the over 454 strokes. Most from KTM 500s and Sherco. A couple of Husky 501s.
This is where you're going to see Jack Mentha out here for the first time out of Horsham, now living in Mackay. The very handy AFL footballer is a super sub for Ryan Branford on the STE engineering team, the STE racing team. You'll see Jordan Stewart out here soon as well. Jonty Reinders. Jonty, of course, they gave away that really cool e-bike last night, the Sherco e-bike. So big thanks to Sherco for doing that. Some little bloke got himself a very, very cool e-bike.
Yeah, great work by that team. And of course their main rider, Nathan Trigg, the best results so far.
Just doing a bit of
prologuing in at 5.
Looks like some track work just going on that start line, just to give them a more even purchase.
For the 2.5 seconds that they're there. And it's all thrown back in your face by the first corner.
256 riders on track so far. Should give you an idea of the sheer depth of what we'll see tomorrow. Be interested just to get a shot as to who's up next in these 500s, just so we can stay on top of who it will be. It might be Reese Mickelson and maybe Jack Mentha. And it is the 501 of Jack Mentha. So he leads. And it is Reese Mickelson going with him. Mickelson aboard the Kahuna Butchers. KTM, it's appropriate. You need a big set of kahunas to ride this place. Jack Mentha on board the STE Racing Ryan Branford bike for this weekend. Super sub.
Yeah, these are the big bangers, the 500s. the bigger powered bikes, but certainly heavier as well. So big boys getting these around. The 513s, Matty Mills for the KTM 500 EXC-F for Wimmera Glassworks.
Jonty Reinders aboard the Sherco. They're very distinctive in their look, aren't they? Gorgeous looking piece. So Jonty is on it. Keep your eye out for Keith Van Heerwarden and Jordan Stewart.
Jonty looks good early.
Yeah, he does.
Locked down on the bottom side. Using up that big time rut forming on the bottom.
So you got Andrew Murphy on the 517 and Callum Norton on the 518. So this is number 2 at Fink. One of the hot favourites here this weekend, Callum Norton. Can he bust into the top 10, Liam?
You'd love to see it. It's critical. Really locally supported team in the STE Racing boot camp. You see as well whereabouts Liam Dinage timed in at, whether he's crossed that mark yet or not. I dare say he would have. Somewhere there, 29A. Will be Stefan Granquist. Stefan should have timed in earlier, so the 29A.
It'll be Stefan Granquist, you're correct, and Ryan Cossins on the 527. So Granquist and Cossins, respectively. There is the 527 of Ryan Cossins. 530. Back on screen is Dylan Casey and the 534 of Hayden Keeley, the Hunter Valley Motorsports entry. He's from the Newcastle area. Good like that. Hopefully that's the same thing.
Pretty good tip.
Boy, that's a really difficult little section now. You have to swing from that left and then hard into that right, and there's no room to run wide the right-hander because there's hay bale City. Michael McAllister on the 538, Tim Sherman on the 537.
Right outside of the groove. Any one of them.
Jack Anderson and Kenneth Armstead. Kenny Armstead out of the territory. Kenny riding one of the satellite STE racing bikes. Kenny comes in as a bit of a super sub as well. Boy, he just carved that up then, didn't he?
The tails just dance on these things through those couple of sections. Bike 553, Kane Parker on the KTM 500, and the 547 is Bo Gaskin on the KTM 500 EXC.
We didn't see Connor Terry leave the line or Kane Parker, but they did. Connor Terry and Kane Parker, and as you said, Bo Gaskin out there as well. Interesting how a lot of the riders then go up and watch the rest of the circuit. Kent Collins and Jake Warland on 554 and 555 respectively.
Next couple, bike 570 and 556. So the 56 being Bailey McNeil.
And Justin Pellicano on that 570 KTM 500. So again, just looking to split the groups up a little bit here now.
So a bit of time graces. They let a couple of pedestrians through across the track and get set for the next few groupings.
There goes Andy Adams.
Should be pretty happy.
Very proud of his
boys thus far.
Phyllis will probably be out here at some point as well. Very proud mum. And Andy, pretty pumped with the way his boys are going. There's no doubt about that. Next couple out, Bailey McNeil and Pellicano ran on that 560. 556, should say, and 570. Nicholas Malseed on the 575. You see Pellicano on camera.
So bike 574, Cooper Johns. I think it was 585. Tom Reddy, another local.
Yeah, Tom
KTM.
Tom was out at Lee Adams' house like half of Mildura was this week, getting some tweaking done by LAR. Good job by Will Smith, Jeremy Gould just outside the top 50. Daniel Simpson, Trav Cooper, Harrison Baker. I'm going to try and keep an eye on what's happening with that top 10 and whether anyone can bust in there. Angus Reardon, 16th. Kipper Shido, 15th. Billy Hargey, 17th. Aaron Mason, 18th. Shane Mason, 19th. Going to try and keep an eye out for a couple of those 500s that we expect to be right in this. Cooper Johns and Tom Reddy we spoke about just earlier.
And the bikes seem to just keep coming, don't they? They're more just walking through.
Darcy Arnell on the 591. And Jake Waddingham on the 599. Just sheer grunt, these things. So no change in the top 10 at this point. Red flag is up. Oh, man.
That is close to those bales out the side, isn't it?
That's Callum.
Couple of shrubs.
That's Callum Norton. That was why. Is he in the top 10? Yes.
Oh,
but
he's scraped in, isn't he?
Ooh, just. Callum. Pushed hard. That is by no means safe. Just pulling up in front of us to get the confirmation. Geordie Stewart with him on the 112 just came through. So Cal would know that is not enough to be comfortable just yet.
Yeah, there's still some quick bikes to come. That's a commendable ride deep in this session, though. When you factor in how many bikes have been through and shaken this thing up.
Ooh, that was a good ride too. I thought for a second there, we reshuffled our top 10.
So it's Stefan Greenquist ticking through. So Callum on the teetering point.
Caden Cornish on the 801. Liam Max Phillips on the 800. Max Gartner on the 803. Dan Thompson on the 802. Check out the 523 Husky.
And Josh Knights and the Husky 501. Sponsored by STE Racing, Sunset Cycles, and Mum and Dad and the crew.
Always good Mum and Dad get a mention. Cody Howell, the 807, and Jet Kipps also out there. We didn't get to see launching, but they're out there. Nick Glass and Jake Fellows. So a lazy 305 bikes so far have launched. Boy, it's cut up there. Has anybody, as we look ahead, has anybody got the chance and the speed possibly to cause an upset and bang into the top 10? Or have we missed a major player here that we should expect it? The way Cal came to the window like, like a drive-through.
The first to do it.
Yeah, good point. So what are we? Byron Dennis, Justin Harrow, Max Hall. So Byron Dennis, that's one to watch. The 809, 306 bike to leave the line. Won the junior overall last year. His sister was doing a heck of a job earlier today. Let's see what the whiz kid from Wagga Wagga can come up. Current leader in the MX3. What can he do?
This is, of course, the Deakin Motorcycles and Bicycles under 19 category.
Healthy smattering of Mildura riders in that top 10
yeah,
too,
well
by the way.
Truly. Callum's as good as local now, isn't he?
Oh, he's already adopted. Liam Jackson and Blake Walden, Tyler Barrett and Cohen Prout. Jamie Dunstan as well. 316 with Eli Hunter. And also Finn Palmer make it on track as well. So still that is your top 10. Arthur Radford and Ethan Bashtanik will be somewhere in the next couple of riders.
Oh, it's a bit of an off. And just went off screen. One down was bike 820.
Finn Palmer. Or was it 829? I'm sure that Tom Winter, the Bluey Diagnostics entry. Yeah, thank you. That's got to be worth a beer later.
Palmer going down on the Husky 350 FX.
So Louis Monahan is out there as well. Ben Dixon, Sam Armstrong, Sam McGinty on the 825.
And a bunch of locals in this under-19s. So tightly grouped they are. Next group, bike 831 and 829. The 829 is Tom Winter on the Husky FE 450. And Sam Bell on the 831, the Husky FC 250. Presented by Port Sorrel Storage and Scott's Motorcycles. Tom Winter.
So easy to have a moment. The rear end just skips out.
This has got to be the corner in particular. You just have to get right. Very unforgiving if you spit up and over that inner berm.
You end up being Woody Woodpecker in a matter of seconds. The 837 on screen right now. Jacob Bongiorno. Like how I said that?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm very multilingual like that. Kenny coming out with the red flag again. Jeez, Kenny, never seen you hand up so many red flags. Like, ever. What's up with that, mate? You like greens and checkers more than reds. A bit like Fred Astaire there. He can sort of do a bit of a dance around there. He would be filthy about not riding this weekend. He's only ever missed one prior to this. That looks pretty speedy as well. No change to our top 10. Simpson, McMahon, Waters, Wilkes, Trigg, Adams, Simmons, Waters, Brashira, Callum Norton, Shake and Bake, Jake Leonard, and Ollie Pitchford, 328 and 329. Liam, that's the end. I can see the end of the queue.
Is it the real end?
I think it is the real end.
It should be.
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah. It's been confirmed.
Might just be there, yeah.
If Mickey O has confirmed that it's for reals. The 840, Mitch Johnston aboard the Husqvarna, and Patrick Sate right there with him as well. Paddy on the KTM.
It's a good looking bike.
The Tile Pro Mildura bike. The Husky, very sweet.
So we follow that pair through this treacherous first couple of corners. It's a good race.
Oh, wow.
Cranking it on.
That's actually not what you need either.
No.
You don't want to be battling with someone. You want to be able to get your own lines and pick the lines that you want, not what's left. Chad Sparrow, Callum Penny, Daniel Kennedy, Patrick Johnson. Boy, I reckon we're down to the last 50. 337 so far have taken the green.
It's crazy. They've just been smashing through them.
Jesse Hansen, Cody Bent on the 338, 339. Can Norton hang on to that top 10? You'd want to be a little higher up the order. God, so cut up there.
Yeah, a couple of really spat outside of that lane. This point in particular.
And if you lift there as well, you're going to get yourself in
carry you straight over.
Just as much trouble. It's evil now. Think about how many bikes have been across this already. It's really cut it up.
So much goes into a strong result tomorrow. So if you plan on coming back the year after, and I'm certain injury is probably the only reason that most of these guys in the top 40 wouldn't come back anyway.
Kyton Jauncey, Thomas Mosey. Our next two that are currently on track. It's a ripper corner. I do love the way they just pin it on that right-hander. Jay Harris Walsh on the 850. Boy, there's nothing fun about the first couple of corners.
Not by any means.
Actually, maybe the first corner's
yeah,
okay.
That's the one. So 481 on the back. Ready to be across the timing line.
Zach Peachy, Cody Attridge, Matty Treadwell, Aidan Waddell, Boris Bunder, Sam Smith, Jack Marr, Regan Holyoke, Dale Carroll, Jack Clancy, Harrison Bailey. Someone pulled the plug out the bath. They're pouring out.
Yeah, that was Jack Mayer on screen.
He's a super cool Emma Milicevic and some bloke that she thinks is pretty special as well. They both go good, those two, no doubt about it. So, towards the business end, Cooper Turlin, Ned O'Hara. To see Mickey O and little Flynn. Make sure you say hi to Ryla for us. See you, Flynn dog.
So bike 878, I think it's 888. So 878 Luke Chellis on the KTM 350 for northbound driver, Train and Dubbo. And the 888 Daniel Piggott on the KTM 450 EXC for Leroy's Earthworks. Having a fair crack, the kids in the under-19s.
Yeah, there'll be some ballsy, there'll be some excitable rides here. No doubt about it. We've gone from veterans and masters and four-strokes and 450s and above, and now you've got some teenagers that are just going to pin it. You can bet on that. Cool shot of the lights just then too. Didn't actually see, it's not a shot we've really seen today, where you can see the green light that comes on that traffic light that gives them the green to go. Deegan Johnson, Ethan Bongiorno, Jaden O'Connor, Kyle Leach, Damon Capites, Daniel Piggott, Luke Chellis, Griffin Fowler, Deegan Johnson, Frosty.
The 302, or is it 802 at this point?
Looks like 302 on the bike, but it's like 102 on the number. So 302 on the shirt, but 102 it's Will Frost. I worked that out on my own.
You got there?
Yeah. A rare through the goals, that one. So we're up to 364 riders so far, and just a handful remain in the up to 252 stroke for Sunnyland Press, then the 251 and over 2 stroke for the Gateway Mildura. And then I think we're up to 254 stroke. That'll wrap us up.
So Kessner waiting to rock. That's Daniel Kessner. On the KTM 250 SX for Kessner Motorcycles, Motor X, Thor and Garden Grove. And Will Frost on the 102. Waiting to go.
Joe Robertson, Nash Jones leaving on the 108 and 111 respectively. Got Alex Head and Kyle McTavish. The 369 and 370. Small power outage for us here in commentary, which Toph is quickly onto. Mitchell Simpson and Hudson Air. 371st and 372nd so far.
Almost 400 certainly will take part. The next couple we should wait for. You expect to be Jackson Barraclough, and it is a Mitchell Tucker. So Barraclough on the Yamaha 250, Brent Serves, Snap-on Tools and Sunraysia Cranes.
Brent Putty as well on the Yamaha YZ 250 for Carbide Race Team. Yamaha Australia, Mitchell Tucker and Zach Slide on the 154 and 178 respectively. Mitch on the KTM. Some more coming out. Didn't think that looked representative of what we had still to run, but we are definitely into the last 200.
Just.
Rowan Hill on the 168. Jordan Starrick, you're a star, Toph. Jack Silcock and Jackson Heel, 197 and 179 respectively. So this is the pretty well up to the end of the up to 250 strokes that we're seeing on track now. Now 251 and over 2-stroke, about to come out soon thanks to the Gateway Mildura. Can recommend the brisket.
Definitely so.
Have tried, do like.
Tick. There's a noticeable difference in the air, isn't there, when the 2 strokes roll out? It's been a long day. Yeah.
Side by side, Zach Wright, you got Tyson Goodchild and Elliot Webb. Oh, the boys are carving each other up here. Got to love that.
And the long dreadlocks whipping in the wind.
What about Fabian? We're going to remember that name all
just
weekend.
Brilliant.
Fab. Oof. Harrison Goika and Craig Visocki. Pair of Katooms here. Nice looking bikes. Really nice looking bikes. Matthew Horton and Jason Priest aboard the KTMs. The Peter Stevens Motorcycles KTMs. No surprise there.
Immaculate pieces as the 850 classes rolling back in. It's mostly the under-19s timing in. So bike 287 and 253. So the 253 is Matt Kellett, the Husky TE 300, and 287 Tom Spate on the Yamaha YZ 300. And then we should be set for the up to 250 4-stroke class to start rolling out. Presented by Mildura Rural City Council. And on screen, they're riding along strong with Spate. So the 253, your bike on screen, Matt Kellett, ripping the Husky for High Side Motorcycles and Rochester Motorcycles. So the up to 250 4-stroke class all but ready to roll. Queued up there for the Mildura Rural City Council sponsored category. They're ripping up and over. So the ultra testing corner, it's been on camera all day long. Pretty smooth. Through the middle. Finds a nice low groove and rips around okay. So bike 311 and 312. The 311 is Noah Holmyard. And the 312, Brock Hutchins on the 312. The Husky 250 FC for Buildtech, Acton Milk Bar, Wine and Home Milk and Food and Maintenance Systems. So we ride along with Holmyard and Hutchins. So Brock Hutchins, your bike on screen. So 338, I believe, is Will Edward on the Sherco SEF 250 for Tweaked Performance. On screen with the launches. Kenny keeps sending them away. And we're really winding down. There's not too many left to rock at all. This is the last class to come. Presented by Mildura Rural City Council. This is the up to 254 strokes. So bike 341, the Gas. Jonty Ferguson. And on the Kawasaki, Bowden Stone on the 345. So one that's not too far away, Jet Bryant on the KTM, bike 365. Another one of your locals. And well backed. Plenty to like. So the next couple set to launch.
Will Price on that 350, one of the Empire team riders, originally out of South Australia, now in the Clare Valley, now in Croydon South. Chris Wind on the 349, Jalen Lesio. Sounds like a soccer player. Ashton Murtock on the 357, Jet Bryan on the 365. Top 10 shootout coming up very soon. Johnny Contract has got that excited look in his face.
I've watched the last couple.
Yeah, exactly right.
Starting
What
to
are we
come
down
through.
to?
There's really not a lot left
8.
to run.
About last 8 or so.
So Jet Bryan kicks things off. Presented by PRD Real Estate, Mildura All Power On-Site Auto Electrics, and Mildura 4x4 Accessories, where Jet is an auto electrician apprentice.
Oh, the Jetty. The
He's
Jetty.
got plenty of energy.
Yes,
Does
he
that
does.
kid.
And a good mullet too. Healthy mullet.
It's been working on it a while. So shout out to Jetta.
413 riders so far. Damo Gray and Jet Bryan with the last 2 to leave, 412 and 413 respectively. Hard to see anybody bumping the top 10 at this point. Boy, it's going to be a ripping top 10 shootout. 407 just riding past us with legs up on the tank. Down to the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, now what if this top 10 got to change? They've had their first look at the track. Boy, he is absolutely pinned. Work out who that was on screen.
Might have been
getting it around there. Very handy indeed.
Jared Tyrrell perhaps, or Jack McLean. You got Aaron Berthelot as well, and Thomas Mason with Hugo Thomas, Jake Humphreys, Liam Reeves, Johnny Texera Jr., Matthew Cogan, Sam Turner, that all scooted through while we were sorting our way through.
Another mullet out in the breeze, out in the wild.
It's only natural. Literally, it's only natural. So,
a couple of sweep riders.
Yeah, that's it.
Heading out.
That is it. Our top 10 looks like this. Jack Simpson, Corey McMahon, Todd Waters, Andrew Welch, Nathan Trigg, Connor Adams. Big effort from Connor. Mason Simmons. Just here, Johnny Contract calling him up. Callum just snuck inside Liam, like that was just inside. He bumped Jai Dixon by 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, not a lot in it. That's a big ride deep in that field there. There were so many bikes headed out before him. There's no way that that track was in a primer condition. Not that it ever really was after the junior prologue this morning. They all prologue on that same track. So it was always going to be fairly chopped up, but the juniors didn't have exactly 400 on them this morning. The last of our riders start to time in from our senior prologue here. Of course, that top 10 is locked in, no doubt, to that top 10 shootout as a couple of the smaller motors and the 250s and the up to 250 4-strokes all finish their timing in. So some of these guys back at positions 200 running at the 7-minute mark is their best time, and the ladies littered right through this as well. 424 bikes took to prologue. There's a bike, clearly not everything. Went to plan, the radiator hanging out the side of it. Didn't go to plan one bit at all, that prologue. And still kicking through bike 336. It's Hayden McNeil on the KTM 250 SXF. Well presented bike. The all white and black Fox gear. Good looking bit of kit. So that's a bit of a cruisy run home. Just bringing it home safe. Possibly an off on that run. He doesn't look overly comfortable on the bike by any means, and that's bike 207. So bike 349 coming into view. That'll be Chris Wind on the KTM 250 XCF for Peter Stevens, Moto Cred. On Point Motorcycles, Motor X and Metas tyres. A fast bit of gear, running in that up to 250 4-stroke class, presented by Mildura Rural City Council. And the sweep riders now out on the course. Jet Bryan comes into view in the T-Dub race gear, the 365. Really look forward to this event. His first year in the senior category. Young Jet, the auto electrician, the apprentice at Mildura 4-wheel drive accessories and Mark Craft. Local, he'll time in. So locks in to the show. Plenty of hype from that young man. As we look to the last few, and that up to 250 4-stroke class, the last ones to run home. And we are not too far away from sending it to Johnny Contract to bring us all of the action to come from that top 10 shootout. And we bring you again that top 10. Looks like Jack Simpson goes fastest in prologue, and that can certainly change with this top 10 shootout when they all head out on the same course in that top 10 group. Plenty of locals in that one for certain, which is always good for Mildura. And it's a fast part of the globe. Jack Simpson, and then Corey McMahon on bike number 11. Todd Waters, T-Dub, was second last year, and he times in third quick in prologue. Then it's Wilksy. There's a lot of hype around Andy Wilkes this year. He times in fourth quick, and then Triggy, Nathan Trigg. He calls home just 20-odd minutes up the road at Oyen. So Triggy locks her into the top 10. Then Connor Adams, another local. Mason Simmons with a big international career. Brody Waters, another local on the 12. Sammy Prashira out of Mildura. And Callum Norton is as good as Sunraysia's own by this point in time. So we're not too far away from seeing those 10 riders dice it out again to mix up that top 10. It's the last of these 254 strokes. Roll back in and lock in their times. And then we get set for this top 10 shootout, which is always super exciting.
Hi, my name's Ben Schiermeyer. I work for Chad Reed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about lubing your chain. You always want to make sure that the chain's been cleaned before applying chain lube. And it's also a good idea after washing it to blow it out with air and then get some chain lube on there right away so it keeps it from rusting.
Independently owned Think Water can help you get the job done right. From irrigation, pump systems, water harvesting, centre pivots, water treatment and filtration. Speak to your local Think Water team with innovative ideas and advice for efficient and sustainable water solutions. Backed by top brands and a national group of more than 50 independently owned stores across Australia and New Zealand, Think Water is a name you can trust. So when it comes to water, think water.
Well, ladies and gents, we are now to the sharp end of the field today. We've run all day. We've run all our juniors, small wheel, big wheel classes, all run and done. Happy days. We've also run our prologue. All our senior guys have got their starting position, except for 10. This 10. These are your 10 that will fight it out now. Each and every one of those gets an opportunity today to take the penultimate start point. And whereas it is, we find at the heap here, first away in the 10, 10th in his time, this guy here, 5'18", Callum Norton. Hey, Cal, in the 10, that's got to be the start of it for you?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't get on the track till pretty late then, so I was pretty messed up out there, but that is what it is, same for everyone, so we just got to go out there and give it our best now.
So for you, it's really about elevating from 10th into somewhere up further and maybe right at the top of the heap, huh?
Yeah, definitely. If we can pick a couple off and move up, that'd be great. If not, it's a long 4 hours tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely, mate. You get ready to line up and send it. In actual fact, you can start and crack on. How's that sound? We'll move down the field a little bit to one of the local boys now, and Sam Pachera. Sam, 9th. You're in the top 10 though, buddy. Time to improve it?
Yeah, definitely. Worked myself up pretty hard for the original prologue and messed it up pretty bad. So somehow made it in the top 10 shootout. So yeah, definitely time to settle down a little bit and make this one better.
Spin the wheel, see how you go, huh?
Yeah.
Best of luck. Let's move down here a little further now. Move on to Brody Waters. Hey, Brody, good to see you in the 10, buddy.
Yeah, it's good. I was surprised to stay there. Yeah, I haven't done a lot of riding between here and Fink, so to be in the top 10 is good.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and as a local here, you know, it's easy to say there's a bit of an advantage. It's not. This is the A game. You've got to be in there to win it, and you just got to keep on the gas, huh?
Yeah, that's it. I just keep chipping away, and it is what it is.
All the very best as we send you off. Move on now to Mason Simmons. Mason, in the 10, mate, that's got to be a good start, huh?
Yeah, no, it's all good. We'll have a crack here and see if we can put it up further, but, you know, it's, yeah, good always be inside top 10.
And of course, the track out there today's been awesome, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, it has, mate. No, it's good moisture in the dirt and it's chopped up quite nicely, so, no, it's good.
Best of luck, mate. Get your A game on. Let's leave you with it, huh? Move down a little further and we move on to Connor Adams. Connor, Fink was a good run for you. Now you're looking at this one here in the 10. That's got to be a good start. Now you just got to put the best performance down you can for ready for tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, no, it's had a pretty clean run that first time round. Track was sort of spot on for when I come through, but yeah, see how we go. This one, track's a bit rougher, so yeah, try and just keep it clean.
All the very best. You get on the gas and do your best you can, huh?
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
We'll move on now to the next guy, which of course is none other than our little hero. Well, he's a big hero, really. It's Nathan Trigg. How you going, Triggy?
Yeah, going good.
How cool is it to be in the top 10 in this dance today, huh?
Yeah, it's good to be back in here again. Finished up the pointy end last year, so yeah, back up front end again.
I reckon you're going to send it, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. Give it everything we got.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. All the very best. Okay, let's move down the field to number 4 now, Andrew Welch. Andrew, ready to get out and get on with it?
Yeah, definitely. Nerves are high as always, but yeah, track's pretty rough this year, so just try to play it smart and ride it smooth and see how we go.
At worst, stay where you are. At best, maybe pick up 1 or 2. Let's just see what happens, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Give it our best and see where we end up.
Hey, all the very best, Andrew. Go out and do what you got to do, buddy. Move on to number 2 now, Todd Waters. Hey, Todd, you know, for you, it was about getting here for the second time round and putting it down. You're in the 10, well, actually in the 3. Really, it's just about keeping it going and getting it where you got to get to. Do you reckon you can improve?
Yeah, listen, I'm buzzing. I'm having a ball out there. I'm on the 500. I don't get to ride this thing much, so I'm having an absolute ball out there. Track's insane. Man, let's go out and have some fun.
So let's shorten it. You're going to ring its neck, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Down that big straight, it's going to be on the limiter.
Woo. Good on you, buddy. You go get them, huh? Now we'll talk to number 11 now, Corey McMahon. Hey, Corey, great to be in the 10, mate.
Yeah, really stoked to be in the 10. Obviously, there's a lot of fast guys here this year, so it's cool to put it where we are. We just got to focus forward, and we still got 4 hours ahead, but we'll definitely put our best foot forward now.
Good on you, mate. At worst, don't lose a spot. At best, get up 1 more, huh?
That's it.
Good on you. Well, let's move down to the last one, Jackie, mate, top of the heap. Everyone's chasing your backside in this one, aren't they, huh?
Yeah, it's a wild old ride then.
Mate, I looked at those times, mate. That is a sensational first hit out there, mate. If you can replicate that, you are well on the way, huh?
Yeah, definitely. That's the plan. Obviously a little bit rougher. Yeah, I'll just, I won't ride over my head. I'll just
keep it safe and bring it on.
Mate, good on you. All the very best and looking forward to catching you at the other end. Ladies and gents, as we watch Jack head out, that's our 10, right? All we got to do now is wait to see what the times look like at the other end. Mate, we're in for a blinder with these 10. I don't know who's going to take it out. Be honest with you, Jack's fast, Callum's down in the field, but always a danger to come forward. We'll just have to sit tight for a few minutes now till they roll it through and we get to see the finishing times. This is the really cool bit. Watching who elevates, who drops away. At worst, they're in the 10. At best, they move to the front of the field. For Hattah, it's always a surprise, something different, a story that never is written the same twice. It's an amazing place. Hope you're enjoying your telecast today, day one of a two-day event here. For Penrite Oils, of course, a better oil and a better class of oil, proudly sponsoring our 2023 Hattah Desert Race here, our 25th anniversary. Hope you're enjoying your weekend and what you're seeing here this weekend already.
Rightio, watching on the live stream now. We'll see all of the times coming through. And a big thank you to all the guys involved in bringing all of our audio in the second audio sound, and our big screen guys that are looking after us. The guys who got the last data.
In the lead from Mason Simmons, Connor Adams, Sam Pachira, Trig, Andrew. Number 5, 44.97. 2 more with up to position 2 on a 5:38.47. 11, Corey McMahon on the gas in the as we pedal out from our day down here at the Hattah Desert Race for our what an amazing day we've had down here, and on behalf of the team at the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club. Courtesy of the team at Penrite. A better class of oil, and a big thank you to them as a naming rights sponsor, and indeed each of our sponsors, as we head over there for tomorrow. See you nice and early for the running of the 2023 Hattah Desert Race tomorrow. Cool. Thanks for hanging around doing that. Well, ladies and gents, before we tidy it all up for the day, let's have a quick chat to our #1 rider for tomorrow. He went into the top 10 shootout number 10 and took himself up the better part of all the positions to finish off on the top of the heat. Cal, you've got to be comfortable and happy with that one, mate.
That was awesome. It was probably, you know, it was a disadvantage maybe in the first run, but having that second run, being on the track, probably the latest out of anyone was, you know, I knew it was pretty gnarly out there, so I had some lines in my mind and just committed to them, and it paid off, so now I was stoked.
You know, the funny part about this place is that, you know, you can go from hero to zero or anywhere in between. It can be a really unkind place to you. Sometimes it can actually smile on you as well, you know. And leading out of here, this #1, is a bit of pressure, but really for you, guys like you want that position, mate. You want to get away right on the dial first, yeah?
Yeah, 100%. It's you know, I got the whole 400 odd riders behind me coming, but I love it. You know, it's going to be good to hopefully get out front and just whoever's there behind me, we will battle and let's go 4 hours. Can't wait.
And 4 hours is a long time, right? And you've put in a solid performance today. I mean, to go from 10 to 1, that's a big ask against that field too. I've got to be honest with you. But you know, tomorrow you'll set yourself in that mode. You'll parry yourself down, push along and get where you need to go to, and just follow the charge. And you know what? And leave a little in reserve and just go like hell at the end of it, right?
Exactly right. That's it. So that's the plan. Try and get off to a smooth start, and you lose a position or stay out front. Who knows? Just tick away and get past that halfway mark, and then we just got to get our butt into gear and finish it off. So no, I can't wait.
And of course, on behind that, you know, they've got a bunch of guys really helping you out, kicking you along this year, and really giving you some ground and some traction, huh?
Yeah, 100%. Jason Stewart, Stewie, can't thank him enough. You know, he's given me so much and a great platform to be on. The team itself is just great. The vibe's always good. You know, all the fuel stop guys between Fink and here, and you know, it's just a great environment. I've got you know, one of the best mechanics out there, Scotty Watts, working on my bikes, and LAR Lee Adams, as we know, Mildura, and living with him and Kylie and Casey and looking after me, unbelievable. And you know, just a great group of people to be around. So it's, you know, makes my life easy and makes racing going racing fun. So
it's a cool race in a really great place.
Yeah, it's the best. Honestly, I've been lucky enough to travel over and race a few races in America, and you know, and obviously all around the country here, WA, Queensland, everywhere. And no, this is my number one. This is my favourite. And you know, hats off to all the, you know, yourself and all the event organisers. It's a great event. It's ran well. The tracks are all time, and I hope to be here for another many years to come.
Well, Cal, all the very best. Won't keep you any longer. You got a long night to prep and do what you got to do, and an early one to get up in the morning and deliver in the morning. Hey, thank you so much for giving us the time that you give us and the opportunities to talk and interrupt what is a pretty solid weekend for you, right? We really appreciate the fact that you break open for us and do that, mate. Knock off, go and do what you got to do. Catch up with the team, high five it all, and pack up ready to come back in the morning. We'll see you in the morning early.
Yep. Awesome. No, thank you. Again, thanks everyone for hanging around all day and watching. It's great to have a massive crowd out here, and no, you know, it's just a great event. I'm stoked to be here, and let's go tomorrow.
On behalf of the team at Hattah, at the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club, Penrite, and this guy, Callum Norton, who's the top of the heap this weekend, we're really looking forward to tomorrow. Join us tomorrow morning nice and early, 9 o'clock. We light the fires and move them on and get things moving, and roughly 4 hours after that, we crown someone. So on behalf of everybody here, thank you so much for hanging on to the telecast. Hope you've had a great day today. Catch you in the morning nice and early.
Ripper. Bloody ripper. Thank you.
Right, now we did.
Fuck yeah.